Chapter 608. Spalier World Academy Villa District. It has been 3 days since Wu Yan's group left the Behemoth Forest and returned to the Spalier World Academy. After Mikoto, Shokuho Misaki, Kinohara Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku parted ways, Wu Yan, Chuju Ikaros, Astria, and Flandrachan brought Yukari, Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino back to the academy to participate in the entrance ceremony. With the addition of the 5 special students, the group of 10 returned to the villa area and resumed their peaceful life in the academy once again. Since Shokuho Misaki, Kinohara Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku didn't return, Astria didn't want to live alone, so she moved into Wu Yan's villa. Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino lived under the same roof as Wu Yan in the date battle world. Yukari also didn't want to live alone. She didn't want to live alone, so the villa gained a lot of life despite the absence of Mikoto. When they arrived at the academy, Wu Yan removed the seals on Kotori, Kurumi, and Toka. There's no AST here, there are no weak and powerless mortals. Instead, there's no power here. This is the strangest part of this place. There's no need to hide their powers like in the date battle world. Here, Kotori, Kurumi, and Toka can show off their powers without fear of repercussions. Here, Kotori, Kurumi, and Toka can show off their powers. This made the 3 elves very happy. They can show off their power to their heart's content and live openly under the sun. There's nothing more exciting than this. Of course, Yoshino is an exception. No matter the world, Yoshino is a kind person. He doesn't want to bring pain and fear to others. It doesn't matter to Yoshino whether he has power or not. Fortunately, Flandrachan was the same. She didn't really care about whether she had her powers sealed or not. Plus, the 2 girls looked to be around the same age. Since they were the only ones with their powers sealed, they were even crazier than Kotori, Kurumi, and Toka, who didn't have their powers sealed. Naturally, Flandrachan was the one leading the way. Now, Kotori has overcome the side effects of using elven power with the help of the system item. Although the sealing bracelet can't be removed for life once worn, it doesn't matter to the 3 elves in the Spalier world. Wu Yan didn't seal their powers anymore. Without the shackles of cowardice, the 3 elven girls developed a strong interest in the Otherworld's academy. Under Violet's lead, they thoroughly toured the entire academy in 3 days. They even went to the arena tower. Because of this, the rumor of the new students creating new glory once again spread throughout the entire academy. For a time, the 4 beautiful new students became the center of attention in the academy. Of course, Kotori, Kurumi, and Toka are all above level 70, which means they're close to the peak of Tier 8. They won't be able to find a match for them in the current academy, let alone Yukari. Let's not talk about the academy, there might not be many who can match her in the entire world. What was worth mentioning was that Violet seemed to be very excited about becoming a student. She wore that special student uniform all day long and wandered around the entire academy. Even when she encountered some restricted areas, she would directly open a gap and break in. She was having so much fun that even now, her excitement had yet to subside. According to Yukari, it's an interesting world, an interesting academy, and interesting experiences. Of course, she wants to have fun. According to Wu Yan's point of view, being a student would bring out the youthfulness of a 17-year-old girl. That's why Yukari is so excited about it. Meanwhile, in the mansion, Wu Yan, Chuju, Kotori, and Kurumi are enjoying their lunch in the living room. Ikaros is standing beside Wu Yan with a teapot in her hand, acting as his nanny. Flandrachan and Yoshino are sitting on the floor, they seem to be playing some interesting game. Only Astria is complaining about something to Toka. He bitterly smiled when he saw Astria glancing at him from time to time while Toka glared at him with an indignant look on her face. The reason for this is because Wu Yan gave Astria a beating. Astria is the current number 1 student of the academy, and Wu Yan has a mission to compete for a spot in the ranking. It's inevitable for him to get into a fight with Astria. Astria is already level 79, she's going to reach level 80 soon. If I don't take her out before she reaches tier 9, I'll have to take her out. Not only Astria, even Wu Yan managed to reach the 8th floor of the arena tower. If it wasn't for the fact that the tower master of the 9th floor is an elder of the academy and Flandrachan's red jade mode can only last for a short period of time, Wu Yan would have been the first student in history to reach the top of the arena tower. However, the news of Wu Yan reaching the 8th floor and becoming number 1 caused quite a commotion. This is also why Wu Yan is being squatted at home. Shaking his head, Wu Yan chose to ignore Astria's resentment. At this time, a tall figure floated down from the 2nd floor. Little Yen. Yukari narrowed her eyes, she looked like she was half asleep as she yelled. Hurry up and cook for me. By the way, Yukari's stomach was conquered by Wu Yan's cooking after spending a week with Wu Yan. Yukari? Wu Yan bitterly smiled. I'm not that fox in your house. To think that you can order me around so naturally every day. Yi Zichen sneered. Aya, Azura's cooking isn't bad, but it's not as good as yours. Yukari floated to Wu Yan's side like she was sleepwalking. She didn't try to hide her body from him. Hurry up and cook for me. You're not Yuyuko, don't try to act cute. Wu Yan stood up despite saying that. Yukari couldn't help but giggle when she saw this. Suddenly Violet's expression changed slightly. Her tall and slender figure began to dim at the same time, and gradually became transparent. Yukari. Wu Yan jumped in fright. The girls who were doing their own things were also shocked. They all jumped up and yelled. What's going on? Oh. Yukari's dazed expression disappeared and a shrewd smile returned to her face. However, there was a trace of helplessness on her face. Looks like it's about time for the power of cultivation realm to last. Yukari? Everyone's expression darkened when they saw Yukari's body slowly disappearing. Although they had only been with Purple for a week, many of the girls had already developed strong feelings for Purple during that time. Now that Yukari is going back, none of them are willing to part with her. Taking in everyone's expressions, the smile on Purple's face did not change, but it became much gentler. Everyone treated Yukari this way, but she treated them the same way too. In this 1 week, she didn't have to worry about Fantasy Village, the barrier, or the mutation. She only had to live a carefree life and everyone's sincere companionship. Yukari has long regarded these people as her most important friends. They were as important as Yukari, and Yukari. Yukari also couldn't bear to part with them. Little Yen, everyone. Violet waved her hand at everyone and put on her most radiant smile. See you next time. Goodbye, Yukari. Z nodded with a light smile. Her figure disappeared from where she stood. Chapter 609. As Z's figure slowly disappeared from the spot, an oppressive atmosphere pervaded the entire villa. Everyone present lowered their heads in silence as they looked at the spot where Z had disappeared. They remained silent for a long time. Oni-chan. Flandre-chan held Wu Yan's hand and buried her head in it. He couldn't see her expression, but he could hear her soft voice. Will we see Yukari again? Yukari? Wu Yan regained his senses, but he didn't look away. He reached out and patted Flandre-chan's head. Yes, we will definitely meet again. Although his voice was soft, it was not difficult to hear the determination in it. Flandre-chan lifted her head and smiled. The other girls followed suit and the oppressive atmosphere disappeared without a trace. Wu Yan forced a smile and looked at the spot where Yukari disappeared. He slowly opened his hand. A drop of blood with strange energy was floating on top of his palm. This drop of blood had flown into his hand from where Amethyst had disappeared. Wu Yan clenched his fists and he looked at the sky outside the window. He mumbled to himself. Fantasyland? The system notification rang in Wu Yan's mind. Beep. Temporary summon character has returned. Free summoning service has ended. Mandatory mission activated. Mandatory mission, clear the dungeon. Mission, enter the Sword and Saber Dominion world and enter the SAO game world. Clear all 100 floors of Aincrad. Mission requirement. During the mission, the user is not allowed to borrow the system's help, use abilities, equipment, items, or bring other characters into the Sword and Saber Dominion world. Beep. Sword and Saber Dominion dungeon activated. Countdown to entering the dungeon. 10, 9, 8. What? Wu Yan didn't know what to do. When he heard the countdown, he quickly looked at the girls. My mandatory mission is activated. I'm being teleported to the dungeon. Mandatory mission? Wu Yan's sudden shout startled the girls. Hinajiku was the first one to react since she knows what's going on. I got it, be careful. Hinajiku ran up to Wu Yan and told him in a hurry. Got it? Wu Yan's countdown reached its end. After Yukari, Wu Yan's figure slowly disappeared from the spot. The disappearance of 2 people in succession made the women feel very uncomfortable. However, they also knew that there was nothing they could do about it. They sorted out their emotions and pulled themselves together. Chuju turned around and looked at everyone. Alright, Yin just entered the dungeon. Based on the time ratio between the dungeon and the Spalier world, he will be back soon. Don't worry. The girls nodded, but they still stared at the direction where Wu Yan disappeared, including Chuju. When he was dealing with the Beast King, the system gave Wu Yan a chance to summon for free. However, he had to complete the mandatory mission given by the system. Although the summoning could only last for 10 minutes, under Violet's intervention, the 10 minutes had been extended to a week. Yukari has returned after a week. The mandatory mission given by the system was given at the same time. Thanks to Yukari's intervention, Wu Yen had a week's time to summon Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to summon Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino. Beep. This dungeon is a mandatory mission. The mission is cancelled. When the user completes the mandatory mission, the user may leave the dungeon. The time ratio between the dungeon and the real world is 100:1. Therefore, the user can train in the dungeon without any worries. Have a good time. Sword and Saber Dominion, ha! Standing in the middle of a street, Wu Yen surveyed his surroundings. Looking at the pedestrians coming and going, the cars stopping and stopping, the skyscrapers all around him, this is a scene of a modern city. He couldn't help but sigh. It's no wonder the system restricted me from using illegal items in such a world. Wu Yen closed his eyes and felt the blood flowing in his body, the electromagnetic waves invisible to the naked eye, and the golden key sword floating in his sea of consciousness that represents the gate of Babylon. He let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the system didn't force me to use my abilities or equipment. Wu Yen can use his abilities and equipment if he wants to. However, if he uses them, the mandatory mission will be considered a failure. Wu Yen already knew that if he fails the mandatory mission, the system will give him a new one. It won't end until Wu Yen completes the mandatory mission. Regardless, Wu Yen is happy that the system didn't force him to use his abilities and equipment. Yukari was right. The system has merged with my soul, so it won't harm me. Although I can be a little immoral sometimes, the forced quest is a result of Wu Yan's choice to summon a temporary service. Generally speaking, it's a forced quest, but it's Wu Yan's choice to accept it. Wu Yen opened the system projection in his mind and checked the content of the mandatory mission again. Clear the 100th floor. Wu Yen rubbed his forehead and sighed. That's a feat that even the protagonist of the original work couldn't accomplish. In the original work, clearing SAO wasn't a normal strategy. The main character, Kuretani, discovered the true identity of the creator of SAO, Kayaba Akihiko. Due to that, the final battle was brought forward. At that time, the main character only managed to clear the 75th floor. In other words, if Wu Yen wants to complete the mandatory mission, he won't be able to do it according to the original plot. Not only that, he also has to find a way to hide Kayaba Akihiko's identity. He doesn't want to repeat the original plot where the boss is killed before he even cleared the 100th floor. If that happens, he'll be in big trouble. Well, I guess I don't have to worry about that for the time being. Wu Yen put down his hand and looked at the front blankly. The problem is, how am I supposed to get a gaming helmet? How am I supposed to play without a gaming helmet? There's also the connection and the connection. Perhaps the system sensed Wu Yan's worries, it kindly reminded him. User, when you want to enter SAO, you only need to apply to the system. Apply to the system to enter? Wu Yen opened his mouth in surprise. System, you have such a function? The system ignored Wu Yen and continued to remind him. The system can provide the user with a connection function. When the user applies to enter SAO, the system will automatically connect the user, provided that SAO is open. Okay, this saves me a lot of time. Wu Yen chuckled and suddenly remembered something. By the way, system, the infinite armory ability is a skill, and the method of using it is directly instilled in me in the form of memories. Using the skills from the infinite armory in SAO shouldn't be against the rules, right? Or do you want me to not bring the memory into the game? The system paused for a while, but it quickly reminded him again. Skills are obtained by instilling memories into the user, it belongs to the user's own ability, it's not restricted by the system's rules. Wu Yan's lips curled up when he heard the system's words. With the infinite armory ability, it's a piece of cake for him to win a game. Well, let me enjoy the life of a game for once. He looked around and after confirming a direction he started running towards it. The time he entered the dungeon is the day before the storyline starts, which means tomorrow will be the opening day of SAO. Chapter 610. The next day at 12:55 a.m., in the streets and alleys, in the furniture stores, as long as there's a TV or computer screen, there's a show that's constantly replaying. There's only one theme, and that's SAO. As a game that allows players to directly enter the game world and experience life in the game, SAO has attracted the attention of everyone, including those who like games, those who don't like games, those who are interested, and even those who are not interested. Now, as long as you walk on the street, you'll hear about SAO. Almost everyone is talking about this game. SAO's activation time is 1300 hours AM, which means that SAO will be activated in 5 minutes. Everyone who is holding the SAO connection tool in their hands is looking at a corner marked with the time, including Wu Yan. In a deserted house in a shabby room, Wu Yan leaned against the wall with his eyes closed. Although he's not wearing a game helmet, after he applied to enter SAO, he closed his eyes and the scene in front of him is no different from those who are wearing a game helmet. Wu Yan spent the whole day yesterday looking for a temporary place to stay because he doesn't want to be treated as a victim and sent to the hospital after SAO closes. Therefore he ruled out places like apartments, dormitories and other places. As long as there are people around, he won't choose a place to stay. In the end, this shabby house became his target. According to Wu Yan's information, this house has been abandoned for at least 5 years. It's also known as a haunted house because almost no one ever enters this place. No one even knows who the owner is. This place is undoubtedly the best place for Wu Yan to settle down. After all, he'll be staying in SAO for at least 2 to 3 years. Speaking of which, we have to talk about the true meaning of SAO. Although SAO is a game, it's not a joke. After logging into the game, players will not be able to log out of the game after 4 to 5 hours. The only way to leave this world was to defeat the boss on the top floor of Aincrad, which was the 100th floor. That was the only way to leave this world. Also, in the game, if a player takes off their helmet, their brain will be destroyed by the high-energy waves emitted by the helmet. Similarly, if you die in SAO, you won't have a chance to respawn. Once you die, the helmet will immediately destroy your brain tissue. This is a real death game. Of course, all of this has nothing to do with Wu Yan. He's not wearing a helmet anyway, and even if he does, his brain won't be damaged. Even if his brain is damaged, he's still a true ancestor who can threaten his life. Plus, he has infinite mastery, so there's no telling if he's going to die in SAO or not. Looking at the countdown timer in the corner, he pursed his lips when it reached 12:59. Sigh, I haven't eaten for a long time. Although I don't need to eat as a true ancestor, I'm still hungry. I hope I won't be starving when I wake up. After he said that, the timer in the upper left corner jumped to 1300 hours. Wu Yan's eyes narrowed. System. Connect to SAO. Beep. Connecting. As soon as the system notification finished, the scene in front of Wu Yan suddenly changed. The darkness on both sides suddenly lit up and started to expand infinitely. At the same time, a series of data links flashed in front of his eyes, and the word OK kept flashing. Finally, the scene in front of him turned black. Wu Yan felt like he regained control of his body. The darkness in front of him made Wu Yan open his eyes. An antique building with a Western European style appeared in front of him. The sky was blue, the clouds were white, the trees were green, and the air was fresher than the real world. A breeze blew past Wu Yan's body, making him squint his eyes in satisfaction. In the surroundings, one figure after another flashed repeatedly under a series of illusory flashes. In a short moment, an innumerable sea of people flooded this area. Although it wasn't to the point of being crowded, the rumbling noise told everyone exactly how many people there were here. This is SAO? A game world? Is this for real? It's so real. Ah, what a beautiful environment. This is a great game world. Wait for me to conquer you. One after another, excited shouts came out from the surrounding crowd and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the place that was still incomparably quiet was filled with noise. Wu Yan sighed as he looked at the excited faces of the players. He wondered what their faces would look like when they find out they've entered a death game world. Wu Yan shook his head and patted his face. He walked into the city. There were rows upon rows of towering buildings in the city. All the buildings in the city were of an ancient style, as if they were carved out of giant stone. The streets were bustling with people coming and going. This is Aincrad's first floor's town of beginnings. It's a town built on a grassy plain. Every passage leads to different areas, towns, villages, and even monster areas outside the town. Good level 1 novice sword. Its attack is 50% higher than the system weapons. 2 CR coins. Only 3 of them. They're sold out. Come take a look. Self-made recovery potion. 1 CR coin for 2 bottles. You can kill monsters and PK them all. Come on, come on. Don't miss it. Bring me. Come on. Anyone want to kill monsters in a group? Let me join you. Bro, do you want to form a group? I'm good at tanking, killing monsters, looting, but I don't know how to slack off. Let me join you. Listening to the screams and shouts around him, Wu Yan sweated profusely. He didn't think that a 2D game could be so ridiculing. Every newbie who just entered SAO has 10 COR as their starting capital. Many people went to the stalls to buy equipment and potions. All in all, the atmosphere of the game world is the same as the real world, and it doesn't look any different from the real world. In this respect, Kayaba Akihiko, the creator of SAO, is a rare talent. Of course, it's only limited to a world without mystery. Glancing at the weapons displayed in the stalls, Wu Yan pursed his lips. He turned his head and walked out of the town. Indeed, those weapons have higher attack power than the system weapons, but they're only comparable to newbie equipment. They'll soon be obsolete. Although with this equipment, the leveling speed of the newbie stage would definitely increase by quite a bit, but for Wu Yan it's not that bad. If the weapon's attack power isn't high enough, he can make up for it with his skills. He's going to kill monsters anyway, so he'll get a good weapon sooner or later. Using the same action as when he summoned the system, he opened SAO's system interface and checked his personal status. Looking at the complicated basic values, Wu Yan's head spun and he almost died. Wu Yan couldn't help but complain when he saw at least a dozen lines of stats. It's just a game, is there a need to be so precise? After sighing for the nth time, Wu Yan closed the interface and he continued walking forward. Chapter 611. Aincrad's first floor, the outskirts of the town of beginnings, the rolling grasslands stretched as far as the eye could see. Other than the town at the very center, the surroundings were filled with green sprouts. Flowers of different colors fluttered in the wind on the grasslands, but they were buried by the same green grass, making it difficult to see their existence clearly. In addition to the sprouts and flowers, there are also wild boars. They're purple in color and they're walking back and forth in the prairie as if they're not pigs but sheep. Of course, these wild boars aren't bad. At least, compared to real-world pigs, their bodies are much cleaner. Their purple fur is bright and shiny, it's like they're taking care of themselves every day. They'll look good enough if they're brought back to their homes. Coming out of the town of beginnings, the first thing he saw was a pig herding scene. Wu Yan couldn't help but complain. He felt like his worldview was being destroyed. In the end, he could only console himself by telling himself that this is a game. Perhaps it was angered by Wu Yan's disdainful look. The closest pig to Wu Yan suddenly turned around and stomped on the ground like a mad cow. Wu Yan couldn't bear to look at it anymore. It's fine if you're a sheep, but a cow? Are you still a pig? The wild boar opened its mouth and roared. It finally looked a little like a pig. With two sharp teeth, it charged towards Wu Yan. How should I put it? It's really slow. Wu Yan facepalmed as he waited for the wild boar to get close to him. To him, the speed of this wild boar is too slow, it can't even compare to a Tier 1 magician. He doesn't need to be serious at all, he can deal with it as if he didn't see anything. It's because of this mentality that Wu Yan met his tragic end. He's forgotten that the body in the game is just a virtual body. It's not as strong as his ancestor body. Whether it's strength, defense, or speed, Wu Yan's body is no different from a normal person. Even though he brought his battle-hardened consciousness into the game, his body can't keep up with his consciousness. Thus, when Wu Yan tried to sidestep the boar in a carefree manner, his body felt like it's being weighed down by a dozen mountains. He didn't feel the weight, but his speed was so slow that he barely moved his body before the boar came crashing into him. Bang! With a muffled sound, the wild boar came into close contact with Wu Yan's belly. Wu Yan's eyes bulged out, his body bent over and his mouth opened wide. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of saliva before he was sent flying. I was hit by a pig, his mind is filled with this thought. His body is parallel to the ground as he slowly flew out. It wasn't until he was about to hit the ground that he regained his senses. He used his hand to support himself on the ground and flipped his body in the air. His feet touched the ground and he slid backwards. It took him 2 to 3 seconds to stabilize himself. Lifting his head, his face turned the color of pig liver. Ignoring the fact that his HP dropped by 1/3, he looked at the wild boar from afar. His wine-red eyes are filled with hatred. Wu Yan is probably the first ancestor in history to be sent flying by a wild boar. If I don't skin you alive and roast your trotters today, I'll sleep alone for 100 years. A voice full of hatred came out of Wu Yan's mouth like a ghost in the middle of the night. For Wu Yan, this was an extremely cruel oath. It told others about the bitterness and hatred in his heart. For a moment, the wild boar seemed to freeze for a moment. It then continued to charge at Wu Yan, intending to hit him again. Wu Yan slowly took a breath. His face became as calm as an ancient well. He sank his consciousness into his current body and tried to master this unfamiliar body as quickly as possible to avoid another tragedy. With infinite martial arts mastery, his mind, technique, and body have all become one. Even if his body is unfamiliar, Wu Yan could grasp it in an instant. Now if he wants to unleash his full power there shouldn't be a problem. Clang. At the moment when the wild boar approached, a very ordinary long sword suddenly appeared in front of the wild boar's tusks, completely blocking the wild boar's charge. Then a big foot flew out in an instant, kicking the wild boar's nose. A shrill sound of a pig being slaughtered sounded, and the wild boar was also kicked back. A sword light flashed and pierced the wild boar's neck like lightning. A visible chunk of health quickly disappeared. It only stopped after losing about a tenth of its health. Standing at the front, Wu Yan looked at the wild boar that he kicked back. He frowned deeply and sighed at the sky with a tragic expression. This strength should be about the same as when I wasn't even level 10. From a rank 8 powerhouse over level 70 to a newbie who hasn't even reached rank 2, one can imagine how it feels. If he didn't have endless martial training he probably wouldn't even be able to reach level 10. Although endless martial training has a lot of uses, its effectiveness is greatly reduced if his body is too weak. Let's try Sao's skills, otherwise when will I be able to finish this? At level 1 Wu Yan only has 2 skills in his skill bar, stab and throw. I remember the skill in Sao is to make a starting pose after activating it. Wu Yan closed his eyes and slowly activated stab. Then a pose appeared in his mind. Wu Yan reflexively raised his sword to his shoulder and leaned his body to the side. Almost at the same time, Wu Yan's long sword shone with a pink light. He opened his eyes and a sharp glint flashed through his eyes. Then he shot out at a speed that is at least 5 to 6 times faster than his usual speed. He quickly arrived in front of the boar and stabbed it with his long sword. His long sword pierced through the boar's body and arrived at its back. A wound appeared on the boar's body, and its health immediately dropped. After a while it crossed the yellow line, then the red line, and reached the bottom. The boar's body cracked and turned into a projection. It showed Wu Yan's experience, COR coins, and a material. He looked at the material in his inventory in shock. He tapped on it and the material appeared in his hand. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he felt the weight in his hand. I was just joking, I really got a pig's foot. He waved his hand and put the pig's foot into his inventory. Although it's just an ordinary pig's foot, it's worth a lot in Sao. This pig's foot can be sold for 30 COR coins. After the fight with the wild boar, combined with the information he got from the original work, Wu Yan had a rough idea of his current level. He hasn't played this game before, but he's already several times stronger than those so-called beta testers, including Kirito. However, if I'm not as good as a normal player, then I'm going back and forth. Wu Yan was full of confidence when he said that. He almost forgot that he was hit by a boar a moment ago. After sorting out his current state, Wu Yan lowered his head and pondered. His eyes immediately looked at the boars that were walking around. There are about 3 hours left until Sao cancels the logout command and turns into a death game. It would be a pity if he didn't use these 3 hours to level up. 3 hours later in a square. Wu Yan looked at the terrified and horrified faces of the players around him. He looked at the giant who explained the rules of this death game to him. The giant who called himself Kayaba Akihiko is disappearing. Wu Yan pursed his lips and walked out of the town. Chapter 6:12. Bang! He used sudden thrust to turn one of the wolves into a mosaic. Wu Yan turned around and checked his COR coins and other items. He then looked around. Unlike the players who are still immersed in fear and confusion, Wu Yan didn't care about the threat of death. After watching Kayaba Akihiko's performance, he immediately left the town of beginnings and headed to the next town while clearing the monsters on the way. Wu Yan knows that by the time the players recover from their shock and fear, killing monsters would become one of the most contentious activities in the game. In order to survive in this world, the only way for the players was to constantly strengthen themselves. Leveling up, hunting for treasures, equipment, tools, anything that could strengthen one's strength would become a luxury. And there was only one way to obtain these luxuries, and that was through these monsters. In other words, the monsters would become a hot commodity that would constantly attract players. When that time comes, the monsters would become something that everyone would have to fight over. Therefore, Wu Yan wants to increase his level as much as possible before the players recover from the shock. After all, this world is also unfamiliar to him. However, it's almost midnight since Kayaba Akihiko's explanation. Shouts and shouts could be heard in the wilderness. Flashes of skills could be seen in the darkness of the night. It was clear that some players were beginning to face reality. Let's end it here. Wu Yan muttered as he looked into the distance. There, a town slightly bigger than the town of beginnings is slowly glowing in the dark. At this point, Wu Yan's level has increased quite a bit. Compared to the other players, he's a lot stronger. Plus he's very skilled. Every monster can't even last a second against Wu Yan. In order to maintain this state, Wu Yan has been fighting for several hours. One can only imagine how high his level is. I wonder what level the original protagonist Kirito is at right now. With this thought in mind, Wu Yan tidied up and walked towards the town. Right now, most of the players are still in the town of beginnings. Aside from the beta testers, there's not enough time for the newcomers to understand the game. Naturally, there's not a single player in this town that's quite far away from the town of beginnings. Of course, it's impossible for there to be no one in the town, but they're all NPCs. Even though it's night time, the town is still very bright. It feels like a city of the night. After entering the town, Wu Yan found a shop and stopped by. I want to exchange all of these for COR coins. Wu Yan didn't say much to the NPCs. He laid out all the loot he got from SAO on the shop floor. Some of them are pelts that can be used to make armor and special items. Some of them are equipment that can be sold for a decent amount of money, but most of them are still food ingredients. Ingredients shouldn't be that easy to drop, but Wu Yan's loot is mostly ingredients. He doesn't know if he's lucky or not. In Wu Yan's mind, the NPC in front of him would just exchange his items for COR coins. Who knew, after looking at his items, the NPC said something else. "Sir, you seem to have a lot of ingredients in your loot. Did you get them from monsters?" Wu Yan paused for a second, then he nodded. Seeing this, the NPC sighed. "It seems like you have a high drop rate for ingredients. If you can become a chef, then these ingredients will be useful." Hearing the NPC's words, Wu Yan curled his lips. Indeed, with his cooking skills, it won't be difficult for him to become a chef. However, Wu Yan doesn't want to be a chef. Among the life professions, there were tailors who could create leather, armor, and helmets, blacksmiths who could forge swords, knives and spears, and pharmacists who could create recovery potions and all sorts of potions. These three life professions would undoubtedly be of great help to players. Chef, that was the only life profession that had nothing to do with combat. Those who choose to become a chef are either interested in it, or they want to find a market, or they want to improve their health. Although Wu Yan's cooking skills are good, he's not interested in cooking. As for finding a market with his combat skills, he's not worried about money. Of course, Wu Yan also wants to make his internal organs feel better, but he can always buy them later. There's no need for him to become a chef. Just as Wu Yan was about to say something, a box suddenly popped up in front of him, causing him to freeze on the spot. Due to the shop owner's advice, you are very lucky to have been given a clear path. You have automatically changed your profession to a chef. After reading the message in the box, Wu Yan's face lit up. Automatic profession change? Very lucky? Clear path? Clear path my ass. Lucky my ass. I've been a chef for my wives for so long, why am I still a chef after entering the game? It's a forced profession. Do you even give me human rights? The frame in front of him disappeared and he glared at the NPC who forced him to pick up the kitchen knife. He looked like he couldn't wait to go up and take a bite out of that NPC. Too bad that NPC didn't give a damn about him. After taking a few deep breaths, Wu Yan put away the bag of COR coins that the NPC handed him and left without looking back. After changing his profession to a chef, he still has to buy a kitchen knife. For the rest of the time, Wu Yan strolled around the town. He personally visited every shop to get a better understanding of the uses of these shops. He also took out some useful items and checked if there are any quests. Of course, he also bought a kitchen knife. In addition to buying a kitchen knife, Wu Yan also bought a lot of equipment and a lot of recovery items. Finally, he changed out of his ugly beginner equipment. When he walked out of a clothing store, Wu Yan's outfit had completely changed. A black coat wrapped around Wu Yan's upper body, and the equipment under it couldn't be seen clearly. The coat was like a cloak and there were ribbons that fluttered between the arms, the hem and the waist. It looked very casual, but there was a hint of coldness. A black greatsword with a standard handguard was carried on Wu Yan's back. It matched perfectly with the black coat, so it didn't look out of place. The blade of the greatsword was about half the width of a palm, which was similar to a normal sword, but it was about 1.7 meters long from Wu Yan's shoulder to his heel. It was quite long. This greatsword was not bought from a shop, but dropped from a monster. Moreover, the shops run by NPCs would not be able to sell such an eye-catching weapon, and the quality of this greatsword was dozens of times better than the weapons sold in normal shops. Its name was Sky Gazer. With the rating of this greatsword, it was more than enough to be used until level 30. This was from Wu Yan's perspective. If it were a normal player, they wouldn't be able to use it until level 30. To be able to drop such a weapon from a normal low-level monster, although it wasn't impossible, it was almost the same as having no chance at all. Wu Yan's luck was really good. In addition to the equipment under the coat, Wu Yan's strength had at least increased by a few levels. Touching his handsome outfit, Wu Yan's lips curled up. My leveling speed can be increased by quite a bit. After saying that, Wu Yan lifted his feet and walked in the direction of the inn. Chapter 613. Originally, the hotel was set up as a place for players who were tired of playing the game to pass the time. It was also a place for people to exchange information and discuss matters. The rooms of the hotel were completely used for decoration. After all, no one would sleep directly in the game. But now, SAO has become an alternative reality. Although there are rooms in the game for players who have only been in the game for less than a day, they don't have enough money to buy one. Therefore, the hotel room has become an indispensable factor in SAO. Since Wu Yan left the town of beginnings early, he is the first customer to occupy a room in the hotel. Before he went to sleep, there was not a single player in the hotel. The next morning, when Wu Yan walked out of his room, he didn't see a quiet corridor. Instead, he saw people coming and going one after another. Seeing this, Wu Yan paused for a moment, then walked downstairs as if nothing happened. Obviously, most of the players have begun to face reality, and as a result, the number of people in the hotel increased overnight. The ground floor of the hotel was a place similar to a bar or restaurant. There were tables and chairs set up to serve the players who came in. Walking down from the second floor, the first thing they saw was a crowd that was even denser than the first floor of the hotel. Players were huddled together and talking about something. Vaguely, they could see a trace of sadness on their faces. After all, this is a world where people can die at any time. Moreover, almost everyone here had their own family members waiting for their return outside. Sweeping his gaze over everyone, Wu Yan walked down the stairs without stopping, appearing in front of the crowd. The entire hotel went silent in an instant. Everyone looked at Wu Yan one by one. When they saw Wu Yan's cool coat and the obviously expensive weapon on his back, they subconsciously lowered their voice and looked at Wu Yan in a daze. Under everyone's gaze, Wu Yan walked to a table with an expressionless face, sat down casually, poured himself a free drink and began to slowly drink it. In the eyes of the other players, his actions had turned into a form of intimidation. Who is that person? His equipment seems to be very high level. To be able to equip such equipment, this person's level must be very high. He must be an expert. It can't be? SAO's server has only been open for less than a day. How can someone get such equipment? Even if you're lucky, there's a limit to it. That's not necessarily true. Maybe he's a beta tester who knows first-hand information about SAO. It's only natural for him to be able to get good equipment. As soon as he said that, the players who were pointing and whispering suddenly became silent. Then pairs of unfriendly, angry and jealous eyes were cast on Wu Yan. Beta testers, as the name suggests, are a group of players who played SAO during the closed beta. A month before the launch of SAO, there was a group of players who spent a month in the closed beta testing of the game. It was said that they cleared a lot of floors, and they can be considered as veteran players of SAO. Now, SAO has officially opened and it's a death game. It's undoubtedly a nightmare for new players, but for those who have played SAO before, they have a huge advantage. After all, they have played SAO before. It's the second day in SAO. Not only the players began to cheer up, but the beta testers also began to rely on their first-hand information to maximize their strength. The beta testers know where to receive quests, where to get good equipment, how to attack monsters, their weaknesses, etc. Just like those transmigrators who were reborn in the past, they have advantages. It's not hard to imagine that most of the top players in SAO will be the beta testers in the future. Unfortunately, being a beta tester doesn't only bring benefits, but it also brings negative effects. For those beta testers who have most of the game's information, the new players don't have admiration or respect for them, they only have jealousy and hatred. They hate the beta testers for having such favorable conditions, they hate the beta testers for being able to climb up the ranks, and they hate the beta testers for being able to live a better life in this world. Coupled with the selfish subconscious of human beings, these beta testers have the idea of monopolizing the game's resources, and they began to explore the game world alone, leaving all the new players behind. As a result, the players who are not beta testers resented the beta testers even more. Naturally, when these people heard that the person in front of them was a beta tester, they couldn't help but vent their anger. Wu Yan couldn't help but frown when he was stared at by so many pairs of eyes full of negative emotions. Of course, he knows why these players are treating him like this, but even if he is a beta tester, so what? Does a beta tester have to stand up and help them? Who made this rule? Because the future is bleak, The ugly side of human beings has been completely exposed. Wu Yan slowly put down the glass in his hand, his cold wine-red eyes glanced at everyone in the room, the pressure from his eyes made the players' faces pale, the jealousy in their eyes turned into fear, they lowered their heads, they didn't dare to look at Wu Yan anymore. Unfortunately, there are still some who are not afraid of death. Hey kid! A tall man surrounded Wu Yan with 5 or 6 people, he looked at Wu Yan condescendingly, his face was full of evil intentions. Wu Yan glanced at him, then he continued to drink as if he didn't see him. The tall man's forehead suddenly bulged. Bang! The tall man slammed his big hand on the table, causing the table to tremble. He shouted angrily, "Kid! I'm calling you, didn't you hear me?" Hearing this, Wu Yan raised his head. His emotionless eyes made the tall man feel a bit uneasy. What's the matter? Yes, of course. The tall man sneered, he glanced at Wu Yan's equipment. You look quite rich, we are a bit short on money, why don't you lend us a hand? Lend us a hand? Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. In other words, you are here to rob me? What's the matter? The tall man said with a bit of jealousy, you beta testers are capable, you don't need money. Wu Yan curled his lips and continued to drink from his glass. I'm sorry, I'm not a beta tester. Not a beta tester? The tall man laughed and pointed at Wu Yan's equipment. If you're not a beta tester, how can you get such good equipment in one night? Don't lie to me. What? Wu Yan tilted his head. Lie to you? Do you need it? You? The tall burly man's face was filled with anger. The follower beside him immediately hooted, Brat! Don't be too arrogant. Good equipment doesn't mean you're strong. Wu Yan laughed when he heard that. That's right, you're right. Wu Yan stood up and glanced at those people. He laughed, you're tall and fierce, but it doesn't mean you're not insects. Stinky kid. The burly man stepped in front of Wu Yan and out of habit, he tried to pull at Wu Yan's collar. Unfortunately, he was stopped by an invisible barrier. According to the game's rules, players are not allowed to fight in the town, unless the player's action will not cause harm to others. That includes mental harm such as harassment. Pulling the collar is an insulting action, it's also a mental harm. The tall man was even angrier when he failed to pull Qin Haodong's collar. Kid, come out. I want to fight you. Chapter 6:14. The word duel echoed ceaselessly in the sky above the hotel. Everyone in the hotel was shocked for a moment before a delighted expression appeared on most of their faces. That beta tester is going to be in trouble. At the end of the day, no one here is willing to believe that Wu Yan isn't a beta tester. Duel? Wu Yan snickered. Everyone could hear the disdain in his voice. You. His eyes turned cold as he looked at the tall man. Are you sure? With just a glance, the tall burly man's expression changed drastically. He retreated a few steps as if it was a conditioned reflex, and some fine sweat dripped down his forehead. Wu Yan shook his head in disdain. He turned around and walked towards the door. Good equipment doesn't mean you're strong, but you can't even compare to me. What do you have to fight me? His voice was still echoing in the hotel, but he had already disappeared at the entrance of the hotel while everyone was still in a daze. Inside the inn, some of the players who didn't get caught up in Wu Yan's words snuck out of the inn and left in different directions. For Wu Yan it was just a small farce. He completely forgot about it after he turned around. He didn't know that the news about a beta tester had spread like wildfire among the players. After the game started, the beta testers all disappeared from the eyes of ordinary players. Because they needed to turn their resources into strength, they couldn't be found even if they wanted to. Now that a beta tester appeared, most of the players started to think about how to get close to him. In a way, a beta tester was equivalent to a moving treasure trove. Because of the information they have, they must have a lot of money. If they can make a fortune, it means that they can live a better life and increase their chances of survival. Of course, these were the thoughts of those petty people. Those who truly had great wisdom and brains would not cast their gaze on these external objects. Why are beta testers called beta testers? Isn't it because they have information about the game? That's the real wealth. Plus, a beta tester must be a good player, at least they can get the upper hand and level up. If they can get the help of a beta tester, they will get the most benefits. Therefore, in order to survive, those guild leaders who hurriedly gathered people and created guilds overnight, started to get restless. At that moment, wearing a black coat and carrying a black greatsword became the most popular phrase in the town. At that time, Wu Yan was still in the town, so unfortunately he was stopped. Hello, I'm from XXXXX Guild. Our guild sincerely invites you to join our guild. As long as you join us, you will enjoy the best treatment in our guild. Hello, I'm from XXXXX Guild. Our guild strength is definitely the best among all the guilds. As long as you join us, you will immediately sit on the top of the guild and enjoy the protection of all guild members. Hello, I'm surrounded by a group of people who are enthusiastically gesticulating at him. Some of them are even spitting saliva while talking. Wu Yan was scared stiff for a while before he came back to his senses. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who would have thought that his attire would bring him so much trouble? Wu Yan shook his head as he listened to those unfamiliar guild names. In the original game there are 4 top guilds in SAO. They are Knights of the Blood, Divine Dragon Alliance, Furin Kazan, and Army. Wu Yan doesn't know if there are other guilds that are on par with these guilds. He only knows that in the original game the clearers are basically made up of these 4 guilds. Therefore, in terms of strength, these 4 guilds should be the strongest. He didn't even recognize a single one of the guild names that came into his ears from all directions. They were either taken away by someone else later on or had sunk into obscurity. Who would want to join them? That's enough. A voice that was 100 times softer than the noisy invitations rang out, causing the voices of the surrounding guild leaders to abruptly stop as if it was stuck in their necks. Listen up. Wu Yan glanced at those guild leaders and said indifferently, I'm not a beta tester. After that, Wu Yan ignored those guild leaders and walked away without looking back. I told you, these beta testers don't care about us, they only care about themselves. When Wu Yan's silhouette disappeared from everyone's sight, some of the guild leaders who were unwilling to give up followed Wu Yan's lead, leaving behind some guild leaders who were filled with jealousy and resentment as they continued to voice their dissatisfaction. As for those guild leaders who wanted to follow Wu Yan, as well as those players with bad intentions, they went back to where they came from. By the time they noticed, Wu Yan was already gone. Outside the town, Wu Yan looked back at the bustling town and shrugged. He continued to walk out, but soon he stopped and sighed. Come out. At the entrance of the town, a figure seemed to be startled, her head shrunk back into the town, but she immediately poked her head out, hesitated for a moment, then walked out. Turning around, he froze when he saw the appearance of the stalker he didn't manage to shake off. A woman? Wu Yan exclaimed in a surprised tone. In front of him, the girl shrunk her head and secretly glanced at Wu Yan, then she took 2 steps back. It looked like she was guarding against a wolf. Wu Yan was distressed. Miss, are you also here to invite me to join your guild? Wu Yan waved his hand helplessly. I said I'm not a beta tester, I think you should go back. That? The girl raised her head and said in a panic. I'm not here to invite you to join my guild. Then why are you here? Wu Yan said in a bad mood. The young girl blushed and lowered her head again. Her bashful appearance made the people who saw her anxious. After a long time she said in a mosquito voice, Can you let me follow you? Huh? Wu Yan flinched at her words. What the hell is going on? Follows me? Wu Yan pointed at his nose and said with uncertainty. When he saw the girl nodded with a red face, his expression changed. The girl in front of him may not be a beauty that can cause the downfall of a city, but she's still a cute girl. Even with Wu Yan's eyes that are used to seeing all kinds of 2D beauties, he can't help but admit that she's at least a first-class beauty. Now, such a beautiful girl came to his door and said she wanted to follow him? Wu Yan's first thought was ridiculous. Why do you want to follow me? Wu Yan bitterly smiled. To say that she's lusting after his beauty, that's something that would only happen if the sky flipped upside down. Unexpectedly, the girl's face darkened when she heard Wu Yan's words. Because I want to live. Wu Yan's face stiffened. Looking at the girl's sad face, he became silent. What a heart-wrenching sentence to say. If you want to live. There aren't many women in SAO, but there are still about 30% to 40% of the population. However, out of these 30 to 40% of women, only less than 10% were able to rely on themselves to survive in this world. As for the others, they were not willing to be numb and wait for others to save them in the city for the rest of their lives. They would rely on the strong to ensure their own safety. The girl in front of him probably belongs to the latter. Wu Yan looked at the girl and frowned. Aren't you afraid that I'm a bad guy? The young girl was startled. She shook her head and her face turned pink again. A bad guy doesn't have eyes as beautiful as yours. Wu Yan almost fell to the ground. What kind of logic is this? Chapter 6:15. Does a girl know how to judge a book by its cover? Looking at the shy girl, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel puzzled. His puzzlement only lasted for a moment before it turned into helplessness. Fine, even if I'm not a bad person, How can you be sure that I'll let you live? Wu Yan crossed his arms and looked into the girl's eyes. I already told you, I'm not a beta tester. Don't you believe me? No, that's not it. The girl kept fidgeting with her hands. She was obviously nervous, but she still said softly, you're either a beta tester or a strong player to get such good equipment. No matter which one you are, you'll be able to help me. The girl's logical analysis made Wu Yan look at her in a new light. Then how can you be sure that I'll let you follow me? I'm not sure. The girl lowered her head. I just don't have a choice. I'm too weak, my skills aren't that good, and I'm not good at playing games. Those guilds and teams don't want me to join them. No way. Wu Yan facepalmed. He gritted his teeth and said, are pretty girls not attractive anymore? No one wants you to stay. The girl was a little embarrassed. She didn't know what to say. Wu Yan was also in the same state. To be honest, if he really has a girl like her by his side, although he can guarantee her safety, there are a lot of things that he can't do. It's a race against time. If he doesn't hurry up and level up, how can he guarantee his strength? Wu Yan wasn't arrogant enough to think that he'll be the #1 player in the game just by leveling up. Don't forget, there's still the original protagonist who's desperately trying to catch up. That's why he really can't keep this girl by his side. You can always stay in the town. Wu Yan spread his hands and said, there's no danger in the town as long as you practice your profession. I'm sure you'll be able to make a living. Why do you have to take risks? But my profession is alchemy, the girl said in a wrong tone. The materials needed for alchemy are very precious. I don't have the money to collect them, and I'm not good at alchemy. I can't make a living. That's just the early stages. Wu Yan tried his best to persuade him. In the later stages, the price of materials will drop and your skills will slowly improve. When that happens, you will be able to climb up the ranks step by step, right? The girl was a little dazed. She said, how can I make it through the early stage? Wu Yan choked on his words. The girl seems to know that her request is too much. It's already good enough that the person in front of her responded to her request. She lowered her head in apprehension while Wu Yan felt a headache coming on. At this time within the town, a team of 5 fully armed people slowly walked out and passed by the silent scene. It's him. That beta tester. Beta tester? Another player with a hammer quickly came forward. He also saw Wu Yan. It's really him. Seems like he's alone. His eyes flickered. He made a decision. Guild leader. Warhammer cried out in surprise at Twin Rod user's words. Are you going to? Don't think too much. The guild leader quickly explained. I'm going to invite him to join our guild. Join our guild? The other 4 players looked at each other. They hesitated and said, but he's a beta tester. The guild leader also hesitated. He raised his head. Anyway, it's not a bad idea to say hello. Everyone thought about it for a bit before nodding in agreement. Led by their respective guild masters, they walked towards Wu Yan and broke the silence between the two of them. Hello? Wu Yan turned around and looked at the source of the sound when he noticed someone coming over. You are. The 2 players pondered for a moment, then they stepped forward. Hello, I'm the guild leader of Moonlit Black Cats, Suda. Moonlit Black Cats. Wu Yan's body trembled. At this moment, Wu Yan noticed a figure standing behind everyone in Moonlit Black Cats. It's a woman. Wu Yan's mouth opened into an O shape when he saw her. Sister Xing. Sister Xing? The 5 members of Moonlit Black Cats froze on the spot. Suda was even more surprised. Do you know Xing? Only then did Wu Yan realize how stupid his words were. He quickly laughed it off and brazenly changed the topic. He lamented in his heart. He didn't expect to meet the Moonlit Black Cats, a group that many people in the original work felt was a pity for him, and he was lucky enough to meet one of them. Is there something you need from me? Wu Yan put away the emotions in his heart and asked. Suda paused for a second, then he said, well, we just saw a legendary beta tester, so we came to have a look. Legendary? Beta tester? Wu Yan shook his head. There's nothing to see. I'm neither a legendary character nor a beta tester. But you? Suda glanced at Wu Yan's equipment. It's obvious what he meant. Wu Yan was speechless. I'm just a bit lucky, I see. Suda pondered for a second, then he looked at Wu Yan as if he made a decision. Since you're not a beta tester, then I would like to invite you to join our guild. Join your guild? Wu Yan flinched and he said with a weird expression. Everyone else invited me because I'm a beta tester, but you guys are here because I'm not a beta tester. Suda scratched his head embarrassedly. He didn't explain. Wu Yan looked at the guild leader of Moonlit Black Cats who told Kirito that a cheater like you has no right to join our guild. Wu Yan glanced at Sachi, who was sneaking glances at him from behind them. His eyes lit up when he saw the girl beside him. Well, Suda. Wu Yan waved at Suda with a smile. I'm sorry, due to some reasons I can't join your guild. Seeing Suda's disappointed expression, Wu Yan patted his shoulder and pointed at the girl. But if it's possible, I hope you can let her join your guild. The 5 members of Moonlit Black Cats and the girl were stunned. It's like this? Suda was relieved after he explained the girl's situation. Looking at the girl who's as pretty as Sachi, Suda didn't object and agreed on the spot. Okay, Moonlit Black Cats only have 5 of us. If you're willing, we'll welcome you at any time. Really? The girl's face lit up, she cheered and jumped up. Sachi, who's also a girl, looked at her like she found a group. Thank you, you've helped me a lot. Wu Yan sighed in relief and said to Suda. He opened the system interface and tapped a few times. A trade window popped up in front of Suda. There's some good rated equipment and a large amount of COR coins. Kato was immediately startled. This is, well, consider it a gift. Wu Yan chuckled. With this equipment and money, Moonlit Black Cats should have a better life. We have no reason to accept such expensive things. Suda panicked. It's obvious how expensive Wu Yan's gift is. Of course there is a reason. Wu Yan nodded and walked to Sachi's side. He patted her head in surprise. This little gift, I hope it can help you get rid of your cowardice. Sachi stared blankly at Wu Yan, who patted her head. When she came back to her senses, Wu Yan had already walked away. Sachi subconsciously shouted. What's your name? Wu Yan. At this moment, the young girl finally reacted. Good person. My name is Cheyenne. The figure in the distance shook a bit, like she fell down. Chapter 6:16. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. The first month in SAO was the most eventful month ever. In this game, the survival of the fittest is at its peak. In just 2 months, nearly 2,000 players have left SAO forever, and at the same time they have also left the world stage forever. After a month of brutal survival, SAO is finally starting to feel a little tense. It's similar to the atmosphere in Silveria. It's the survival of the fittest, it's the law of the jungle, it's the law of the jungle. Many players have started to show their talents, and they have gained a little bit of fame in SAO. As the saying goes, heroes come from troubled times. Some players who weren't even beta testers, but under the pressure of the environment, their strength has increased tremendously. Together with some guilds, they slowly rose up in this game world. It's just that no one knows how many of them can persevere in the long game. Wu Yan doesn't know about others, but Wu Yan himself feels that his perseverance is not bad, because he spent all his time leveling up. Every day he would look for monsters, kill monsters, look for monsters and kill monsters. Occasionally he would accept some quests. He had maintained this state for an entire month. In this month, Wu Yan has also been practicing his life profession, which is chef. He mixed all kinds of strange ingredients in SAO into various seasonings in the real world, and he also found some similar ingredients according to the dishes in his memory, and wrote a recipe that is unique to SAO. If Wu Yan reveals his identity as a chef, then no one in SAO can compete with him in this aspect. After all, Wu Yan has the skill cooking expert, and he also has the ability complete memory, so it's easy for him to write a recipe. Of course, the progress in cooking is only a little bit of seasoning in life. The real progress is Wu Yan's strength. Originally, due to the limitations of this fake and weak body, Wu Yan's abilities were less than 10%. Even the power of infinite arms refinement was reduced by more than 1 level. It can be said that this is a trap of all kinds. Now, with the gradual leveling up and the help of some potions, Wu Yan's vitality is also increasing. Coupled with the constant change of equipment, his strength is much higher than other players, even if it can't be compared to his original body. He believed that in the entire first floor, there is no one who can match Wu Yan. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't find the location of the first floor's boss, Wu Yan would have just taken down this first floor that has stood firm for a month. What's even more surprising is that one day while he was killing monsters, Wu Yan received a system notification telling him that he had leveled up. It's not SAO's system, it's the real system, the one that's fused with Wu Yan's soul. It turns out that killing monsters in SAO can also give you EXP. Speaking of which, the system will give you EXP by participating in a battle that's hostile to you and winning. Although the monsters in SAO are virtual, their hostility to players is real, so it's not surprising that Wu Yan got EXP by defeating such monsters. With such a pleasant surprise, Wu Yan leveled up even more diligently. Unfortunately, the monsters on the first floor are too low-leveled, and he can't get much EXP from killing them. According to the Spalier world system, they're only Tier 1 or Tier 2 monsters. Even if there's a lot of them, how much EXP can he get? Maybe the previous level was accumulated from the previous battles, and the monsters in SAO were the last straw that broke the camel's back. However, Wu Yan's leveling speed didn't slow down. As he leveled up, he gained a lot of money, items, equipment, and all kinds of materials. With his current wealth, Wu Yan must be the richest person in SAO. He's the kind that's rich. Wu Yan, Sachi, and Xian chatted with Wu Yan. Wu Yan can see this from their conversations. Oni-san, you're too rich. Sachi looked at the number of COR coins in Wu Yan's inventory, and she felt dizzy when she saw the series of zeros behind it. You're just one person, but you have so much money that even a guild's total fund can't match up to it. Sachi looked at the trade window in front of her. She saw some COR coins and equipment that Wu Yan traded to her. She clicked, accept, and Xian, who has been craning her neck, couldn't help but smile. That's great. I'll have a new batch of alchemy materials. These are not all yours. Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Xian. A month ago, the Moonlit Black Cats became more familiar with Wu Yan after his encounter with the Moonlit Black Cats. Since Wu Yan left his name when he parted with the Moonlit Black Cats, Sachi and Xian now have 2 new names in his friends list. After that, Wu Yan and the Moonlit Black Cats gradually became familiar with each other, and they even started working together. Every day when Wu Yan came back from leveling up, he would trade some useless equipment, items to the Moonlit Black Cats. They would help him sell them for COR coins, and the Moonlit Black Cats would take a commission fee or some useful equipment. After all, selling items in NPC shops can only be described as cheap, but if the Moonlit Black Cats set up a stall, the value of the items would increase a lot. In the end, Wu Yan didn't lose anything, he even made a profit, and the Moonlit Black Cats also made a lot of money. What's more, the equipment that Wu Yan thinks is useless are the best of the best in the eyes of the Moonlit Black Cats. Because of this, the Moonlit Black Cat's strength grew at a rapid pace. Because of this, the relationship between the two parties became very close. Incidentally, Xian also became a professional alchemist in the Moonlit Black Cats. For someone like her who isn't good at fighting, it's a good ending. As for why Sachi called Wu Yan Big Brother, it's because of Wu Yan himself. To be more precise, it's because he called her little sister Sachi when they first met. After that, Sachi, who was very timid, suddenly found someone to rely on. She insisted on calling Wu Yan Big Brother, but Wu Yan couldn't tell her that little sister Sachi was a nickname given to her by the otakus. And so, the second sister after Kotori was born. I say, aren't you guys tired of trading like this every day? Xian held her cheeks as she knelt on a chair, her legs were shaking. Yen, wouldn't it be more convenient for you to join the Moonlit Black Cats? Sachi looked at Wu Yan expectantly. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Can you guys keep up with my progress? Sachi and Xian didn't say anything. By the way, Big Brother? Sachi suddenly looked up at Wu Yan. The president said he received news that there will be a strategy meeting about the first floor's boss at the town square tomorrow. Wu Yan was surprised by Sachi's words, then he looked happy. Strategy meeting? Does that mean someone found the location of the first floor's boss? Sachi nodded. Wu Yan grinned. I finally found it. Big Brother, are you going too? Sachi couldn't help but ask. Then you guys should stay out of this for now. Wu Yan rejected without a second thought. You guys are improving fast, but let's observe the boss battle first. Then, all right, Wu Yan smiled and rubbed Sachi's head. His thoughts started to wander. Tomorrow? Chapter 618. Diabel was also stunned by the sudden appearance of such a player. Looking at the player with a spiky hedgehog head that looked like a meteor hammer, he couldn't react for a long time. The hedgehog player arrogantly pointed at himself with his thumb as he scanned his surroundings with a pair of vicious, rat-like eyes. My name is Kibu. Kibu looked up at the large number of players on the platform. He didn't show the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he turned around and faced everyone. Before we fight the boss, I have something to say. Kibu pointed at the crowd with his Kansai accent, and no one knew if he did it intentionally or not, but he was pointing at the only one standing, Wu Yan. Someone here must apologize to the 2,000 players who died earlier. Apologize? Everyone looked at each other. They didn't know what Kibu was trying to say. However, some of the smarter ones understood what Kibu was trying to say. They looked at Wu Yan. Wu Yan looked at Kibu with an expressionless face. He didn't say anything. However, one could see a hint of mockery in his eyes. Kirito's expression also changed after hearing Kibu's words. He clenched his fists tightly. Under the platform, Diabel's eyes flashed for a moment, but he quickly recovered. Kibu-sen, are you talking about those beta testers? Do you even need to ask? Kibu didn't care about Diabel's identity as the host of this meeting, he was still arrogant. Those beta testers, on the day this damn game started, they abandoned all the rookies and disappeared. Kibu glared at Wu Yan, his words were obviously aimed at Wu Yan. They monopolized the hunting ground, they only care about getting stronger, they don't care about other people's business. After Kibu's words came out, the players' eyes gradually became hostile, they all looked at Wu Yan with jealousy and hatred. Kirito's face was pale, Kibu's words were exactly the same as what he did. However, Kirito is more worried about Wu Yan, who is also a beta tester. He's worried about what Wu Yan is going to do in a situation where he can't hide his identity. Even Asuna is on his side. However, the two of them only saw Wu Yan with a calm expression on his face. Kibu knew his words worked. He didn't bother hiding his intentions anymore. He yelled at Wu Yan. Beta tester, you better kneel down and apologize to everyone here. Also, you better spit out all the money and items you've saved up. Otherwise, I won't be able to entrust my life to you as your teammate. All the players paused, their eyes were filled with greed and jealousy as they looked at Wu Yan. Under Kibu's words, they also coveted Wu Yan's money and items. A beta tester's wealth is no doubt huge. This is bad. Kirito and Diabel, the two beta testers, thought in their heart. Their eyes gradually became anxious as they looked at Wu Yan. Under everyone's gaze, Wu Yan curled his lips and opened his mouth. Teammate? Teammate? Wu Yan looked at Kibu with a faint smile. I say, did you make a mistake? Hearing Wu Yan's words, everyone was stunned. Indeed, as a teammate, trust is important. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and smiled with disdain. But a guy like you wants to be my teammate? What did you say? Kibu clenched his fist in anger. Just as he was about to say something, Wu Yan on the stage suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared he was already next to Kibu. Kibu's face turned pale with fright. He quickly retreated, but because he retreated too quickly he tripped and fell to the ground. The sound of his body hitting the ground rang out, waking up all the players. When the players looked at Wu Yan in shock. So fast. Kirito and Asuna's pupils shrunk, they were also shocked, even they didn't see when Wu Yan moved to that position. Kneel down and apologize to you? Tilting his head, Wu Yan slowly walked towards Kibu. With every step he took, Kibu would step back in horror. Let's not talk about whether I'm a beta tester or not, even if I am, so what? Wu Yan curled his lips in disdain. Just because I played the game for a month longer than you, just because I have first-hand information I have to take care of you, worship you like a god and even raise you? Kibu, as expected of the king of shit spewing. Wu Yan walked up to Kibu and looked down at him with a murderous aura. Believe it or not, I can kill you anytime I want. Kill. Everyone including Kirito, Asuna, and Diabel shouted in unison. Kill me? Kibu's sinister face paled at Wu Yan's words. He didn't expect Wu Yan to say something like that. He expected Wu Yan to kneel on the ground and hand over his belongings to him. Wu Yan's face turned pale. He didn't expect Wu Yan to say something like that. Do you want to break the law? Kibu shouted in a stern voice, but his trembling body betrayed him. Wu Yan shook his head and laughed, his laughter was full of mockery. Break the law? What law? Is it against the law to kill an SAO? Kibu's heart couldn't help but beat faster. For him, the word kill was too shocking because it came from the mouth of a player. Seeing Kibu's reaction, Wu Yan turned around in disgust, but his voice was still full of mockery. Bug, you still haven't woken up from your dream of being a young master, right? Wu Yan coldly glanced at Kibu and said, in this world, everyone has to struggle to survive because if you don't struggle, you'll die. The beta testers struggled, but some died. The newbies also struggled, so 2,000 of them died, but the other 2,000 survived. If you're venting your unbalanced emotions through your jealousy and hatred, then killing a parasite like you will only allow more people to live on. Why you? Kibu's face is as white as a sheet of paper. He didn't look as arrogant as he did before. Instead, he looked at Wu Yan's cold and murderous intent. He yelled at Wu Yan. Aren't you afraid of being despised for killing someone? Despised? Wu Yan immediately laughed. Then let them spit on me. The number of people who have died in my hands is already in the thousands. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were filled with fear. Kibu's eyes rolled back and he almost fainted. In this ordinary world where there was no mystery at all, only ordinary technology, killing people was too chilling. Let alone thousands of people. No one thought that Wu Yan was lying because the killing intent he emitted was akin to that of a ferocious beast. They couldn't help but believe him. They only felt a chill down their spines. They didn't know what killing intent was. You. Diavel hesitated for a moment and carefully said. Are you a murderer? You? Wu Yan glanced at him and didn't answer. Instead, he asked, can you give me the boss's information? Diavel flinched and he subconsciously nodded. While still in a daze, he sent all the information he has on the boss to Wu Yan. When he regained his senses, Wu Yan had already turned around and walked away under the fearful gazes of the other players. On the platform, Asuna has been watching Wu Yan. She watched Wu Yan walk away, then she lowered her head. No one knew what she was thinking. Chapter 619. Wu Yan, who left earlier, didn't know that after he left, the 30 to 40 players in the arena almost flipped the arena upside down without even using their shells. There was actually a murderous maniac by their side. This was no doubt like an atomic bomb, causing everyone's head to become dizzy from the explosion. One by one, the players expressed their feelings just like what Kibu said. They despised the homicidal maniac in their eyes. But later, as some people's brains started to clear up, the homicidal maniac theory was gradually questioned. It's not that they don't believe what Wu Yan said, but how come there's no news about a person who killed thousands of people? Whether it's in the real world or the game world, there's no news about a large number of deaths, except for the 2,000 people who died in a month. Could it be that the 2,000 people who died were all killed by that person? Of course that's impossible. So, after some discussion, a theory was born. That person is actually from the military in the real world. Only soldiers would be able to kill so many people on the war-torn battlefield without any news being leaked. With this theory, the players' fear of Wu Yan turned into reverence. Later, a player told everyone that the newbie guide provided by the item store was given out by the beta testers, which slapped Kibu's face hard. Wu Yan, who was originally a monster in everyone's eyes, became a respectable strong player in the blink of an eye. Ironically, because of Wu Yan, more than half of the strategy meeting was devoted to Wu Yan. The boss strategy, on the other hand, only took 10 minutes or so to explain it to the audience. Wu Yan didn't know about all of this, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. His reputation doesn't matter at all. This world is just a transition for him. Even if he's criticized by everyone, so what? Not to mention, his hands are stained with blood. With the strength of a Tier 8 fighter, he doesn't even care about ordinary people. They don't even have the qualifications to look at him, unless they're from the moonlit Black Cats. So Wu Yan's identity as a beta tester changed again. He became a beta tester who used to be a soldier. With these two identities, the players respected him, worshipped him, and feared him, but they didn't hate him as much as before. After all, a person who can hit the jackpot at any time will be hated by others, but a person who can kill at any time, who will hate him for no reason. They should pray to God that they don't encounter him, not to mention that he's a soldier, who can kill people legally. In just one day, the news spread to every player's ears. Wu Yan almost fainted when he heard about it from Sachi's email. God has eyes, he just casually said it. Who knew those people's imagination would be so strong? All in all, things are looking up for him. His status as a soldier helped Wu Yan's reputation to a large extent. It also helped to offset a lot of negative news. Even though he's not a beta tester, his status as a beta tester didn't attract as much jealousy anymore. At night, in a corner of the town, since they're going to raid the boss together tomorrow, the players who had the strategy meeting this morning gathered together to chat and drink with each other. It seems like they're trying to get to know each other better so that they can have more confidence in this raid. Wu Yan also stayed here, but he didn't join those realistic players' party. Instead, he sat alone in a corner eating his homemade hamburger while looking at the night sky. Due to Hinajika's love for hamburger steak, it's the dish that Wu Yan cooked the most. Out of habit, hamburger steak is also the dish that Wu Yan used the most in his inventory. If other players saw the hamburger in Wu Yan's hand, they'll probably go crazy with jealousy. After all, a month isn't enough for a player's rations to evolve, and it's still stuck on bread. Eating bread for a month without dying, it's all thanks to the game's settings. Although the surrounding players also noticed the hamburger in Wu Yan's hand, they didn't show any hostility to Wu Yan, but they still respect him. Other than Diavel, who came up to chat with him, no one else dared to approach him. But soon a second player appeared. Noticing that someone is approaching him, he reflexively turned his head to look. What he saw stunned him for a moment. Wu Yan tilted his head in confusion when he saw Asuna standing in front of him. She shrouded in a cloak that obscured her face. "You, what's the matter?" Asuna didn't answer immediately. Instead, she stayed silent for a while, as if she's considering her words. After a while she finally spoke. Are you really a soldier? Wu Yan rolled his eyes when he heard that. You believe those guys bullshit too? Asuna clenched her fists, listening to Wu Yan's denial. Her voice trembled a little. If you're not a soldier, then how can you say that you're going to kill someone so easily? Wu Yan glanced at her and turned his head to look at the night sky. His voice was like a gentle breeze blowing into Asuna's ears. I'm used to it. The inexplicable vicissitudes of life contained in those 3 words made Asuna's heart tremble. Her already complicated feelings became even more complicated. After a while, Wu Yan looked at Asuna and said, You came here just to ask me this? Asuna went silent again. It's not that she doesn't want to answer, she just doesn't know how to answer. Asuna herself didn't know why she came looking for this person. A month ago, Asuna almost broke down when she learned that she might not be able to leave this world anymore. But she didn't want to be like the other female players who stayed in the town of beginnings and waited for the day they cleared the game. That's why Asuna picked up a sword, hoping that she could live a meaningful life and not let her soul rot away. Even Asuna herself didn't know that her heart had become numb from all the fighting and killing she's been through for the past month. However, the existence in front of her who had spoken such shocking words caused a ripple to appear in her numb heart for the first time. Just like a passerby, if a lunatic appears around them, they'll definitely pay attention to that lunatic. Wu Yan is that lunatic in Asuna's heart, but because her heart has been numb for too long, it's like she's lost in the forest for 20 years. She hasn't seen a living person for so long, even a lunatic would want to talk to them. Asuna is in such a state right now. That's why she couldn't help but come to Wu Yan. Wu Yan didn't know what to say when Asuna didn't say anything. He shook his head helplessly and waved his hand in the air to summon his system interface. He tapped on his inventory and a freshly baked burger appeared in his hand. He threw the burger to Asuna. Asuna quickly caught it, and when she saw what was in her hand, she froze. This is... Asuna smelled the long-lost aroma and said in a daze, Burger? Burger. Eat. Wu Yan said. Asuna's nose was completely conquered by the aroma of the burger. After regaining her senses, Asuna finished the entire burger in 2 or 3 bites without caring about her image. Her taste buds that had been tasting it for a month immediately trembled with excitement, and a teardrop fell from the corner of Asuna's eye. Only the heavens knew what kind of torture it was for her to live with a month of bread that was tasteless, hard, and dry. Chapter 620. Wu Yan watched as Asuna devoured a palm-sized burger in just a few bites. He didn't get to see her face, but when he thought of Asuna's stunning appearance in the original game, coupled with her current appearance, Wu Yan's jaw dropped. Could it be that Asuna is a foodie as well? Wu Yan grinned as he suppressed the urge to laugh out loud. He took out another burger from his inventory and tossed it to Asuna. Asuna caught the burger like it's a treasure. She didn't care about the temperature of the burger and bit down on it. But this time she slowed down her speed. The atmosphere between the two of them fell into a strange silence. Only the sound of Asuna chewing on her food could be heard faintly in the air. One is eating while the other is looking at the night sky. The two of them chewed on the burger in their hands. This scene lasted for a long time. Thank you. Suddenly, a voice no louder than a mosquito's came from under Asuna's cloak. The noise around them is loud, but Asuna's voice miraculously entered Wu Yan's ears. Wu Yan shook his head and finished his burger. He picked up the Heaven Gazer and carried it on his back. He turned around and walked away. When Wu Yan walked away, Asuna blurted out a sentence that didn't require her brain to process. Why don't you team up with someone? Wu Yan stopped in his tracks. He didn't even turn around to look at her. Then he laughed mockingly. Maybe there's no one in this world who can team up with me. Ever since the day he appeared in the Spalier world, Wu Yan has embarked on a different path from normal people. Along the way, Wu Yan wasn't alone. He had Chuju, Mikoto, Kotori, and the others to accompany him. In fact, Wu Yan had a pretty good time. In this world, there were no mysteries, no supernatural powers, only a fake world for people to fantasize about. In this world, although the people around them also had extraordinary powers, they were still ordinary people in essence. Wu Yan didn't mean anything when he said he couldn't find anyone to team up with, it's just that he felt a little sentimental about being alone in this strange world. Possessing power far beyond the reach of ordinary people, walking alone in such a mundane world, this is the first time Wu Yan felt lonely in a world like this. If Wu Yan were to go back to his original world, he might go crazy. Who knows? However, this sentence has a different meaning in Asuna's ears. Asuna's understanding is that Wu Yan is someone who's killed a lot of people. His hands are stained with blood. In his eyes, she's already different from normal people. In other words, Wu Yan doesn't have a true friend. Well, in a way she's half right. You can team up with us. Even Asuna herself was shocked when she said that. Is this really her? Is this really her? Asuna thought to herself. I've just told my teammates today that I'm avoiding them as my teammates. Wu Yan flinched for a bit before shaking his head with a smile. It's fine, I can do it alone. Hearing this, Asuna frowned. She also started to feel dissatisfied. She's never invited anyone to team up with her before. Even in the real world, not many people have rejected her before. Now that she's asked, she's being rejected? Do you really think you can take on the boss alone? Asuna spoke in a serious tone. You're right. You look strong, but your opponent is the boss of this level. Do you think you can handle it with your own strength? Impossible? Impossible? Wu Yan sighed. In this world, isn't it because of that little bit of possibility that people have been working so hard? Impossible. Asuna's body shook. Wu Yan didn't see Asuna's reaction. He continued. If there's a small chance, then you have to give it a try. You've been going through this month with that thought in mind, haven't you? Asuna went silent. Wu Yan touched the hilt of Heaven Gazer on his back. He looked up at the sky and said absent-mindedly, one day when there's someone who's worthy of my life, I'll team up with him or her. Unfortunately, there's no one like him in this world. Wu Yan thought of the girls in the Spalier world and smiled. He glanced at Asuna and slowly walked forward. Wait. Asuna raised her hand. Just as she was about to say something, a voice came from the figure in front of her and stopped her. I'm a bad guy, don't get too close to me. With that, Wu Yan disappeared into the darkness of the night. Asuna put down her hand and recalled Wu Yan's words. What he said before and what he said in the morning. Her mind started to wander. Asuna's numb heart, on the other hand, rippled once again. This time, the ripple was bigger and longer than the previous one. Other than Asuna, no one noticed Wu Yan's departure. The players chatted with each other and passed the night with some ups and downs. As the night fell, the players finally welcomed the second day of the game. Diabel, the leader of the party, did a head count and glanced at the three people standing at the back. They're Wu Yan, Asuna, and Kirito. He hesitated for a bit before speaking. Everyone's here, let's go. All the players nodded solemnly and followed behind Diabel towards the towering tower. Every floor of Aincrad had a tower that looked like a pillar supporting the heavens, standing at the center of the floor. Strictly speaking, this tower should be considered a flight of stairs because it was the path to the next floor. However, the interior of the tower isn't as cold as it looks from the outside. The interior of the tower is divided into many levels. There are monsters guarding the tower, and the areas with monsters are labyrinths. The monsters in the labyrinth area are much more ferocious compared to the monsters in the wild. In the wild, players can more or less play solo. As long as they're strong enough, they'll be fine. But it's different in the labyrinth area, at least so far. There are less than 10 people who dare to play solo in the labyrinth area. Even those beta testers are the same, they only dare to enter the labyrinth area in groups. From this point of view, Kirito and Asuna were indeed top players. Both of them had been traveling alone for the past month, but both of them had ventured into the labyrinth before. Although they didn't dare to venture too deep into the labyrinth, they were at least stronger than the average player. That's what they thought. Of course, if they knew that a certain someone had fought his way from the bottom of the tower to the top, then from the top to the bottom, and only left reluctantly when he couldn't find the boss after clearing all the monsters. Who knew what they would think? The people present didn't know that there's such a powerful player beside them. Although Wu Yan gave them a big shock yesterday, they also imagined that Wu Yan was a soldier, and as a soldier he should be stronger than them. But who would have thought that he's so strong that it's beyond the scope of human beings? Diavel was even a bit dissatisfied with Wu Yan. After all, even Kirito and Asuna who weren't invited to join a party, only Wu Yan is alone. How can he deal with the boss alone? That's what Diavel was thinking. Wu Yan naturally saw the dissatisfaction in Diavel's heart, but he didn't say anything. He still walked alone at the back of the party, leisurely enjoying the surrounding environment. Asuna, who has been observing Wu Yan, also saw this scene. It's obviously a game of death, how can he be so carefree? Chapter 621. The respawn rate of the monsters in the labyrinth area is also very limited, there's only one batch per day. Although the monsters in the labyrinth area are much stronger than the monsters in the wild, they also provide a lot of experience points in higher levels. Many of the stronger parties would come to the labyrinth area early in the morning to compete with each other to clear these monsters. Therefore, when Diabel led a group of players to the labyrinth area, there weren't many monsters left. Naturally, their journey was much smoother. Under Diabel's lead, the group of 30 to 40 players ran around the labyrinth area and finally stopped in front of a large door. Seeing this door, Wu Yan's eyes flashed and he looked up. The first floor's boss room, finally found it? Wu Yan muttered while smacking his lips. His heart was more or less excited. The monsters on the first floor are no different from mobs to the current Wu Yan. Even if it's the labyrinth area or the wild bosses, they don't pose much of a threat to Wu Yan. He would just deal with them carelessly and finish them off easily. The boss of each floor of Aincrad was undoubtedly the strongest existence on that floor. Unlike the bosses in the wild, which would respawn after a certain period of time, there was only one boss. There were only 100 bosses in total, and once they died there would be none left. I hope it's not too weak. Wu Yan grinned. If other players heard Wu Yan's words, their expression would be very interesting. Diabel's face was completely tense, but he still firmly reached out his hand and placed it on the door. Then, as if he didn't want to give himself a chance to regret, he resolutely pushed the door open. The boss room is completely exposed to everyone's eyes. A gust of cold wind blew out from the boss's room and blew towards the players. The already tense atmosphere became even tenser as the gust of cold wind blew towards them. The players' faces were solemn and nervous. They gripped their weapons with all their might. Finally, Diabel took the lead and stepped into the room, followed by the rest of the players. Wu Yan was the last one to enter the boss room, but he clearly saw a tall figure sitting on the throne in the darkness. After all the players entered the room, a pair of scarlet eyes flashed from the figure's eye sockets. The entire dark room was suddenly filled with colorful lights. The lights spread across the floor, the ceiling, and the surrounding walls like colorful lights. In the blink of an eye, all the darkness was expelled. The face of the final boss was also revealed in the colorful lights. The monster that looked like a cow, a rabbit, a rat, and a pig leaped up from its throne. Its 2-meter-tall figure and its body that was as thick as a water bucket actually did a nimble somersault in the air and landed on the ground with a loud thud. Then, it let out an incomparably ruthless roar from its mouth. Roar. The boss held a huge battle axe and shield in its hands as it raised its head and roared. What responded to it were 3 monster guards that were smaller than it by more than half. They were all wearing armor and had monster bodyguards. Seeing the boss and the 3 minions rushing towards him, Diabel swung his long sword in the air. Attack! 30 to 40 players immediately charged toward the boss and its guards. In less than a few seconds, the light of skills and the sound of weapons clashing reverberated in the air. Let's get ready as well. Kirito shouted at Asuna as he gripped his sword tightly. He then dashed toward one of the monsters with a speed that was even faster than the boss's guards. Asuna also grabbed the hilt of her sword, but before she rushed out, she subconsciously glanced at Wu Yan and followed behind Kirito. The gatekeeper boss was surrounded by a large number of players. Although the battle axe in its hand repeatedly slashed at the players, it was not fatal. As long as a player was hit, the boss would retreat to the back and let the other players take his place. Then it would use its skills repeatedly. It was a classic battle of attrition. Apart from the gatekeeper boss, the other personal guards were also very powerful. Even the most powerful monsters in the labyrinth were no match for them. However, under the combined efforts of the players, they were slowly pushed back. In the end, 3 of the personal guards were wiped out. At this time, a few more guards respawned from the void and charged towards the players who didn't know what to do. One of them was charging towards Wu Yan, who has been paying attention to the boss all this time. Kirito and Asuna, who were closest to Wu Yan, saw this and they panicked. Wu Yan didn't notice this at all. He was still focused on the boss, so the 2 of them quickly yelled out to Wu Yan. Be careful. Unfortunately, Wu Yan didn't seem to notice them at all. He didn't even move an inch. The guards were already right next to Wu Yan. Kirito and Asuna's face turned pale. Just as the 2 of them thought Wu Yan was about to receive a fatal blow from the guard, a black shadow flashed by and sliced through the guard's body. The guard's body froze for a second as a bloody wound appeared on its body. Then in a blink of an eye, the guard shattered into pieces. As for Wu Yan, the heaven gazer on his back was already in his hand. Kirito, Asuna, and Diabel, who saw this scene, were all stunned. Just now. Diabel looked at Wu Yan with a blank expression. What happened? So fast, so fast. Asuna was shocked. His attack speed is much faster than mine. Kirito's expression froze as he stared at Wu Yan. One strike, Just one strike. Holding Heaven Gazer, Wu Yan glanced at Kirito, Asuna, and Diabel, who were still in shock. Then he took a step forward and tapped the ground with his feet. Who? Like a hurricane, Wu Yan's body turned into a blur as he streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the boss. The players who were originally surrounding the boss only saw a blur in front of their eyes as a figure appeared in their encirclement. Before they could react, the light of a skill filled the entire body of the Heaven Gazer in Wu Yan's hand. Crushing blow. Boom. When a muffled sound rang out, the huge body of the boss that was surrounded by everyone was sent flying. It drew a parabola and was sent flying away like a piece of trash. The players only realized what was going on after the boss fell to the ground. I can't be. Kirito's eyes bulged. How did he send it flying? That's the boss. Just how strong is his power attribute? Diabel couldn't help but gulp. He really, single-handedly. Asuna seemed to be in a daze. Roar. The boss seemed to be angry. It jumped up from the ground and opened its mouth to let out a roar. But just as it roared, a fist suddenly enlarged in its eyes and fiercely smashed into its face. The boss was like a duck that got choked by its neck. Its roar came to an abrupt stop as its body was pushed back a few steps. The players present could see that Wu Yan's ordinary punch reduced the boss's health by a lot. A normal punch can do that? The players were dumbfounded. Chapter 622. Roar. The boss let out a low roar. It was as if it could not accept the fact that it was injured by a normal punch. It grabbed its battle axe and charged forward furiously. His heavy and quick footsteps reverberated throughout the entire room. Even though his body was as thick as a water bucket, his movements were incomparably swift. His footsteps were as frequent as raindrops, and as his speed increased, they filled the entire room. Wu Yan lowered his head and looked at his left hand. He did not even look at the boss that was charging at him. His heart was filled with excitement as he clenched his fist tightly. He looked up and saw that the boss was already 1 meter away from him. The sword in his hand flashed and the Heaven Gazer let out a cry that shook the air. Facing the angry roar of the boss, the Heaven Gazer moved forward like a phantom. Instead of retreating, the Heaven Gazer moved forward to meet the boss that was flying towards him. The boss paused for a moment and then swung its battle axe without hesitation. Its slender shadow swept across the room swiftly and violently, and with a faint whistling sound, it crashed into Wu Yan's head. It was very vicious. However, even though the boss attack speed was astonishing, Wu Yan's attack speed was much faster than even the future Flash, Asuna's. Therefore, when the boss attacked, both the Heaven Gazer and the boss hit each other's bodies at almost the same time. Bang! Bang! The sound of the violent collision shook everyone's hearts and reverberated throughout the room. Over and over again, it struck the players' eardrums. Looking at the two disproportionate figures being pushed back at the same time, they were dumbfounded. They could no longer make any other reaction. They even forgot about the siege strategy they had discussed in advance and stood stupidly on the spot. The powerful recoil caused both Wu Yan and the boss to retreat. At the same time, their HP plummeted. However, whether it was Wu Yan or the boss, both of them did not care about their HP at all. After they landed on the ground, their bodies fiercely bent, and then with an even more shocking and violent momentum, they turned into arrows that left the bowstring and collided with each other again. Boom. An even more intense collision sound assaulted their eardrums. The players gasped and their expressions changed. While they were shocked, they could not help but feel their blood boiling. He's so strong. Kirito, Asuna, and Diavel watched as Wu Yan fought the boss head-on. His HP was still below the green line. One can only imagine how they felt. No matter if it was a player or a monster, if they wanted their HP bar to remain green, they would need to have at least half of their HP remaining. As long as their HP dropped below half of their HP bar, their HP bar would turn yellow. If their HP dropped below 1/10 of their HP bar, their HP bar would turn red. However, compared to monsters, the difference between a player's HP and a monster's HP was not small. The common characteristic of monsters was that they had more HP than players. At the very least, monsters of the same level or even 10 levels lower were like this. On the other hand, Wu Yan's HP bar was still green even after exchanging blows with the boss. It was obvious how strong his defense was. Among the players here, even the one with the highest defense wouldn't be able to maintain green HP after exchanging blows with the boss. His equipment must be very high level. Diavel said with a hint of envy. Kirito and Asuna didn't say anything, they just stared at the two figures. The gatekeeper boss relied on its high HP, decent defense and high attack power to subdue the enemy. However, Wu Yan isn't too bad himself. His HP isn't as high as the gatekeeper boss, but after a month of crazily grinding monsters, his equipment has reached an insane level. His defense is at least twice as high as the gatekeeper boss. Every time he takes a hit, the damage he takes is very small. This is the best way to ensure his own safety. Heaven Gazer is definitely a super artifact at this stage of the game. Although it's not that great of a skill, it's still able to hold its own against the boss. And it's the most brutal head-on clash. Wu Yan hasn't even used his infinite armory yet. In just a short exchange of blows, the atmosphere in the room was so fierce that it felt like a life-and-death battle could be decided at any moment. One man and one monster's ferocious fighting style made the spectators tremble in fear, but they also admired it. After the initial shock, the players were completely immersed in the beast-like fighting style of both sides. This kind of direct collision was the most vivid and the easiest to be influenced by. After a few head-on clashes, the players' faces were flushed red. They couldn't wait to enter the battlefield and engage in a hot-blooded battle. The only one who had a different feeling was Kibu. Everyone's face was flushed red, but his face was pale. When he recalled the scene where he forced Kibu to fight yesterday, he had the urge to pee his pants. He regretted provoking such a monster. But on the battlefield, the situation suddenly changed. After more than a dozen head-on clashes, Wu Yan and the boss HP dropped to red at the same time. Seeing this scene, Kirito and Diabelle's expression froze. Because the first floor's boss will change its weapon and attack mode after its HP drops to red. Roar! The boss roared angrily and threw the battle axe and shield in his hands at the same time. Then the boss pulled out a katana that looked like a hatchet from his waist. What? Katana? Kirito and Diabelle exclaimed in shock. Not a scimitar? Obviously, the settings of the final boss had been changed. Unlike Kirito and Diabelle, Wu Yan wasn't surprised when he saw the boss changed its weapon to a katana. Instead, he was happy. He leaped over the boss and rushed toward it. Such a long weapon change, isn't that suicidal? Heaven Gazer ferociously cut into the boss's underarm and stuck there. Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and with a twist of his body, Heaven Gazer immediately sent the boss flying. Wu Yan finally got serious. 7 stars. His eyes turned cold, and Heaven Gazer flashed a dazzling blue light in front of everyone. Noticing the blue light from Wu Yan's sword, the boss seemed to be frightened and uneasy. He roared and was about to dive down. Unfortunately, it was too late. Like a flash of lightning, his robes fluttered in the wind as he appeared at the boss's landing spot like a specter. He swung Heaven Gazer at the boss with a heavy blow. Clang! As if it was protected by a heavy armor, the boss's body trembled slightly, and his HP started to drop. Wu Yan left a blue light spot on the ground, and the second strike of Heaven Gazer landed on the boss's body. The 2 consecutive heavy blows and the immense power caused the boss to uncontrollably stagger backward. Before it could regain its balance, another bang rang out. The boss retreated again and again as if it had been struck by lightning. At this time, the 4th star-like blue light lit up, and the boss's body was once again lifted high into the air. The magnificent sword slash landed on the boss like a whirlwind. The boss was sent flying and its HP dropped again. But before it could fly 3 meters, Wu Yan had already closed in on it like a shadow and stomped on the boss's chest. Dong! Its huge body immediately flew towards the ground and landed on the ground like a cannonball, stirring up a cloud of dust. The Heaven Gazer's sword had already pierced through the boss's forehead as it stared at the boss with its crimson eyes. The boss's HP bar dropped to the bottom. Pa! A clear cracking sound rang out, and the boss's head was split in half. Then its huge body turned into pieces and scattered all over the place. The first floor's boss. Killed. Chapter 623. 7 stars. To be precise, it's not a skill from SAO. It's something Wu Yan came up with on the spur of the moment during his month-long grinding spree. As we all know, SAO skills are much more powerful than normal attacks. If a monster is attacked with normal attacks, it will take at least 10 hits to kill it. If it's a skill, 1 hit is more than enough to kill it. Wu Yan noticed a long time ago that when a player uses a skill, the skill light on the player's weapon will greatly increase the player's attack power before the skill is released. Then, the system will control the player's body and make the skill hit the target. One day in a month, Wu Yan suddenly thought of something. What if he cancelled the skill when the light of the skill flashed and then used it to link his own moves? What would happen then? Thus, 7 stars was born. After canceling the skill, the player will be able to attack 7 times in a row with the remaining power of the skill light and greatly increased attack power. This skill's attack power is completely above all of Wu Yan's skills. It's unparalleled, and the power of the skill will increase according to the intensity of the skill's cancellation. Therefore, 7 stars is the product of the combination of Infinite Armory and SAO. Of course, without a peerless skill like Infinite Armaments, who would be able to resist the system's judgment and make the skill follow the user's movements when they cast a skill in SAO. Even if it's a fake body, it's still Wu Yan's body. With Infinite Armory, which combines mind, skill and body, nothing can control Wu Yan's body. Of course, Wu Yan can control his body after casting the skill. Of course, the creation of 7 stars is just an interlude. Wu Yan knows that after the original main character Kirito acquired the unique skill Dual Sword Flow, he could unleash a combo of 50 attacks in a row. Compared to 7 stars, that's a lot stronger. However, at that time, it was already the later stage of SAO. At least, 7 stars is the most powerful skill among all the skills in SAO's history. Following the death of the boss, the announcement that they had cleared the stage was hung high up in the sky. Everyone saw it. Only now did the 30 to 40 players snap out of their daze and come back to their senses. We cleared the game. We really cleared the game. This is great. Looking at the announcement hanging in the air, the players looked at each other in dismay. Shortly after, their expressions slowly changed. Thunderous cheers resounded throughout the room. They either raised their hands high to express their joy, or put their arms around each other's shoulders and rubbed the bodies of the people around them in ecstasy. The joyous atmosphere spread among the crowd. Smiles had become the only expression on everyone's faces at this moment. We cleared the first floor. Diavel exhaled and looked at Wu Yan, who was bathed in the fragments of the boss. His eyes flashed with a touch of jealousy. Originally, Diavel planned to deal the final blow when the boss was about to die. Because only Diavel and Kirito knew that the player who kills the boss will get extra rare items, so naturally Diavel wanted to deal the final blow. Diavel didn't expect the person in front of him to ruin his plan. He single-handedly killed the boss and actually succeeded. Who would have thought that the boss would be single-handedly killed by someone? Even during the closed beta, no one was able to single-handedly kill the boss. But after thinking about it for a while, Diabel felt relieved. Although it's a pity to lose a rare item, he also saw that the boss didn't use a curved sword at the end, but a katana instead. It's completely different from the one in the closed beta. If he didn't know about this, he wouldn't have rushed to the boss. Thinking of this, the trace of jealousy in Diavel's heart disappeared. Instead, it turned into gratitude. No matter what, the person in front of him gave all the players hope, telling them that this game can be cleared. He believed that after the news of clearing the first floor spread out, the rest of the game will be much easier. That guy, he's really strong. Kirito's eyes lit up as he stared at Wu Yan. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Is he really a beta tester? Such a strong beta tester. Why didn't I hear about him during the closed beta? He's not a beta tester at all. Kirito muttered while looking at Wu Yan. If that's the case, then this person is really scary. Asuna, who was next to Kirito, stared at the figure in front of her. Her face was hidden under the cloak, her eyes were filled with complicated emotions. She recalled what Kirito said last night when she told him that he couldn't single-handedly kill the boss. Asuna clenched her fists tightly. Is it possible? Wu Yan didn't know that because of his performance, there are a lot of people who have mixed feelings. He opened up his system interface and looked at the overcoat he got from killing the boss. He couldn't help but sigh and grumble in a dissatisfied tone. Although the name is good, it's still not as good as the one I'm wearing. Even if I change it for the name, I'll have to change it when I level up the one I'm wearing. It's not that important. Equipment can also be upgraded as long as the relevant life professions or NPCs are willing to do the work. Then even the decorative coat on Wu Yan's body could be upgraded into a godly equipment if they are willing to spend the money. Right now, the profession players are still developing, so upgrading their equipment will have to wait. Now that the first floor is cleared, there should be a lot of players who can upgrade their equipment. When the time comes, Wu Yan will have to change the coat he got from the boss. After all, in terms of appearance, Wu Yan's coat looks better, so he'll need to upgrade his coat when he levels up. In that case, the coat he got from the boss is really not that important to Wu Yan. I wonder if Diabel would still be grateful to Wu Yan if he knew that the rare equipment he coveted for so long is like this to Wu Yan. Shaking his head, Wu Yan scanned his surroundings before his gaze landed on a stone door. That's the path to the second floor. Ignoring the players around him, Wu Yan walked towards the stone door. Seeing this, the other players stopped cheering. Kirito and Diabel looked at Wu Yan again. Asuna panicked. Seeing that Wu Yan was about to enter the portal, Asuna ran towards Wu Yan without hesitation. Wait! A familiar voice came from behind. Hearing the messy footsteps, Wu Yan smiled and turned around. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at Asuna running towards him. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did I get lucky in love? Otherwise, why would Asuna keep coming to me? Is there anything else? Asuna looked up at Wu Yan and stared straight into his wine-colored eyes. Can you tell me your name? This sentence again, Wu Yan smiled and turned around. My name is Wu Yan. Wu Yan threw a small notebook into Asuna's hand. This is a recipe. Wu Yan smiled. As a girl you should eat better. Wu Yan didn't stay any longer. He turned around and walked into the portal, leaving behind only one sentence. If a guild invites you in the future, you should join them. After all, you're not like me. Wait. Before she could finish her sentence, Wu Yan's figure disappeared. Asuna looked at the door in a daze while holding the recipe in her hand. Wu Yan. Chapter 624. After stepping on the portal, Soren's vision blurred for a second, and the scenery around him changed completely. The very distinct smell of grass entered his nostrils, causing him to choke quite a bit. He coughed a few times before feeling better. However, his head is still a bit dizzy. He's not sure if it's because of the teleportation or because of the smell of grass. Lifting his head, he weighed the heaven gazer on his back. He looked around and saw a very spacious plaza. It's much bigger than the central plaza on the first floor of Talbana. The plaza is surrounded by very conspicuous Western-style buildings. Vaguely, one figure after another walked by, making the plaza feel a little less deserted. Wu Yan noticed that there was a fountain behind him. The fountain was round, and there was an iron pillar in the middle of the fountain that looked like a magic staff. It's much bigger than a magic staff, and it's taller than Wu Yan himself. The smell of grass that stimulated Wu Yan's sense of smell came from this iron pillar. Wu Yan looked at the magic staff. Sao is a world of swords and swords. There's no magic or chi in this world, only swords and swords. Why is a magic staff standing here? Is it waiting for people to criticize it? Maybe it's not a magic staff at all? Shaking his head to get rid of these tangled thoughts, he looked around before opening the system interface and pulling out the map. There's no map of the labyrinth area in Sao. Players can only explore the labyrinth area on their own and record it in the system. This way they won't have to wander around like a headless fly the next time they enter the labyrinth area. Other than the labyrinth area, the maps of towns, wilderness, monster areas, and other places were automatically marked in the player's map. Of course, depending on the practicality and importance of these areas, there were differences in the details of the maps. For places like the wilderness and monster areas, at most, a rough location was recorded so that the players would not get lost. On the other hand, the maps of towns were undoubtedly the most detailed. From the map, Wu Yan easily found the inns in the town. He walked towards the nearest one without saying a word. Now that the first floor has been cleared, by the time the players receive the news, it would be about time for them to reach the second floor. Wu Yan didn't want to interact with a large amount of people. After all, only he himself knows how attracting bees and butterflies he is. After confirming the direction, Wu Yan closed the map interface, opened his friends list, and sent a message to Sachi. I'm already on the second floor. When you arrive, go to the hotel closest to the teleportation point and find me. He received Sachi's reply after he sent it out. Wu Yan was a bit surprised by the content of the reply. Brother, you finally contacted me. I thought you were busy on the second floor, so I didn't dare to send you a message. You have no idea, but you're famous now. Famous? Wu Yan blinked a few times to make sure he didn't misread the message. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seems like I'm already very famous, a beta tester and a soldier. These two identities seem to have made my reputation very famous. In the past month, people recognized me wherever I went. Now, there should be no player who doesn't know me, right? Why did she say that I'm famous? But Sachi's reply was beyond Wu Yan's expectation. I'm not talking about that. Brother, your performance in the first floor's dungeon boss has spread throughout the entire first floor. You killed the dungeon boss's guard in one hit, defended the dungeon boss, and even killed the dungeon boss in a one-on-one duel. There's no player who doesn't know about this. Now, whether it's the players who stayed in the town of beginnings waiting for rescue, the players who are trying to strengthen themselves, or even the life class players, Everyone regards you as their idol. It's not hard to see how excited Sachi was when she wrote this email. Wu Yin choked on his words. Idol? I don't think so. Oni-san, it seems like you haven't realized the meaning of what you're doing, Sachi said in the email. Originally, most of the players in SAO didn't have much hope in clearing this death game. Many of the strong players just lived their lives day by day. They didn't plan to clear this game at all. But now it's different. Brother, your one-on-one duel with the dungeon boss has made those players who didn't have any hope in clearing this game. Naturally, brother, you became the idol who brought hope to the players. I didn't know it had such an effect. Wu Yan's jaw dropped, he even typed a few wrong words in his replies. Don't those players hate beta testers? They always think that I'm a beta tester, they don't think I'm their idol, right? People hate beta testers because beta testers monopolize all the information and resources, leaving other players behind. That's why they hate beta testers. Sachi explained patiently, but now, those players think that you are a hero who has the potential to clear the game and save them all. The players who went with you to raid the boss have already released the information about the boss. It's been less than half an hour since the information was released. However, none of the players have dared to claim that they can solo the boss. Right now, the players are starting to think that you're the strongest player in the game, big brother. A hero who can save everyone. Wu Yin pursed his lips and rolled his eyes. Forget about being a hero. Although my goal is to clear the 100th floor, I'm not that great to save everyone. As for being the strongest player, that's what I've always thought. Sachi didn't reply to him after he sent that sentence. She didn't reply until a long time later. Big brother, you're amazing, Wu Yin chuckled when he saw that sentence. He accepted Sachi's praise and started chatting with her. Wu Yin didn't know if it's because of him or not, but he could see the excitement in Sachi's voice. There's even a hint of joy in her voice which made Wu Yin very happy. He remembered that when they first met, Sachi was still a timid little girl who would be stunned when he touched her head. Now, after a month of getting along with him, although the number of times they met was very few, the number of times they exchanged emails was quite a lot. Wu Yin can clearly feel that Sachi's personality is slowly changing. She's no longer as timid as before. She's no longer afraid of her life in SAO, she's gradually becoming more cheerful. Part of it is because she recognized him as her big brother and found a sense of security, but more importantly, it's because of Cheyenne. Aside from Sachi, there were no other girls in the moonlit Black Cats. As the only female in the group, no matter how good Sachi's relationship with Suda and the others was, she would still have some misgivings, so she hid her worries in her heart. However, with Cheyenne's addition, Sachi found someone she could confide in. After having a sense of security and someone to rely on, coupled with Cheyenne's lively and cheerful personality, Sachi was able to confide in Cheyenne. Under such circumstances, Sachi's heart naturally wasn't as dark as it was when they first met. Suda once said that although Sachi is a little timid in the real world, she's still quite gentle. If it wasn't for the pressure of the death game, Sachi wouldn't be like that. Now, Sachi is gradually returning to her original personality. He should really thank the girl who told Wu Yin to let her follow him. As for Wu Yin, he's more of a mental support. Chapter 625. Aincrad, second floor. Silhouettes kept appearing and disappearing at the side of a fountain, and they continued to spread out in groups. Every person who appeared here had a face full of curiosity and scrutinizing. They looked around as if they had just come out of a prison. They were full of hope for the future, but at the same time, they felt unnatural in this unfamiliar environment. Basically, the people who appeared here were fully armed. They wore heavy armor and held weapons in their hands. They looked like warriors who were out on an adventure. However, there were a lot of them. Not long after, the town, which originally only had NPCs, had a lot of NPC life. It's only natural. Anyone who wants to survive on their own and doesn't want to rot in the first floor will choose to come to the second floor. That includes lifestyle players. Aincrad has 100 floors. Every floor has countless monsters and opportunities. The higher the floor, the higher the level of the monsters, the greater the opportunities. Even quest rewards, items, and materials would increase with each floor. Most of the items with miraculous effects could only be found in the higher floors of Aincrad. That's why it's necessary to get to the higher floors if you want to strengthen yourself. The same goes for lifestyle players as well. However, among these people, there were also some who only came here to take a look and follow the footsteps of others. They were not left behind because of their level. These people had some ties or foundations in the first level. In the end, the players who stayed on the second level should be around 60% to 70%. Half a day had passed since the first floor's boss was killed and the first floor was cleared. Many powerful teams and guilds had already arrived on the second floor. They were thinking of ways to gather information on the second floor, such as the locations of quest NPCs, the levels and characteristics of wild monsters, the location and strength of bosses, and so on. As long as they gathered enough information, they would be able to face the wild monsters of the second floor head-on. As a result, the town on the second floor was filled with people. Every player was looking for shops on the streets, collecting new items, upgrading their equipment and weapons, or conversing with NPCs in an attempt to obtain information or quests. The entire town was bustling with noise and excitement. While the players are preparing for their future exploration, Wu Yan is leisurely drinking in a tavern. Sigh. Wu Yan finished his drink and looked at the empty bottle. He couldn't help but sigh. It's a lot better than the first floor, but at least the first floor is free. This place costs 20 COR per bottle. Those who aren't rich don't dare to waste their money here. This is the opinion of someone who's worth at least $1 million. Wu Yan tapped on the table and a menu appeared in front of him. After ordering another bottle, Wu Yan closed the menu. Although the second floor tavern's menu is much better than the first floor's, the dishes are definitely not as good as his own. Wu Yan would rather drink than eat with his own stomach. Time slowly passed as Wu Yan continued to pour and drink. Wu Yan wasn't impatient at all and continued to pour until a 6-man party appeared at the entrance of the tavern. The moonlit black cats entered the tavern and quickly noticed Wu Yan in plain clothes. Shireen immediately shouted and ran towards Wu Yan. "We're coming." Wu Yan appeared in front of Cheyenne in an instant and he covered her mouth to stop her from saying anything else. "I changed into plain clothes so that no one would know who I am. Now that you're shouting, I can't rest in peace." Wu Yan covered Cheyenne's mouth in a death grip, causing her to choke and she almost fainted. After clearing the first floor's boss, Wu Yan's cool black coat and Heaven Gazer sword have become a symbol of his identity. Even his name has been exposed. If Shireen calls out Wu Yan's name, then Wu Yan will probably be drowned by the players in the tavern. The moonlit black cats originally wanted to greet Wu Yan, but when they heard Shireen's name, they immediately swallowed their words. Keita and the other 3 couldn't catch their breath and patted their chest. Sachi was the only one who didn't have any scruples. "Big brother?" Sachi stepped forward and grabbed Wu Yan's hand that was covering Shireen's mouth. She smiled awkwardly and said, "Can you let go now? Shireen-chan is dying." Wu Yan glanced at Shireen, who was rolling her eyes, and quickly let go. At least he didn't let the first and last player in SAO die from suffocation. "Oh, I think I saw a man in white with wings." Shireen leaned on Sachi and gasped for breath. She sobbed and said, "Sachi, did you see that?" Sachi. "Ahaha." Sachi laughed awkwardly. "Thank goodness I didn't see it. You're really something." Keita walked up to Wu Yan and patted him on the shoulder. He said excitedly, "I know you're good, but I didn't expect you to be this good. When I first heard about it, I thought it was just a rumor. It's not as hard as you think." Wu Yan gestured for the moonlit black cats to sit down. He smiled and said, "Originally, with the current level of the players, they could have cleared the first floor's boss a long time ago. The reason why it took a month was because many players didn't feel the hope of clearing the first floor. They didn't give it their all, that's why the boss's room wasn't discovered." Wu Yan took a sip of his liquor. After the boss room was discovered, the first floor was destined to be conquered. My appearance was only to prevent the players who were planning to take down the boss room from suffering any casualties. Suda and the others pondered Wu Yan's words. Sachi quickly interjected. "But Oniai-chan, you're really something. Other players would have to form a lot of parties if they want to raid the boss." "Nah." Shireen rolled her eyes and giggled as she leaned on Wu Yan's ear. She said sneakily, "Are you hiding something? Like the boss's Achilles heel or something that increases attack power?" "Like hell you are." Wu Yan jokingly scolded him. "I'm the real deal." "Really?" Shireen didn't say anything else. She looked into Wu Yan's eyes with suspicion. Wu Yan's mouth twitched and he sighed. "Back then, didn't a certain someone say, 'Please let me follow you,' because he thought I was very strong?" Shireen's face turned red and she stuttered, I can't help it, oh." Wu Yan purposely dragged out his words. Shireen's face turned even redder and she didn't dare to say anything else. Suda helplessly shook his head. He looked at Wu Yan. "What do you plan to do next?" "What's next?" Wu Yan stopped smiling and he lowered his head in contemplation. Probably the same as before. Train hard and accept a few missions. Keita nodded as expected. Sachi wanted to say something but she hesitated. She mustered up her courage and said, "If it's a mission, I have one." Everyone present was taken aback and looked at Sachi in surprise. Mission. Cheyenne hugged Sachi tightly and asked, "What's the mission? Why didn't we know you received a mission?" I just received it." Sachi shrunk her head and said embarrassedly, "When I came here, I accidentally clicked on an NPC. Then out of nowhere, I received a teleportation crystal. Accidentally, clicked on." Wu Yan, Shireen and Keita were speechless. Chapter 626. Right now, almost all the players were looking for quests on the second floor. Because there were quests, there were also rewards. Some quests were even unique. Once completed, you would not be able to receive any more quests. Similarly, these unique quests were also the quests with the most generous rewards. However, while the players are wandering the streets hoping to get lucky and pick up a quest, there's someone who can pick up a quest while walking around. Wu Yan and the others didn't know what to say when they saw Sachi's embarrassed expression. A teleportation crystal? Shireen, on the other hand, was interested in the crystal. "Where's the teleportation crystal?" I don't know. Sachi took out the teleportation crystal from her inventory in a daze. There's no indication of where it's from. Everyone looked at the crystal in Sachi's hand. Sure enough, there's no indication of where it's from, there's only the word. Wu Yan couldn't help but frown when he saw this. He started thinking. Normally, every item would have a label that only players could see. The label would appear on top of the item. For example, the words recovery potion would appear on top of the item. Items that aren't labeled are usually unobtainable. For example, bricks on the streets, walls of buildings, trees in the wild, etc. Wu Yan, who has scoured the entire floor of Aincrad, has never seen anything like this before, let alone Sachi and the others. "Sachi, let me see if you can trade." Sachi nodded without hesitation and placed the transfer crystal on the trade column. But as soon as she placed it, she was surprised. "I can't be traded. There's a teleportation crystal that can't be traded?" Suda, Cheyenne, and the others looked at each other. Wu Yan frowned for a moment before he understood. "It seems like this is an item that can only be used by players who pick up a quest." Everyone nodded. Sachi hesitated for a moment before she asked Wu Yan, "Big bro, do you think we should complete this quest?" Suda, Cheyenne, and the others looked at Wu Yan. After all, having a quest doesn't mean you're lucky. If you don't have enough strength to complete a quest, you'll lose your life. What's the point of hoping for a quest reward? This was supposed to be a question for the members of Moonlit Black Cats, but Wu Yan's presence made everyone, including Suda the guild leader, ask for Wu Yan's permission. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and asked, "Sachi, what's the quest requirement?" "I don't know." Sachi frowned. "The quest only told me to use a teleportation crystal, that's all." "Only telling you to use the teleportation crystal?" Suda couldn't help but ask, "Is there not even a hint about where to get the quest reward?" "No." Sachi lowered her head. There's such an irresponsible quest?" Shireen pursed her lips in dissatisfaction. "I hate mysterious people the most." "I'm afraid this quest isn't that simple," Wu Yan muttered, attracting everyone's attention. Wu Yan looked at the Moonlit Black Cats and explained. "This quest is so mysterious. If it wasn't for Sachi, the entire town would have been bustling with noise and excitement. There's no news about this quest, so this should be a unique quest." Unique quest. Everyone's expression changed. They looked at the teleportation crystal in Sachi's hand with a burning gaze. Unique quests, were publicly acknowledged to have many times more bountiful rewards than normal quests. Many guilds and teams were willing to pay a hefty price in order to obtain information about a unique quest. And now, such a unique quest was placed in front of them. Wu Yan bitterly smiled when he saw Suda and the others' expressions. Don't forget, even though unique quests have great rewards, they're also known to be much harder than normal quests. If you don't do it right, Suda and the others were troubled. Suda was unwilling to give up. "Can't we just look at a unique quest and we can't do it?" "The main problem is that there are too few hints." Wu Yan shrugged. "You know, the less hints a quest has, the harder it is. Then what should we do?" The timid Sachi was the first to back down. "Why don't we give up on this quest?" Suda and the others glanced at each other before sighing. Indeed, while the quest rewards were amazing, they weren't top players or teams. They didn't have the confidence to complete such a mysterious and unique quest. But Wu Yan suddenly laughed. Give up? How can we give up? The harder the quest, the better the rewards. Everyone was stunned. Sachi said worriedly, but, can we do it? Sachi. Wu Yan looked at Sachi. Since this crystal is a quest item, is there a rule stating that you can only complete it alone? There's no rule stating that I have to complete it alone. Sachi shook her head. What a joke, if she was the only one doing this quest, she wouldn't dare do it even if you beat her to death. Can this crystal teleport a group? Group teleport? Shine tilted her head. Aren't all teleportation crystals for a single person? What kind of crystal can teleport a group? Sachi was stunned. It seems like it can. It can. The others exclaimed. Is that so? Wu Yan stood up and smiled. I'll go with you. Let's go together. The members of the Moonlit Black Cats were stunned. Then a deep sense of joy appeared on their faces. That's great. Suda said excitedly. With you we can definitely complete this quest. Where did you get all that confidence from? Wu Yan chuckled. I just came to the second floor. I don't know the difficulty of the monsters and quests here. Maybe even I can't complete this quest? Aya? No way. Shine walked in front of Wu Yan. If even you can't complete this quest, then no one else can. Wu Yan shook his head in amusement. This crystal can actually teleport a group of people. This is something that has never been done before. It is also because of this that Wu Yan wanted to do this quest. Otherwise he wouldn't have let Wu Yan do it alone. Wu Yan looked at Sachi and saw her worried expression. He reached out and patted her head. Trust me. Wu Yan smiled. I won't let anything happen to you. Yes, Wu Yan isn't Kirito. He won't hide his strength, he'll risk his life for the people around him. In the original work, Kirito hid his strength and caused the deaths of the Moonlit Black Cats. Wu Yan will not allow that to happen. Even if he has to use his own strength to force the quest to fail. Sachi looked up and saw Wu Yan's smiling face. The worry in her heart dissipated, and a smile appeared on her face. Wu Yan patted Sachi's head and looked at the others. Let's teleport, Sachi, okay? Sachi raised the teleportation crystal in her hand. Everyone was ready to go. She clicked on it and chose 7 people as her targets. The teleportation crystal enveloped Wu Yan and the rest of the Moonlit Black Cats before they disappeared from the spot. When the light from the crystal enveloped everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. When they opened their eyes, the scene before them left them slightly stunned. At the same time, an extremely rancid smell came from all directions, causing everyone to suffocate in an instant. Their faces instantly paled. Chapter 627. Blurg, the putrid smell made the 7 of them retch. Sachi and Cheyenne almost fainted from the strong pungent smell. Everyone including Wu Yan turned pale. F***CK. Wu Yan cursed. He quickly opened the system interface and blocked his sense of smell. Sachi and the others did the same. Only after everyone blocked their sense of smell did the sound of retching stop. Where is this? Cheyenne's face was still pale. What a terrible place. The light here was a little too dim and their vision was pitifully thin. It was almost to the point where they couldn't see the road clearly. This was also the reason why everyone was stunned when they were teleported here, because they thought they didn't open their eyes. Wu Yan patted his chest. He had already changed his equipment. He stared at the front for a while and gave up on the idea of using his eyes. He opened the map. Huh? Wu Yan was surprised when he opened the map. Why isn't the map showing us? The map doesn't show. Everyone was puzzled for a moment before they finally reacted. One by one they hurriedly opened the map, only to find that it was all dark. How? Suda looked at the map dumbfoundedly. Are we in the labyrinth area? Aside from the labyrinth area, no matter where the players are, they can see the map. After all, how can they find a town without a map? No, this isn't the labyrinth area. Wu Yan looked around. You can't enter the labyrinth area with a teleportation crystal, even if it's a quest item. We should be in the wilderness. The labyrinth area is called a labyrinth area because players have to explore it themselves. If there's a teleportation crystal in the labyrinth area, they wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Of course, they can teleport out of the labyrinth area if they don't encounter a teleportation crystal ineffective area. Thinking about the teleportation crystal ineffective area, Wu Yan took out a teleportation crystal. Sure enough, the teleportation crystal's icon was gray. Crystal ineffective zone. The members of the moonlit black cats who had recovered quite a bit paled again. Oni-chan. Sachi moved closer to Wu Yan in fear. She was glad that she told Wu Yan about the quest. Otherwise they would be alone in a place like this. Sachi didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Wu Yan took a step forward. His pupils narrowed into a line as he finally managed to see the situation clearly. He was standing in the center of a dark cross-shaped tunnel. In front of him, behind him, to his left and to his right, there was a tunnel that led to an unknown place. The tunnel was very long with no end in sight. The walls of the tunnel were pitch black and emitted a rotten smell. It was very obvious that the smell that made Wu Yan and the others vomit came from them. Brother. Sachi looked at Wu Yan and asked, "What should we do now?" They had arrived at an area where crystals were ineffective, and it was a very obvious labyrinth, where even maps were useless. This situation was enough to make the members of the moonlit black cats at a loss. Oni-chan, how do we get out? There doesn't seem to be an exit here. Cheyenne looked around, blinked her eyes and said resentfully, "How do we get out?" Shurine's words gave everyone a huge shock. The teleportation crystal couldn't be used, the map couldn't be used and the surroundings were sealed off. How were they supposed to get out? Sachi also stared blankly at Cheyenne, not knowing what to do. Originally, being trapped in a game where they could die at any time already made her feel gloomy. If in the end they were still trapped in a dark and empty maze, she would definitely break down. She subconsciously clenched her hand. As she clenched her hand, she immediately felt something hard in her palm. She instinctively looked at it. Her eyes widened and she cried out in surprise. This teleportation crystal is still here. While everyone was at a loss, Sachi discovered that the teleportation crystal in her hand was still there. Hearing Sachi's words, everyone turned to look at Sachi. At the same time, they also saw that the teleportation crystal didn't change at all. What kind of teleportation crystal is this? Wu Yan couldn't help but say, not only can it teleport a group, but it can also be used multiple times. If players had a teleportation crystal like this, it would be much more convenient. Oni-chan? Sachi raised the teleportation crystal in her hand and said in surprise, "This teleportation crystal seems to be available for trade." Oh? Wu Yan walked up to Sachi and obtained the teleportation crystal from her trade window. Looking at the only one that wasn't gray, Wu Yan clicked to use it, but there was no reaction. Rolling his eyes, he muttered in a low voice, "Leave this place." The teleportation crystal didn't respond. "Get out." Still no reaction. Open sesame. Pineapple asterisk 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 asterisk. Mommy boom. Little bunny, be good and open the door. Hurry up and open it. If you don't open it, I'll smash it. Wu Yan was speechless. Looking at Wu Yan competing with a crystal, the members of Moonlit Black Cats felt like their brains were about to crash. Was this guy really a super strong player that could solo a level boss? We won't be trapped here forever, right? Cheyenne laughed awkwardly and said something that made everyone's heart go cold. No, we won't. Wu Yan put down the teleportation crystal, looked at the 4 dark passages around him and said, "SAO doesn't have a death setting, and it won't open a map that can't be left for no reason. Isn't there a path here? Let's go." The 6 members of the Moonlit Black Cats looked at each other and nodded. Wu Yan looked at the 4 identical passages. He hesitated for a moment and walked toward the passage ahead. The Moonlit Black Cats quickly followed him. "Everyone be careful. We don't know if there are monsters." Wu Yan reminded them. They nodded. The current situation is beyond their ability to deal with. They can only rely on Wu Yan. Walking at the front of the passage, the group of 7 didn't speak. The atmosphere was very heavy and silent. Sachi and Cheyenne's hands were tightly clasped together, like 2 young girls who had entered a haunted house. Their faces were filled with anxiety, constantly worrying that a monster would jump out of nowhere. The passage didn't lead to the end. After walking for a while, they arrived at a fork in the road. Wu Yan pondered for a moment and chose to go straight ahead. But it didn't take long for another fork in the road. Wu Yan had no choice but to go straight ahead. The passageway was not a straight line either. Instead, it had many twists and turns. Among the twists and turns, there were forks that led to different directions. In addition, the passageway was not a straight line. Not long after, the 7 of them began to feel a little dizzy. They were more or less worried. It won't end here, right? Fortunately, they arrived at the end of the passage. But no one is happy. Because it's a dead end. We won't really be sealed here forever, right? Cheyenne was already starting to get scared. Sachi hugged her body. Cheyenne, don't say any more. Sachi was scared too. I don't think so. Suda and the others swallowed their saliva. Wu Yin didn't say anything. He tapped his feet and he quickly turned around. He led everyone to wander around the passageway. God knows how many times they wandered around. In the end, he stopped at a fork in the road. He looked at the 3 passageways in front of him and he didn't say anything for a long time. He couldn't remember which intersection he had come from. There are no monsters, no traps, only a maze. Wu Yin looked at the top of the passage. This is troublesome. Chapter 628. In this chaotic maze world, the group of 7 had completely lost their sense of direction. The passageway sometimes forked in 2, sometimes in 3, with countless forks in the middle. When they finally lost their sense of direction, everyone was completely immersed in this enormous maze map. Not to mention finding the exit, they couldn't even find the original path anymore. And once they found the end of the path, there was only one result: death. Leading the moonlit black cats through the chaotic maze, Wu Yan's pace was already much faster than before. His face was calm, his eyebrows tightly knitted together as he looked ahead, trying to calm down, trying to find the path he'd taken in his memory. Logically speaking, he wouldn't be able to forget the path he'd taken. With his perfect memory ability, Wu Yan was very sure that he'd remember all the paths he'd taken, but every time he came to a fork, Wu Yan couldn't recognize where he'd come from and where he'd go. It wasn't that his perfect memory ability had failed, but that he'd completely lost his sense of direction, making him unable to recognize the path he'd taken. The labyrinth is very complicated. Even with his godly memory, he can remember the first section of the path, the second section, the third section, the fourth section, the fifth section, and the rest of the paths. However, the problem of direction has nothing to do with memory. Once he gets lost, he won't be able to find his starting point no matter how hard he tries. Even if he does find his starting point, the end of the path he chose is always a dead end. Obviously, the maze didn't test one's memory. When a maze reached a certain level of complexity, even heaven-defying memory would be useless, because you'd already lost your sense of direction. To put it bluntly, a maze was sometimes even more terrifying than a boss. Because a boss could only destroy a person's body, a maze could destroy a person's mind. As time passed, the members of the moonlit black cats began to panic. Every one of them was extremely restless, and their complexions were extremely unsightly. Traces of viciousness appeared on everyone's faces. If this continued, the people here would most likely be the first to break down. Seeing this scene, Wu Yan was silent, but his heart was filled with haze. Using the memory tunnel method was definitely impossible. As for making markings, the common method used in the labyrinth area would not work here because the map had lost its effect. The marking function was on the ground icon. As for carving scratches on the ground or walls, or leaving something behind as a mark, these methods were all useless. It's common knowledge in SAO that the setting cannot be destroyed. Even if you lose something to mark it, it will disappear automatically after a minute. Not only is it a waste, but it's also useless. Wu Yan could only rack his brains to come up with a solution as he continued to walk in the dark tunnel. Then an hour passed. Glancing at the members of the moonlit black cats, Wu Yan clenched his teeth. However, he did not want to give up or become anxious. Instead, he became calmer and calmer. The more dangerous the situation was, the more he couldn't lose his cool. Just like the last time when he faced the Beast King, wasn't it also because he was calm that he was able to think of a solution? Rubbing his forehead, Wu Yan stared at the surrounding as if he wanted to see through all the walls. He couldn't help but feel a little tired. I can't leave this place and I can't find a way out either. How can this place be so scary? This is only the second floor of Aincrad and it's already so scary. How did the players reach the 75th floor in the original work? How did they even get to the 75th floor? Am I really going to be trapped in this labyrinth until I die? Unwilling to give up, Wu Yan tried his best to remain calm. He subconsciously clenched his fist. Suddenly, Wu Yan's hand that was holding onto the wall caved in after a crack sound. Wu Yan was stunned. He quickly retracted his hand and turned to look at the source of the sound. He saw 5 fingerprints on the wall where he pressed his hand. Thinking back to the kacha sound when he shook the hand, the 5 fingerprints were obviously made by him. An impenetrable map actually left a mark on it because of his touch. Wu Yan's mind shook as an idea flashed through his mind. Did I make a mistake? Is this map really something that can be destroyed? Thinking of this, Wu Yan started to feel that something was wrong. No matter which path he chose, the end would lead him to a dead end. Could it be that this isn't a labyrinth at all but a map with no way out? Narrowing his eyes, Wu Yan instantly pulled out the heaven gazer from his back and raised it above his head. Under the shocked gazes of the moonlit black cats, he forcefully swung it at the wall in front of him. Clang! A deafening sound resounded through the entire space, echoing in the deathly silent tunnel. The sudden loud sound pierced the eardrums of the members of the moonlit black cats, causing them to subconsciously cry out in shock. A huge force crawled up Wu Yan's arm from the heaven gazer. He couldn't help but take a step back from the shock. He used all his strength to strike the wall, but the wall didn't even have a scratch on it. This was completely different from before when he easily pressed his hand down. However, Wu Yan wasn't shocked. Instead, he was ecstatic. The moonlit black cats also recovered from their shock. On the wall, a HP bar appeared. HP bar. Cheyenne pointed at the wall, her face flushed red. It really is a HP bar. Sachi was stunned for a moment before rejoicing. This wall, can it be destroyed? Keita's hand trembled. God knows how he managed to survive this 1 hour in the labyrinth. He only knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. Not only him but everyone else as well. Everyone. Attack with all your strength. It wasn't Wu Yan, it wasn't Suda, it wasn't Sachi, it wasn't Cheyenne, it wasn't Wu Yan, it wasn't Suda, it wasn't even Cheyenne. No one hesitated. Their previous impatience finally erupted at this moment. Together with Sachi and Cheyenne, everyone raised their weapons and hacked at the wall with all their might. Bang 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 bang. The moment everyone's attacks hit the wall, the 7 weapons danced like shadows. In just an instant, a series of muffled sounds could be heard. On the wall, where everyone's attacks were concentrated, the HP bar on the wall dropped rapidly. Everyone's face lit up. Wu Yan grabbed the heaven gazer and shouted at everyone. Use your skills. Ha! The 6 members of the moonlit black cats used their skills at the same time. Their weapons flashed with multicolored light, and they mercilessly attacked the wall without stopping. It was easy to imagine how much they wanted to leave this place. Looking at the HP bar on the wall, Wu Yan's eyes flashed. The hand holding the heaven gazer shook and a star-like light flashed. 7 stars. Boom! A roar louder than any of the previous sounds came out. The HP bar on the wall instantly dropped from yellow to red, then all the way to the bottom. Under the joyful gazes of the 7 of them, the wall in front of them collapsed under the attack of everyone's skills. With the collapse of the wall, the ground suddenly began to tremble, as if some mechanism had been triggered, startling everyone. However, the trembling only lasted for a few seconds before it stopped. What replaced it was the huge maze, as if it had been vaporized, slowly fading away until it completely disappeared. The labyrinth. It disappeared. Chapter 629. Under the surprised gazes of the 7, a forest appeared behind the vaporized walls of the labyrinth. It was clearly just an ordinary forest, but in the eyes of the 7 who had been trapped in the labyrinth for an hour, this forest seemed very familiar, like a paradise. Oh, we're out. Shirin Huan screamed and threw herself on Sachi's body, rubbing her chest. Her face was full of joy. If it was the usual Sachi, then her face would have already turned red, but now, Sachi was completely immersed in joy. We're finally out. Although the remaining 4 male members of the moonlit black cats didn't lose their composure like the 2 female members, their eyes were filled with joy, and their bodies were trembling with excitement. Don't be happy too early. Wu Yan shook his head with a bitter smile and said in a bad mood, we haven't completely left this place, this forest isn't within the map's range. Hearing this, the moonlit black cats nodded, but their faces didn't seem to care. To them, being able to leave this damned labyrinth was already a very satisfying thing. Seeing this, Wu Yan could only continue to smile bitterly. Walking to the front of the forest, Wu Yan glanced around and unwillingly opened the map, but of course he didn't get any information. Sighing, Wu Yan waved at the moonlit black cats. Let's go quickly, this damn mission, I'm starting to get impatient. Saying this, Wu Yan didn't wait for the moonlit black cats to reply and walked into the forest. The moonlit black cats hurriedly chased after him. After entering the forest, the surrounding light was obviously a lot dimmer, and it was eerily quiet, so quiet that it was scary. Not a single sound could be heard, not even the sound of insects or birds. It was so quiet that it made one's heart beat faster. Cheyenne and Sachi nervously took a few steps closer to Wu Yan, and tried to lower their footsteps as much as possible, as if they were afraid of waking something up. This was the first time they had experienced such a gloomy scene. Although it was a scene in the game world, the 2 girls felt that it was no different from being in the real world. Their hearts palpitated a little. After walking for an unknown amount of time, a sudden commotion came from the bushes in front of them. The rustling sound made the group of 7 stop immediately. At this time, 6 or 7 brown shadows suddenly jumped out from the bushes and rushed towards them. "Be careful," Wu Yan shouted. Before he could finish his words, his body flashed past the eyes of the 6 people like a bolt of lightning. Stab. Out of the 7 figures that had just rushed out, 4 of them were hit by the sudden thrust, and their HP was instantly emptied. Before the figures turned into fragments and disappeared, everyone saw the true appearance of the figure. It was a monster that looked like a civet cat, with a long tail and no feet, but a pair of sharp claws. Never seen this type of monster before, Wu Yan stopped in his tracks. When he heard the sound of something flying behind him, he reacted and quickly turned around. With a spin of his body, Heaven Gazer turned into a windmill and he swung it with all his might towards the remaining 3 Tanuki monsters that just landed on the ground. Bang! The Heavenly Gazer swept its target, causing 3 bright red HP bars to appear. The 3 civet cats let out a strange whine, but what welcomed them was the great sword of the Heavenly Gazer in front of them. Bang! There were clearly 3 attacks, but only one sound was heard. In the blink of an eye, the 7 legless civet cats that darted out from the bushes were all smashed into pieces. Only a box that showed the experience, money, items and other information of the killer flashed in the air. Originally, the members of the Moonlit Black Cats had already raised their weapons, and when they were about to attack, they found out that the enemies had been completely wiped out. They stood there as if petrified, their eyes wide open, and their mouths wide open as if they had seen a ghost. Cheyenne put down her weapon and pursed her lips. I seriously suspect that he either has a weak point finding skill, or his attack power is insane. In less than 2 to 3 seconds before anyone could react, the 7 monsters that were obviously not ordinary were all annihilated just like that. Big Brother is so strong. Sachi, who was shocked by the civet cat's appearance, subconsciously clasped her hands in front of her chest and whispered softly. Wu Yan continued to walk forward as if nothing had happened, and only then did the members of the Moonlit Black Cats react. "This is too." Suda gulped. He wanted to say something, but in the end he couldn't even finish a sentence. They didn't know what to say when they saw Wu Yan continue to walk forward. They followed Wu Yan with their heads lowered. They tried their best to look at Wu Yan's body as if they were trying to find a flower to bloom from his body. Oblivious to the shock he brought to the Moonlit Black Cats by insta-killing the monsters, Wu Yan walked at the front without a care in the world. To him, these monsters may be of decent levels, but he's already way stronger than the average player. If they're just small monsters, insta-killing them isn't a big deal. Back then, even the personal guards of the boss had their HP wiped out in one hit. What could these wild monsters do to him? As the group walked deeper into the forest, the atmosphere became more oppressive. The dim light and the dark clouds in the sky made everyone's heart heavy, and their breathing became more rapid. How long are we going to walk? She didn't know how many times she had complained. Her face was filled with dissatisfaction. The gloomy atmosphere around her made her body feel extremely unnatural. Although it wasn't as strange as the previous maze, it still gave people a lot of pressure. Well, we'll know when we continue. Anyway, we've been walking in that damn maze for more than an hour, it won't hurt to walk a little longer. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yan's footsteps suddenly stopped. The members of the Moonlit Black Cats also stopped. They looked at him suspiciously, then looked forward. When they saw what was in front of them, other than Wu Yan, everyone felt a chill down their spine and subconsciously raised their weapons. In front of them, 5 pairs of dark red eyes were slowly blinking in the dark forest. They were like wild wolves or brown bears that came out to hunt for food at night. The ominous glint in those eyes made the 6 members of the Moonlit Black Cats feel their hair stand on end. It must be said that this scene was quite terrifying for those who were timid. Sachi and Cheyenne didn't dare to look in front of them anymore. They held their weapons tightly in their hands. Wu Yan squinted his eyes. His vision in SAO isn't as good as it is in his real body. His vision was challenged by the darkness of the night. It took him a while to get a clear look at the owner of the 5 pairs of red eyes. It's still a civet cat, but this one is twice as big as the previous 7. It has no feet and relies on its tail to support itself on the ground. It wriggled its tail like a snake and moved slowly on the ground. Its pair of claws are much longer than a cat's. There's a metallic luster on its claws, accompanied by a cold glint. At this time, the members of the Moonlit Black Cats clearly saw the monsters hidden in the darkness. Looking at the 5 civet cats that were even larger than tigers, the 6 of them raised their weapons in unison. However, they didn't foolishly rush forward, but instead hesitated. What a high level! One of the members of the Moonlit Black Cats was speechless. Are the monsters on the second floor all at this level? Wu Yan tilted his head and looked at the tanuki in confusion. He hasn't been out in the wild of the second floor, but he heard that the levels of the monsters here aren't that high. These tanuki's levels are almost at the same level as the monsters in the labyrinth area. Wait here. Wu Yan tightened his grip on Heaven Gazer. I'll test these monsters. After that, Wu Yan rushed toward the 5 monsters in front of him. Chapter 630. At the same time Wu Yan pounced on the civet cat, the 5 civet cats hiding in the dark also pounced on him at the same time. Their sharp claws mercilessly slashed at his body. In a short moment, the distance between the two was infinitely close. When the civet cats were about to hit their claws, Wu Yan jumped and the 5 civet cats immediately slammed into his previous position, right under Wu Yan's body. Crushing blow. The Heaven Gazer in his hand flashed with the light of a skill. The black greatsword carried the blue light of the skill and fiercely chopped down at the 5 legless civet cats. Bang! The greatsword hit the bodies of the 5 legless tanuki at the same time, blasting their suspended bodies to the ground. Taking advantage of this opening, Wu Yan charged forward in a straight line before landing on the ground and circling behind the tanuki. His timing is perfect. Seeing this, a member of the Moonlit Black Cats wanted to rush up and beat up Wu Yan, but Keita raised his hand to stop him and shook his head. Forget it, it's better if we don't attack. If we accidentally draw aggro, we'll only cause trouble for him. After saying that, Keita looked at Wu Yan and said, as expected of someone who can solo a level boss. After seeing it with my own eyes, I understand that we still need to work hard to reach the level of top players. Hearing Keita's words, all the members of the Moonlit Black Cats, including Sachi and Cheyenne, nodded with a serious expression. Having such a strong person by their side is a pressure, but at the same time, it's also a whip. At this moment they all had the same thought. They must train themselves well, even if they can't fight side by side with Wu Yan, they must at least be able to not drag him down. Under Wu Yan's influence, the Moonlit Black Cats embarked on a completely different path from the original game. In front of them, Wu Yan's figure shuttled left and right under the attacks of the civet cats, dodging all of their attacks. Then he used Crushing Blow twice on the same civet cat. One has to admit that the civet cat's HP is very high. Even after being hit by Wu Yan's Crushing Blow once, it still took Wu Yan 2 more times to clear its HP bar. The civet cat shattered into pieces and disappeared into the void, but Wu Yan didn't stop there. He quickly turned around and shot out. With a sudden thrust, he pierced through 2 civet cats that were pouncing at him. The 2 civet cats fell down from the impact of the sudden thrust. Just as they were about to struggle to get up, a huge force suddenly came from their bodies. The 2 civet cats' HP bars were instantly emptied and they disappeared from their original position. Only the pitch-black blade of the Heaven Gazer remained in their original position. 5 civet cats, only 3 were left. And at this time, it had only been 10 seconds since Wu Yan rushed up. The difference in level wasn't that great, but the difference in numbers was 5 times. This battle that should have been in the favor of the civet cats was actually in the favor of Wu Yan. What was even more ridiculous was that after killing 2 civet cats, Wu Yan was still completely unscathed. His HP bar was still full, not even the corner of his clothes was touched. Wu Yan, who was able to face 5 civet cats with ease, was now even more relaxed when facing the remaining 3. He moved his feet as if he was taking a stroll, using the simplest movements to dodge the attacks of the 3 civet cats. From time to time he would swing his sword twice. As long as he grasped the opportunity, the light of a skill would shine from the Heaven Gazer. The members of the Moonlit Black Cats felt as if they were watching an illusory movie. Moreover, it was the kind of movie that could destroy people's worldview, making them speechless. So much so that the members of the Moonlit Black Cats didn't notice that behind them, a pair of dark red eyes appeared from the bushes. Immediately the eyes launched an attack and pounced towards the Moonlit Black Cats. Wu Yan, who had finished off the 5 civet cats, happened to see a black shadow pouncing towards the Moonlit Black Cats from the bushes. His pupils violently contracted. With the HP and defense of the members of the Moonlit Black Cats, the civet cat only needed to attack 2 or 3 times to kill any one of them. Without much time to think, Wu Yan quickly rushed forward, the Heaven Gazer flashing with a blue light as he activated the thrust skill. Under the effect of thrust, his speed increased by 2 to 3 times. His body turned into a black line, and with an unparalleled momentum, he rushed towards the moonlit black cats. Before the members of the moonlit black cats could react, a black shadow pounced from behind them, leaping over their heads. But before it could reach them, another black shadow dashed from the front, followed by a muffled sound. The civet cat's body was immediately sent flying backwards, crashing into a tree trunk. Its HP plummeted, and not long after it was emptied. The members of the moonlit black cats just happened to see this scene, and only then did they realize what had happened. With a schwa sound, cold sweat poured down. "I say," Wu Yin unhappily said to the group, "although I didn't ask you to attack, you can't let your guard down." The members of the moonlit black cats scratched their heads in embarrassment. Wu Yin is both annoyed and amused at the same time. But what can he do about it? These people were just normal students a month ago. It's normal for them to make some mistakes. Phew. These monsters are so high-leveled. Suda let out a long sigh of relief and then said with relief, "Fortunately you came with us this time, or else we wouldn't even know if we could survive, let alone complete the mission." The remaining 5 members of the moonlit black cats nodded, and a look of relief appeared on their faces. Wu Yin rolled his eyes and ignored them, turning around and continuing forward, as if he didn't care about the life or death of the members of the moonlit black cats. But if one looked closely, they would notice that Wu Yin was especially vigilant. Even if he encountered monsters, he would still pay attention to the moonlit black cats. However, after seeing the moonlit black cats gang up on a tanuki and beat it to death, Wu Yin gradually relaxed. Every time he encountered a monster, he would intentionally or unintentionally let go one of them, allowing it to charge into the encirclement of the moonlit black cats. That's a way of taking care of the tanuki. Just like that, the group of 7 walked for a period of time. Suddenly, the area in front of them became empty. The gloomy atmosphere was still there, but within a radius of 100 meters, there were no trees. At a glance, a cave appeared in front of them. In front of the cave entrance, a lion covered in golden light was quietly lying there in a deep slumber. No, it shouldn't be called a lion. More accurately, it should be called a lion man because its 2 front paws were palm-shaped, and its body was as slender as a human's. It also had a chest and belly. Seeing this lion man, the group of 7 quickly stopped. The information that appeared on the lion man was completely different from normal monsters, causing the members of the moonlit black cats to suck in a breath of cold air. That was because the lion man was a boss. Almost at the same time they saw the boss, a quest message appeared in everyone's quest window. The quest content was to kill the lion man boss in front of them. Looks like this quest has come to an end. Wu Yin couldn't help but smile. Don't say it like the quest is about to be completed, it's killing a boss. Shine shrunk her head. Even if she had a preliminary understanding of Wu Yan's strength, she still couldn't help but feel a little unconfident. Wu Yan didn't pay attention to Cheyenne. He grabbed Heaven Gazer and strode forward. "You guys wait for me here, don't come near, at least maintain a distance of 10 meters. Also, if other monsters come, I'll let you guys deal with them. As long as it's not a boss and there aren't many of them, you guys should have no problem." Obviously, Wu Yin wanted to solo a boss. The members of the moonlit black cats looked at each other, resisting the urge to persuade him, and nodded in agreement. Chapter 631. In SAO, it's not a big deal to challenge a monster above your level. As long as you're a strong player, you'll usually challenge a monster above your level. Because of this, you'll get more experience, money, and items. However, it's a big deal to challenge a monster above your level. A monster boss and a normal monster were on 2 completely different levels. For example, a level 50 monster might be as strong as a level 45 player, but a level 50 monster boss would require a player at least 10 levels above it to be able to solo it. And that's only if you're at the level of Kirito and Asuna. You can imagine how big the gap is between a monster boss and a normal monster. Even a normal boss was like this, let alone a guardian boss that only had 1 guardian boss on each floor. Challenging a guardian boss that was of a higher level than the guardian boss was an act of suicide. Even Wu Yan's level is higher than the floor boss when he challenged the floor boss alone. Because of this, Wu Yan dared to challenge the floor boss directly. If he's at the same level as the floor boss, Wu Yan would still dare to challenge the floor boss alone, but he wouldn't dare to do so. With the strength of a floor boss, even if he challenged a floor boss of the same level, it's still a suicidal act. There are only a few people who can do it. Wu Yan is one of them, and the future Kirito is also one of them. This is why Wu Yan is the idol of many players. Although the floor boss in front of him isn't a floor boss, it's still not a normal monster. However, Wu Yan has done a lot of solo floor bosses, and he's also challenged monsters above his level. Although the Lion Beastman boss level is higher than him, it's not that much higher. Wu Yan is confident that he can take on such a floor boss alone. Of course, even if he's confident, he still has to be vigilant. Wu Yan already knew about the Beast King's incident. Even if he's confident, he can't let his guard down. Otherwise, it'll only lead to tragedy. Therefore, the closer he got to the Lion Beastman boss, the lighter Wu Yan's footsteps became. Towards the end, he couldn't hear his footsteps at all. Trying his best to keep his footsteps as light as possible, he inched closer and closer to the Lion Man boss. Finally, when he was about 10 meters away from the Lion Beastman boss, the Lion Beastman woke up from its slumber. A pair of golden lion eyes opened and it shifted its gaze onto Wu Yan. Before he could get up from his prone position, the Lion Man boss kicked off the ground and pounced at Wu Yan, closing the distance between him and Wu Yan to within 5 meters. Roar! The Lion Beastman boss leaped high into the air as if it had grown a pair of wings. It pounced towards Wu Yan. Its incomparably sharp claws reflected a cold golden light under the dim light of the forest. With a slight whistling sound, it charged straight for Wu Yan's face. The Lion Beastman boss's pounce wasn't as simple as a normal pounce. It was a skill. Not only did it have an extremely high attack power, but its pounce speed was also incomparably fast. Its huge body also carried a suppressive aura as it pounced forward, causing people to tremble from the bottom of their hearts and even forget to dodge. It's like a person standing in the middle of the road. If a car were to crash into him, he would be so flustered that he wouldn't know how to move. Of course, those with extremely strong mental fortitude were exceptions. Wu Yan was clearly such a person. Originally, to defeat a monster, normal players of the same level could form a team of 2 or 3 people. But to defeat a Lion Beastman boss, even elite players of the same level would need at least 5 people of the same level. With excellent coordination, it would take a relatively long time to complete the task. A Lion Beastman boss had extremely high defense, frightening attack power, and even terrifying skills. A Lion Beastman boss was terrifying enough to rival dozens of normal monsters of the same level. At the current stage, perhaps only Wu Yan could solo a Lion Beastman boss. The Lion Beastman boss's pounce was very frightening. When the Lion Beastman boss left the ground, Wu Yan also instantly moved. His originally slow and light footsteps quickly landed. He quickly took 2 steps forward and arrived in front of the Lion Beastman boss. He then moved to the side, just barely dodging the Lion Beastman boss's pounce. Immediately after, a crushing blow came crashing down in the direction of the Lion Man boss, as if it was a wave of water. Bang! The heavenly gazer directly landed on the Lion Beastman boss's body, causing a cracking sound. The Lion Beastman boss's body had just landed on the ground when the crushing blow came from behind and was sent flying back nearly 2 meters. Because the Lion Beastman boss's body had not yet stabilized when it landed, the crushing blow actually caused the Lion Beastman boss to stagger and fall to the ground. The top bar of the Lion Beastman boss's HP bar had decreased by about 10%. With Wu Yan's attack power and skills, he could only deal 1% damage to the Lion Beastman boss. With this kind of defense and HP, it would be very difficult to find a player who could break through the Lion Beastman boss's defense at the current stage of the game. Even players of the same level could only deal limited damage to it. Glancing at the Lion Beastman boss's HP bar, Wu Yan clicked his tongue. Taking advantage of the Lion Beastman boss's fall, he quickly rushed forward and used 2 crushing blows on the Lion Beastman boss before it could get back up. Once again, the Lion Beastman boss lost another 25% of its HP. Wu Yan then turned around and retreated. The Lion Beastman boss seemed to only have 1 skill, Pounce. After it got back up, it immediately used Pounce again. Even though it had the body of a human, it attacked like a wild beast. This made Wu Yan suspicious, but at the same time he was also secretly on guard. With small, quick steps he dodged the Lion Beastman boss's pounce. The 3 consecutive pounce attacks were all perfectly dodged by Wu Yan. In terms of speed, Wu Yan was definitely faster than the Lion Beastman boss. However, in terms of agility, Wu Yan couldn't compare to the Lion Beastman boss. Therefore, Wu Yan only moved within a small area and used infinite martial refining to completely dodge the Lion Beastman boss's pounce. Then he quickly pulled away from the Lion Beastman boss. Wu Yan's figure was like a constantly twisting wind, constantly swaying in front of the Lion Beastman boss. Every time the Lion Beastman boss would almost pounce on him. Even the spectating moonlit black cats broke out in a cold sweat for Wu Yan. But soon, the Lion Beastman boss's pounce would become a blur in front of their eyes. Every time, the Lion Beastman boss's pounce would only miss by a tiny bit. If the Lion Beastman boss had intelligence, it would probably be angered to death. Wu Yan didn't know if the Lion Man boss had any intelligence. However, after the repeated failures of its pounce attacks, the Lion Man boss's eyes glowed with rage. Wu Yan's pupils constricted when he saw the Lion Man boss's eyes flickering with rage. Roar! After missing several times, the Lion Beastman boss finally stopped using pounce. Instead, it landed on the ground and stood up like a human. It stomped on the ground with its 2 feet and charged towards Wu Yan with a heavy pressure like a truck. Wu Yan's eyes flashed sharply. Just as the Lion Beastman boss was about to make a move, he stepped back slightly and smirked. Then he rashly rammed into the Lion Beastman boss's body. Ah! Seeing this scene, the members of the Moonlit Black Cats cried out in alarm. Could it be that Wu Yan wanted to meet the Lion Beastman boss head-on? The distance between the man and the Lion Beastman boss was instantly shortened. Just as they were about to collide, Wu Yan suddenly tapped his foot and leaped high into the air. He did a low somersault and jumped over the Lion Beastman boss's huge body. Then he landed steadily on the ground. He didn't turn around to attack. Instead, he suddenly accelerated and ran towards the strange cave. Chapter 632. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone in the Moonlit Black Cats. They looked at Wu Yan, who was running towards the cave, then at the Lion Man boss. Ayo! After another missed attack, the Lion Man boss let out a furious roar. Its eyes seemed to be on fire as it glared at Wu Yan running towards the cave, then it quickly turned around and chased after him. However, it was clear that the Lion Man boss's movement speed was inferior to Wu Yan's. Although it quickly closed the distance between Wu Yan, it only took a short while for Wu Yan to widen the gap again. In an instant, the distance between the two was more than 10 meters. Seeing this, the Moonlit Black Cats didn't express any joy. Instead, they all looked anxious as if they couldn't wait for Wu Yan to pull away from the Lion Man boss. Of course, that wasn't the reason, but the direction Wu Yan was running towards was a dead end. If this continued, the Lion Man boss would catch up to him sooner or later. Moreover, he would be forced into a dead end, which was very disadvantageous for him. Big brother? Sachi couldn't help but call out, wanting to warn Wu Yan, but Suda immediately stopped her. Sachi, don't worry, there's no way he doesn't know there's a dead end in front of him. Since he knows and is still running in that direction, he must have his own plans. Let's just stay here and watch. But... Sachi looked at Wu Yan worriedly, then at Suda before finally retreating. In the battlefield ahead, Wu Yan finally reached the cave's stone wall. Facing a tall stone wall, he couldn't advance any further. Behind him was the Lion Man boss's charge. The members of Moonlit Black Cats raised their guard as they looked at the Lion Man boss charging towards Wu Yan. Wu Yan stood motionless at the base of the stone wall. A drop of sweat trickled down their cheeks. The Lion Man boss fiercely charged towards Wu Yan in front of the stone wall. Wu Yan didn't turn around. Feeling the wind behind him, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a sly smile. In the next moment, the Lion Man boss brazenly charged forward, instantly closing in on Wu Yan. Wu Yan finally made his move. His body suddenly leapt into the air. Just like before, he did a low somersault and arrived on top of the Lion Man boss's head. When his body reached the highest point, he lightly tapped on the stone wall and somersaulted over the Lion Man boss's body. The Lion Man boss was charging towards the stone wall. Boom! Following a loud explosion, the Lion Man boss heavily slammed into the stone wall. The huge impact caused the stone wall to tremble, and the Lion Man boss was sent flying backwards, lying on the ground. Behind the Lion Man boss was standing Wu Yan. Wielding the Heavenly Gazer, Wu Yan rushed forward, the light of a skill flashing as he activated Crushing Blow. The Lion Man boss was stunned and couldn't get up for a while. The Lion Man boss's attack power was very high, terrifyingly high. Even with Wu Yan's current HP and defense, if he was hit by the Lion Man boss, his HP would drop by at least half. But at the same time, because of the high attack power, the reaction force was also very strong. When the Lion Man boss slammed into the stone wall, it was equivalent to slamming itself. Before Wu Yan attacked, the Lion Man boss's HP had dropped by a lot. Moreover, it still couldn't get up from the ground. With such a good opportunity to attack, Wu Yan naturally wouldn't let it go. He continuously used Crushing Blow, greeting the Lion Man boss's HP again and again, reducing the Lion Man boss's HP by 2/3. As for himself, his HP was still full. Up until now, the Lion Man boss hadn't even touched the corner of his clothes. Therefore, the moonlit black cat's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when they saw a player with full health whipping a boss that was even higher level than him and lying on the ground like an idiot. The moonlit black cat's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. That's amazing. Shireen couldn't find any other words to describe her feelings. Amazing. Suda was speechless. Using such a method to knock out a Lion Man boss and stun it, that's amazing. Now I believe he can solo a Lion Man boss. Cheyenne said excitedly. Let's finish it off quickly. It's a Lion Man boss, I'm sure it'll drop some good stuff, right? Although Moonlit Black Cats is a guild, there are only 6 of them in the guild. Their strength and level aren't that high. During their 1 month in SAO, they didn't even have the chance to fight a Lion Man boss, let alone a Lion Man boss. If it weren't for the fact that they are helping Wu Yan deal with things that he doesn't have the time to deal with, getting some benefits from it and occasionally trading for some good equipment, the Moonlit Black Cats would at best be a third-rate force. Even now they are just a second-rate force. Now that a Lion Man boss is about to be taken down in front of them, the members of Moonlit Black Cats couldn't help but feel excited. It's as if they're the ones taking down the Lion Man boss. Brr. The Lion Man boss roared at the sky and finally recovered from the stun. Wu Yan paused for a moment, then continued to bombard the Lion Man boss with crushing blow. His attack power didn't decrease at all, but the Lion Man boss's HP dropped a lot. After the Lion Man boss roared, its HP dropped to red due to Wu Yan's continuous bombardment. It's only one step away from being turned into a pile of experience points. Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they saw the red HP bar. They didn't even dare to look away from the Lion Man boss, afraid that they might miss something. Because the Lion Man boss will most likely go berserk after its HP drops to red, just like the first floor's boss. Sure enough, a very clear stream of air suddenly emitted from the Lion Man boss. It was like a volcanic eruption, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to rise. Careful. The members of Moonlit Black Cats couldn't help but shout. Wu Yan's expression froze for a moment, but soon, a cold smile appeared on his face. 7 stars, with Wu Yan's body as the center, a gust of wind suddenly erupted. Wu Yan held Heavenly Gazer in his hand and spun at an extremely fast speed. The speed of his spin reached a terrifying level in an instant. Heavenly Gazer turned into a blur as Wu Yan spun, and in an instant, it slashed the Lion Man boss 7 times. The 7 attacks were completed at almost the same time. Wu Yan's rapidly spinning body quickly came to a stop under his control. At the same time, the Lion Man boss's roar came to an abrupt end. The last HP bar also slowly decreased until it completely disappeared. Borrowing the centrifugal force of his body's rotation, the Heavenly Gazer's attack was activated. His body spun 7 times in an instant, and the Heavenly Gazer slashed 7 times in a row. Under such a terrifying rotation speed, the Lion Man boss was extremely sullen. He didn't even have the chance to use his final trump card before his HP dropped to 0. His huge body collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, letting out a loud thud. Bang! A sound like glass shattering resounded from the Lion Man boss's body. Under the ecstatic gazes of the Moonlit Black Cats, the Lion Man boss's body that was at least twice as tall as Wu Yan instantly turned into fragments that filled the air. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. The faces of the 6 members of the Moonlit Black Cats flushed red, and their bodies trembled, as if they were trying their best to hold back something. Immediately after, a cheer came out from the mouths of the 6 of them. Chapter 633. When the cheers spread across the empty field, there were even a few monster roars in the forest, as if responding to the Moonlit Black Cats. For a moment, the gloomy forest was filled with a little warmth. Wu Yan put the Heaven Gazer back on his back and shook his head as he looked at the happy Moonlit Black Cats. For the Moonlit Black Cats, killing a boss was something worth celebrating. However, for Wu Yan, this level of opponent was worthy of being called a game. They didn't even give him a sense of danger. If he could do this when he faced the Beast King, he would have celebrated. Yan, you're amazing. Cheyenne jumped and was about to throw herself at Wu Yan when a hand reached out and pressed her face. I say, didn't you suspect that I relied on luck to beat the boss? Wu Yan shook his head in an amused manner. I haven't seen it with my own eyes yet. Cheyenne didn't mind Wu Yan's rejection of her intimacy, her face was still full of joy. That's a boss. A boss that's higher level than you was defeated by you in just a few moves. The national idol's strength isn't just for show. There's no use trying to please me. Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Cheyenne and looked at Sachi and Suda, who were also excited. He said helplessly, "Why are you all so excited? The reward for killing the boss is mine. We didn't form a party, so you guys didn't get anything. Is there a need to be like this?" Wu Yan's words didn't dampen the excitement of the moonlit black cats. In fact, they got even more excited. Sachi stepped forward and she continued with a smile. "We didn't get any rewards for killing the boss, but after the mission was completed, we all got rewards. Not only did we get EXP money, we also got some equipment and items." Wu Yan flinched. He noticed that other than the reward for killing the boss, the previous mission also notified him that he had completed it. It even automatically submitted the completed mission and gave him a reward. Missions that don't need to be submitted? That's not bad either. At least I don't have to run around. The experience reward is pretty good too. It saves me a whole day of leveling up. The money is just SOSO. Hearing this, the members of the moonlit black cats looked at each other with strange expressions, and their gazes towards Wu Yan became unfriendly. After all, the EXP reward saved Wu Yan a day of leveling, which was equivalent to a week for them. The so-called sloppy EXP reward was probably equivalent to a week's worth of hard work. Comparing oneself to others, one would be angered to death. Shireen opened her personal list and looked at her gains with interest. Then she said coldly, "You're right, Shireen. By the way, how are we going to go back?" The scene suddenly fell silent. Shireen's hand paused in the middle of scrolling through the list. She stole a glance at everyone, and when she saw their stiff faces, the corner of her mouth twitched. "Don't tell me, you don't know." Everyone nodded in tacit understanding and stopped talking. The scene fell into a strange silence. Wu Yan blinked his lips as if he wanted to say something to cheer them up. But in the end, he gave up and could only helplessly look away. As he looked away, he saw the cave where the boss was lying in. He was startled for a moment before his eyes lit up. "Why don't we take a look inside the cave?" Cave. The moonlit black cats collectively turned to look at the cave. Sachi tilted her head and said, "Speaking of which, why is the boss at the entrance of the cave and not inside?" Hearing Sachi's words, everyone immediately perked up. If something was out of the ordinary, then there must be a demon behind it. No one would like to sleep in the open air. If they didn't sleep in a cave, then there must be something inside the cave. Wu Yan looked at the cave in front of him and rubbed his chin. "It seems that if we want to leave this place, we can only place our hopes in this cave." Indeed, this forest was not very big. Although it was called a forest, it was actually more like a forest. Along the way, the group of 7 merely followed the path and arrived at this mountain cave. Around the mountain cave, other than the path that they had taken at the beginning, the other 3 directions were all stone walls. Clearly, this cave is the end of the map. "Let's go in and take a look." Seeing everyone's hesitation, Wu Yan immediately made a decision. He took the lead and walked towards the cave. The moonlit black cats had no choice but to follow. Originally, the moonlit black cats thought that there would be some other strange things in the cave. After all, they had already experienced the maze, the forest, the legless civet cat, and the lion man boss, so they were especially vigilant when walking. What they didn't expect was that the cave wasn't that big. Less than 30 seconds after they entered the cave, the end of the cave appeared in front of them. The 7 of them stopped in their tracks and looked ahead. There was a strange look in their eyes. Because at the end of the cave, there was a thin crystal and a small ball floating in the air. "What's that?" Cheyenne blinked and looked at the 2 items floating in the air. She was about to walk up to them when she stopped and looked at Wu Yan. "You go." "Me?" Wu Yan looked at Cheyenne with surprise. "Are you scared?" "Scared? Who's scared?" Cheyenne pouted in dissatisfaction. "Those things are obviously some kind of item. Perhaps these are the true rewards of this unique quest. Since you were the one who killed the boss, we wouldn't have been able to complete this quest without you. Naturally, you should be the one to receive the rewards." Cheyenne turned to Suda and said mischievously, "Isn't that right, President?" Suda was amused by Cheyenne's mischievous look. He smiled and nodded solemnly. "Yes. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to complete this mission. These rewards should be yours." "But..." Wu Yan frowned. "The one who accepted the mission is Sachi, not me. Big brother, just take it." Sachi chuckled. "The mission reward is already a big reward for us. We didn't help much this time, it was you who helped us, so don't reject it." Wu Yan looked around at the moonlit black cats. He didn't see any dissatisfaction on their faces, so he slowly nodded. "Okay." The members of the moonlit black cats tapped on the air, and a trading window appeared in front of them. There were some precious items and a lot of COR coins on it. These are for you. Wu Yan smiled. He didn't give them a chance to speak and said overbearingly, "If you refuse, then don't blame me for refusing." The 6 members of the Moonlit Black Cats were speechless. They could only confirm it a little, but there was a slight smile on their faces. In this world of SAO, in order to survive, humans basically don't hide their ugly side. Greed, jealousy, resentment. It can be said that for some good items and equipment, some people would even betray their companions just to have more chips to survive. Things like this, where people didn't fight for the things that were really precious, instead they pushed each other away and gave in to each other. It was really rare in this dog-eat-dog world. One has to say this kind of scene is a genuine exchange of hearts. That's why the Moonlit Black Cats are very happy. At least they know that Wu Yan didn't treat them as mere passers-by. Wu Yan walked in front of the crystal and the orb. He stopped and grabbed the crystal. He checked the information on the crystal. Wu Yan flinched when he saw the information. Then he became ecstatic. Chapter 634. As someone who came from another world and possesses unimaginable power, there are many things in SAO that Wu Yan doesn't care about at all. For example, although equipment is powerful in Wu Yan's eyes, it's just something that can restore some of his combat power in the real world. As for items, no matter how magical they are, they can't compare to the items in the system. As for money, it's just a bunch of numbers. Therefore, in the eyes of others, everything Wu Yan got in SAO for a month is undoubtedly envied by other players, but in Wu Yan's eyes it's nothing. In other words, Wu Yan's vision is extraordinarily high. The members of Moonlit Black Cats also know that Wu Yan's vision is very high, but they don't know the reason. They thought it's because he's an expert, but in any case Wu Yan's vision is indeed very high, at least in SAO. Now this small piece of crystal made Wu Yan, who has always had high standards and never showed any change in expression when he received something, to reveal a pleasantly surprised expression. It's not hard to imagine that this thing is not some kind of incomparably precious item, or it's just the right item for the person in question. Therefore, seeing Wu Yan's reaction, the members of Moonlit Black Cats couldn't help but feel a little curious. Cheyenne, who has the least patience and curiosity, was the first to ask, "Yan, what is that?" Hearing Cheyenne's question, Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. He raised the crystal in his hand, and the next moment the crystal suddenly changed. A shadow flashed across the surface of the crystal, and then a small person with 2 pairs of wings and the size of a palm emerged from the crystal. Under everyone's gaze, the little person moved, flapped the 2 pairs of wings on her back, then flew out of the crystal, turned in midair, and landed on Wu Yan's shoulder. At this time, everyone could see the full appearance of the little person clearly. Her body was like a girl with a perfect figure, but her whole body was in the shape of light, as if she was covered by a layer of light. One could faintly see her naked body. Her face was also not very clear, but it gave people a feeling that she was definitely not ordinary. She's just like the legendary elves. What is this? 6 pairs of eyes suddenly gathered in front of the elves, staring at her with curiosity. Sachi and Cheyenne even showed a loving expression. They seemed to like this little elves very much. Wu Yan also curiously touched the elves on his shoulder, but it's a pity that the elves didn't respond to Wu Yan's touch at all. She didn't move at all under the gaze of so many people, and she just stayed motionless on Wu Yan's shoulder. Those who didn't know better would think that she's just a decoration. But Wu Yan knew that this elves didn't have any intelligence, just like a puppet, so naturally she wouldn't respond to other people's actions. What is this? Cheyenne couldn't wait to ask. She put her hands together and put them in front of her chest, showing a loving expression. She's so beautiful, so cute. Hearing this, Wu Yan smiled and said, "She's a tame demon." Tame demon? Everyone was stunned. Yes, tame demon. Wu Yan weighed the crystal in his hand. This is a tame demon crystal. As the name suggests, the player who owns it will obtain a tame demon, and this elves is the tame demon in the tame demon crystal. Tame demon? Cheyenne stared at the elves on Wu Yan's shoulder. She said with some regret, "I shouldn't have let you have it." Wu Yan rolled his eyes and ignored Cheyenne. He knew that Cheyenne didn't covet the tame demon's convenience. She just thought that the elves are cute, just like a doll. Wu Yan turned his head and glanced at the elves on his shoulder, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a satisfied smile. In SAO, tame demons aren't cheap pets like in other online games. Tame demons are very precious. If a player is unlucky, they won't even get a tame demon, because tame demons are very important in SAO. Some tame demons could help players fight, some could buff players, and some could restore players' HP. In this world where one could die at any time, having the help of a tame demon would be a huge help. Perhaps the players could not even compare to those tame demons. Because of this, once a player has a tame demon, that player will be called a tame tamer. It's a very precious class. Of course, there were good and bad tamed monsters. Some tamed monsters were more useful than players. Naturally, there were also some tamed monsters that were less useful than players. Therefore, to have a tamed monster, one needed luck. To have a powerful tamed monster, one needed even more luck. It has to be said that Wu Yan's luck is really good. Let's not talk about the fact that there might not even be a tamed demon in SAO's second floor yet. This elven sprite is quite useful. This elven sprite is a healing tamed demon. When its master is fighting, it can't help each other, but it can restore players' HP. With such a healing fairy, not only would he be able to save a lot of precious recovery tools, but he would also be able to extend the duration of his battle. Could even save his life during crucial moments. To players, such a healing fairy would be extremely helpful. Not to mention Wu Yan's healing fairy is OP. It can restore 20% of its master's HP every minute. In other words, even if the elven sprite only has 1 HP left, it can be restored to full in 5 minutes, and there's no need to waste recovery items. If other players want to restore their HP to full, they have to sit for at least half a day. Moreover, if the enemy that Wu Yan is fighting against can't deal more than 20% of Wu Yan's HP in 1 minute, then no matter how strong they are, they can only be prepared to be killed by Wu Yan. With the healing fairy, Wu Yan's combat power didn't change, and his actual strength didn't change either. However, his overall strength has increased by at least 10 times. Wu Yan is already as strong as a Yuji, and with the help of the healing fairy, he's equivalent to half an immortal super player. In the future, he will definitely become a nightmare in the eyes of his enemies. It seems that there's no need to go out in the wild anymore. With the healing fairy, he might as well go straight to the labyrinth area. After making up his mind, Wu Yan looked at the orb again, carefully checked its information, and then smiled. Equipping the healing fairy crystal on his accessory bar is one of the effects of this tamed magic crystal. In the future, he can summon the healing fairy with just a thought. Then, another crystal appeared in Wu Yan's hand, but this wasn't the tamed magic crystal, but the transfer crystal that transported Wu Yan and the others here. In the void, the floating orb suddenly swayed, and with a rise and fall, it suddenly flew towards the transfer crystal and fused with it. Almost at the same time, Wu Yan discovered that the transfer crystal can be used again. We can finally leave this place. Knowing that the teleportation crystal could be used, the members of the Moonlit Black Cats were overjoyed. Even Sachi couldn't help but smile. Although the mission this time had brought them a lot of benefits, the environment was just too bad and it felt like torture. If possible, they didn't want to stay here any longer. It's a pity that it can only be used once, if only it could be used forever. Wu Yan said with some regret, this kind of mass transfer crystal's effect might be surprisingly good. Wu Yan didn't leave immediately. He looked at the Moonlit Black Cats with a grin. Since we're here, we might as well clear this forest once. Thus, the monsters in the forest welcomed the most inhumane day. Chapter 635. Aincrad, second floor, inside a certain hotel. Many players chatted with each other, drinking and eating extravagantly from the hotel's food. Their voices filled the entire hotel, making it seem like a bar in the real world. The topics these people were discussing were either about which guild was doing pioneering work in the wilderness, which team, or which player was lucky enough to obtain a precious item or equipment. While they were talking, their voices carried traces of envy and anger. It was obvious that they did not have a good impression of the people they were talking about. Of course, the strength of a guild was generally stronger than that of an individual or a group. It was fine for guilds with a small number of members. But now, the strength of individual guilds had developed to a certain extent and they had a large number of members. In order to improve the strength of the guild, the most important thing was to prepare for guild activities and explore new territories. These are things that need to be done through monsters or quest NPCs. As a result, the wild had basically been occupied by a few guilds. Using the excuse that no one was allowed to disturb the guild's activities, these guilds had circled some of the wild's leveling spots into their own leveling areas. This caused idle players, parties, and even weak guilds to be chased away as soon as they stepped out of the wild. Facing these guilds, the weaker players don't dare to voice their anger. They have no choice but to run back to town. Although this situation will improve in 2 or 3 days when the guilds move to higher leveled areas, it's unavoidable for the players to be dissatisfied. This is what led to the current situation in the hotel. As for the players who were lucky enough to get good items and equipment, their reason for being dissatisfied is more direct. They're jealous and envious. Of course, it was a different story for some powerful players. Kirito, for example, had already skipped the leveling spots set up by the guilds and headed straight for the high-level monsters. Leveling up in such a place gave off the feeling of a master's boldness. While the players in the inn were venting their frustrations, a group of 7 people suddenly appeared at the location where Wu Yan and the moonlit black cats disappeared from. The players in the inn jumped in fright when they saw this group of 7 people. They stood there in a daze with shock written all over their faces. It was not that they had never seen a teleportation crystal being used before, but generally, the teleportation crystal was set at a certain location. For example, the teleportation crystal in this town was set at the side of the fountain on the 2nd floor. Anyone who used a teleportation crystal that could teleport to this town would be teleported there without exception. They had never heard of anyone using a teleportation crystal to teleport to a hotel. Could it be that something went wrong? Unlike the players who widened their eyes in shock, Wu Yan's group didn't have much of a change in expression. They even let out a sigh of relief when they saw that they're in a hotel. We're finally back. Cheyenne stretched her back and waved weakly at Sachi. Sachi, don't randomly pick NPCs on the road. I don't want to do this kind of quest again. Hearing Cheyenne's words, the players in the hotel suddenly understood. So it's because of the quest. Sachi lowered her head in embarrassment. I won't do it again. Don't listen to her nonsense. Wu Yan glared at Cheyenne. So many people want a quest but can't find one. Now that there's one in front of you, you don't want it? Be careful of other players. It's better to be slapped to death than to die of boredom in that damned place. Cheyenne snorted and lay down on the table. At this time, the players in the hotel finally noticed Wu Yan. Many of them cried out in surprise. Black coat, black greatsword, it's Wu Yan. What? Wu Yan? The Wu Yan who soloed the first floor's boss and cleared the stage? No way? It's really him? It's true. It's really him. There's no mistaking his attire. It doesn't make sense. Why would he appear here? Shouldn't a strong player like him be exploring the wilderness? Maybe he was forced to come back by those guilds. Bah. Those guilds want to force him back? He's someone who can solo a floor's boss. So what if he soloed a floor's boss? He's still one person, right? He can only retreat when faced with a large number of guilds. That's impossible. Those guilds can't wait to befriend such a strong player and recruit him into their guild. They won't offend him. That's true. When can I solo a floor's boss? Let's see if those guilds dare to be so arrogant. You? Let's think about how to beat the wild pheasants to critical health first. The topic that was originally directed at the guild was now directed at Wu Yan. The uproar from the surrounding resounded throughout the entire hotel, causing the group of 7 who just returned to the hotel to feel their heads swell up, giving them a headache. Looking at the people around him pointing at him, he frowned. Although these people no longer have the hatred and jealousy they had before, instead, there is some admiration in their eyes. However, he still felt uncomfortable. He felt like a monkey in a zoo being surrounded by people. I'm going back to my room. Wu Yan turned around and said to the moonlit black cats. Without waiting for their reply, he went up the stairs to the 2nd floor. The moonlit black cats wanted to say something, but Wu Yan had already disappeared down the stairs. They could only shut their mouths. However, the surrounding players noticed them. Being able to be together with the person who currently has the chance to become the strongest player is enough to cause a lot of discussion. Under everyone's gaze and guidance, other than the timid Sachi, the rest of the moonlit black cats couldn't help but puff out their chests. They were still students in the real world. Being the center of attention was something to be proud of. Of course, it had to be in a good way. But because of this, the members of the moonlit black cats were targeted by someone else. Night in a certain room in the inn. Wu Yan changed into casual clothes and put away all of his equipment. He then laid down on the bed and ate the delicious food he made himself. He enjoyed this moment of silence. This is one of the benefits of the game. As long as you set the settings, you don't have to worry about anything. For example, the room in the inn looks like it's made of wood, but once the door is closed, all sounds outside will be isolated. There's no need to worry about the soundproofing. It's extremely convenient. However, some human-like sounds can be clearly heard, such as knocking on the door. 2 knocks came from the door, followed by Sachi's voice. Brother, are you there? Is it Sachi? Wu Yan stopped eating. Come in. With Wu Yan's permission, Sachi easily opened the door and walked in. To Wu Yan's surprise, Sachi had a very tired expression on her face, just like the exhausted Takitsubu Riku. Sachi, what's wrong? Wu Yan tilted his head in confusion. How did you end up like this? Sachi rolled her eyes at Wu Yan, something she rarely did. It's all because of you, brother? Because of me? That's right. Sachi said tiredly. Big brother, you're famous now. Many guilds and players want to meet you, but your friends list has already been set to not accept requests, so they can't do anything about it. But when they saw us together with you today, those who want to meet you came looking for us instead. Sachi looked like she was about to cry. Since this afternoon there have been a lot of friend requests coming to us. They want us to be their middleman so they can meet you. I'm fine, but the president is the one who's sad. His friend requests are coming faster than clicking. He's so tired that he's lying on the ground. Wu Yan was speechless. Chapter 636. Currently, Aincrad has only cleared the first floor, the players are still exploring the second floor. SAO has only been running for a month, it's a typical early stage of the game. In the early stages of the game, there aren't many players that can become famous. Even if there are, it's usually a guild or a strong party. So far, Wu Yan is the only player who can make a name for himself. For those who haven't seen the strength of a level boss, or even those who haven't even seen a wild boss, they wouldn't be able to understand how terrifying this feat is. Even if they know that Wu Yan is strong, they wouldn't be able to comprehend the extent of his strength. However, those who have come into contact with the boss and those who know how strong the boss is would know how terrifying Wu Yan is to be able to defeat the boss in a one-on-one duel. No matter what, once a player becomes famous, he's bound to be harassed. Wu Yan knew this would happen, that's why he rejected friend requests from strangers. So far, he only has 6 members of the Moonlit Black Cats in his friend list. Those who want to meet Wu Yan are disappointed. Similarly, the cloaked woman who wanted to add Wu Yan as a friend was rejected. Now that Wu Yan has his family and friends group, it's understandable that those who want to meet Wu Yan would try to befriend him through his family and friends group. Wu Yan smiled sheepishly as he scratched his cheeks in embarrassment. I'm sorry, Wu Yan asked in a puzzled tone. Then why don't you just reject their friend requests? Why do you have to spend so much effort to deal with them? It's the guild master's idea, Sachi explained to Wu Yan. The guild master said that those who want to meet you are all big shots. They're either guild masters or powerful leaders. It's good for our guild's development to get in touch with them. Wu Yan immediately understood. He shook his head and laughed. In that case, you can't blame me for everything that happened to you. One of you was willing to be beaten, and the other was willing to be beaten. You should thank me for giving you such an opportunity, but this is really tiring. Sachi yawned and rubbed her eyes. Then, big brother, do you want to meet them? I don't want it even if you beat me to death. Wu Yan hurriedly waved his hand and shook his head. What a joke. Just dealing with the friend request was enough to tire Sachi out. If he had to meet them one by one, even if he had several lives, it would not be enough. Sachi seemed to know that this was impossible and couldn't help but feel pity. That's really a pity for those who personally came to the hotel to look for brother. They even came to the hotel? Wu Yan couldn't stay calm anymore. Then won't I be drowned by the crowd when I go out tomorrow? I won't. Sachi shook her head and said, it was supposed to be like this, but ever since a guild leader called Heathcliff came, those who surrounded the hotel were all chased away by his guild members. That's good. Wu Yan sighed in relief. Then I really have to thank Heathcliff. Wu Yan's tone suddenly stiffened. He turned his head and looked at Sachi. Sachi, who did you say? Say it again. That? Heathcliff. Sachi frowned her beautiful eyebrows. I heard that he's the leader of a new guild called Knights of the Blood. There aren't many members in the guild, but they are all elites. They're quite famous among all the guilds. The leader of Knights of the Blood, Heathcliff. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and smiled. That's interesting. Wu Yan stood up and walked towards the door. Sachi hurriedly shouted, Brother, where are you going? I'm going to meet that Heathcliff. Wu Yan's figure disappeared from the room as he spoke. Downstairs in the hotel, which was originally crowded with people, was now much less crowded than before. A group of players wearing white clothes with red edges surrounded the scene. They stood around as if they were guarding something. Occasionally, some of them would even chase away the players who tried to enter. They looked like royal guards full of style. Among these people, there was only one middle-aged man in his 30s to 40s. He was dressed in a red night suit and was sipping from a glass of wine on the table in a leisurely manner. Obviously he was the leader of these people. He was none other than Heathcliff himself. Wu Yan noticed him as soon as he came down the stairs. Likewise Heathcliff also noticed Wu Yan. When their eyes met, an invisible pressure spread throughout the room. The Knights of Blood noticed someone coming down from the second floor. They originally wanted to chase the person away out of habit, but when the pressure came out, all of them froze on the spot. Wu Yan glanced at everyone before he looked at Heathcliff. His eyes flashed with a subtle glint. Others might think that this person is just a powerful guild leader, but Wu Yan, who is familiar with the original game, knows that this person isn't Heathcliff. His real name is Kaiba Akihiko. That's right. Kaiba Akihiko. The one who created Sao. Kaiba Akihiko, the creator of the death game. Even Wu Yan couldn't help but be a little interested in this man who brought about a revolution to the world. Of course it's just a little bit. Wu Yan has seen a lot of heaven-defying characters in the game, and Kaiba Akihiko is only at the bottom of the list. On the other hand, Kaiba Akihiko, whose game ID is Heathcliff, was also observing the person standing on the stairs. This so-called person might be the strongest player in the game, and his eyes flashed with a strong interest. Heathcliff could feel that his subordinates were shocked by this person, which surprised him a little. After all, his subordinates have seen a lot of powerful people, and yet they still reacted like this. This is enough to prove that Wu Yan is not an ordinary person. Heathcliff raised his head and opened his mouth, but when he was about to say something, he was stunned. Because the person in front of him turned around and went back upstairs. Seeing that Wu Yan was about to disappear at the top of the stairs, Heathcliff quickly said, "Please wait for a moment." Wu Yan stopped and said, "What's the matter?" Heathcliff choked when he heard Wu Yan's indifferent tone. He frowned a little. This was the first time he was treated like a passerby by someone. "Your Excellency?" Heathcliff raised the cup in his hand and smiled politely. "Since you're here, why don't you have a drink with me?" "No need." Wu Yan slowly shook his head. "I'm just here to see what kind of person has the ability to chase away those annoying fellows." "Oh?" Heathcliff nodded nonchalantly and said, "Then did I disappoint your Excellency?" "Disappoint? Disappoint?" Wu Yan smirked and looked at Heathcliff meaningfully. He then looked at the members of Knights of the Blood. "We'll talk about this again when you've brought your guild to the top of Sao." After that, Wu Yan ignored Heathcliff and went back upstairs alone. Heathcliff narrowed his eyes and chuckled. "We'll meet again one day." The next day, Wu Yan looked up at the huge stone tower. He touched the heaven gazer on his back and licked his lips. Looking at the staircase leading to the next level, Wu Yan stepped inside without hesitation. Half a day later, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the entire second floor. The second floor was cleared. It's only been a day since the first floor was cleared. Chapter 637. Sao. It's been almost a year since Aincrad's first and second floors were cleared. 1 year is neither too long nor too short, but for the players living in Sao, this year is longer than any other year in the past, and it's infinitely long. A lot of things happened in this year, so much so that even the players living in Sao didn't know about it. Of course, that's only limited to the real world. In Sao, due to the special nature of this world, some information can be passed around freely. The most eye-catching thing is naturally the progress of Aincrad's raid. After clearing the first and second floors, the progress of Sao's raid was completely reversed. Players who were stuck on the first floor for an entire month didn't experience it again. This is because clearing the first and second floors made the players living in Sao realize that it's possible to raid this game. In addition, a year ago, Aincrad's second floor was cleared in a single day, which gave the players a lot of hope. In the following year, all the players with a little bit of ambition put in a lot of effort to raid Aincrad. They were no longer as muddle-headed as they were in the first floor. As a result, the raid progress has greatly increased. It took a month to clear the first floor and a day to clear the second floor. But in this year, the players have already reached the 55th floor, which is more than half of Aincrad's floors. Currently, the players and guilds who were at the front lines of the game had already formed a group of clearers, aiming to reach the top floor of Aincrad and continue to fight on the highest floor of Aincrad. Although the clearers only make up a few hundred of the thousands of players in Sao, their level and equipment are far superior to the average player. Most of the credit for clearing Aincrad's 55th floor in a year is due to them. Among them, the clearers are divided into 5 factions. The first faction is Furin Kazan. Their guild leader is Klein. It's a very average guild. It's not very outstanding and it's not as unscrupulous as other guilds. However, it's a highly praised guild. Even if its performance is average, it's definitely one of the top guilds in SAO. The second faction is Divine Dragon Alliance. Compared to Furin Kazan, their behavior is much worse. They're willing to do anything to clear Aincrad's floors, even if they hurt players and become orange players. Because of this, the position of their leader has been changed frequently. Although it's currently unknown, there's no doubt about their strength. They even have the second most members in SAO. The third faction was the Knights of the Blood. Their leader was Heathcliff, recognized as the strongest guild in Aincrad. They didn't have a lot of members, but almost all of them were elites. Their vice president was Asuna, and their leader was Heathcliff. One could easily imagine the strength of the Knights of the Blood. As for the fourth faction, it's a bit surprising. The first three factions are exactly the same as the original game, but the fourth faction isn't in the original game. Moonlit Black Cats. Their leader Keita. In the past year, thanks to the help of a certain someone and the tireless efforts of the Moonlit Black Cats, a small guild with only 6 members has become one of the top 5 guilds in SAO. Although they have the least number of members among the clearers, every one of them is quite strong. Moreover, the members of Moonlit Black Cats always had the best equipment in the clearers. Even though they were the weakest among the clearers, they weren't any weaker than Divine Dragon Alliance and Furin Kazan. Their equipment was the best among the clearers. As for why the Moonlit Black Cats were able to have the newest and best equipment at all times, the main culprit was naturally a certain bug-like player's contribution. Finally, the last faction of the clearers, which is also the weakest faction, is the solo player faction. There are only 2 players in this faction. One is called Agile, the owner of an item house. He's a careful businessman who has secretly contributed a lot to nurturing middle-level players. Although he's not a member of any guild, he's strong enough to rival the clearers. The other person is Kirito. Thanks to a certain someone, Kirito didn't get ostracized on the first floor like the original work, and he didn't get involved with the Moonlit Black Cats, which caused him to suffer a severe psychological blow. However, Kirito seemed to be used to being a lone wolf. Even though he didn't have as few friends as the original work, he almost never teamed up with anyone. Still, no one doubted his strength, and there wasn't a single player who didn't know the name Black Swordsman. Originally, there was another faction in the clearers, the Army. It's the largest guild with the most members, and its strength isn't inferior to any of the clearers. However, due to the heavy casualties they suffered in the 25th floor, the Army withdrew from the clearers. Although they're still active in the front lines, they're not as active as before. Thanks to the hard work of the clearers and the clearers, 2/3 of the 55th floor of Aincrad were cleared by them. They contributed a lot to the clearers and their idols among the clearers. But the remaining 1/3 of the 55th floor of Aincrad was cleared by one person. That's right, one person. And that person is none other than Wu Yan. If the clearers are the idols of the clearers, then Wu Yan is the god in the eyes of the clearers and the clearers. He's the only one who managed to clear 1/3 of the clearers in a year's time. Who else can do that? Don't even talk about who can do it. Even if the clearers were to compare, none of them would be able to do it. He never appeared in the eyes of the clearers, and even the intelligence merchants have a hard time finding him. It's said that after clearing a floor, he would immediately go to the labyrinth area of that floor. He never leveled up in the wild, and even if he did, he would only appear in the wild when he was fighting the wild boss. This is the only time a lucky player would be able to track him down. There are also people who have seen him in towns and cities. However, towns and cities are filled with crooks and honest folk. Most of the time, a single similarity would cause a ruckus. Thus, not many people would believe a sighting in a town or city. This added a mysterious aura to this godlike existence. In SAO, 99 out of 100 players would say Wu Yan is the most popular player among the female players, and the remaining one would say that he's the one who's jealous of Wu Yan. After all, a single person can play the same role as the clearers. In this game world where players are waiting to be saved, it's natural that he's a godlike existence. A year ago, Wu Yan was only qualified to be the strongest clearers in the game, but now there's no doubt that he's the strongest clearers. Because everyone who saw Wu Yan saw the elf sitting on his shoulder, so the clearers gave Wu Yan such a title, Fey Swordsman. Chapter 638. Everyone knew that the legendary Fey Swordsman was so powerful that he was able to clear 1/3 of Aincrad's 55 floors by himself. However, they didn't know that the legendary Fey Swordsman they were talking about almost tore a piece of flesh out of their hearts when he heard their praises. With Wu Yan's strength, if he could clear so many floors by himself with a Fey swordsman, would it be difficult for him to clear 2/3 of the floors? No. It's not difficult at all. Wu Yan is strong enough to solo the boss, and he's also strong enough to dominate the labyrinth. It's only a matter of time for him to clear 2/3 of the floors, but it's precisely because of this that it's a big problem. After all, he's alone and he can only rely on himself to run around in the labyrinth. Naturally, he can only rely on himself to find the boss's room. There are so many people in the clearers, and Wu Yan might have to face them all together. However, it's not unreasonable to say that there's strength in numbers. At the very least, when it comes to finding the boss's room, the party with more people would have a huge advantage. Because of this, when Wu Yan was looking for the boss's room, the clearers would have already entered the boss's room. Then not long after, the news of clearing the floor would reach Wu Yan's ears. While he was looking for dessert with great difficulty, someone else had eaten it. What kind of feeling was this? Wu Yan doesn't know about other people's feelings, but Wu Yan knows that he's in a bad mood. In fact, Wu Yan could have asked the moonlit black cats to notify him when they found the boss, and it would have saved him a lot of trouble. Kato wouldn't have refused, but Wu Yan is a stubborn person. If he's determined to clear the floor by himself, he's going to do it all by himself. Moreover, doing this is no different from kill-stealing. Wu Yan disdained to do such a thing. Thus, while others are immersed in the worship of Wu Yan's achievements, Wu Yan himself sees it as a disgrace. To sum it up, his personality was acting up. Why didn't he think about it? If he didn't have a healing fairy, would he dare to rush into the labyrinth every time he went up a new floor? Most likely he would have to take some time to use recovery tools, which would greatly reduce his leveling speed. If that were to happen, his battle record would be even worse. After all, the monsters in the labyrinth did not come alone. Instead, they came in large groups. A single person's strength was ultimately limited. Unless the level gap was too large, it was impossible to guarantee that he would not be attacked by a group of monsters. That being said, Wu Yan wasn't willing to be the underdog. Every time he got up early in the morning and groped around in the labyrinth area, he wanted to find the boss room one step ahead of the clearers and slay it to clear the 55th floor of Aincrad. Subconsciously, Wu Yan wanted to spar with the clearers. It's for the sake of fun. Otherwise, he'd just be killing monsters all day long. It's fine if it's a short period of time, but if it's a long period of time, it's not that fun anymore. In a way, the clearers can be considered as Wu Yan's competitor. Of course, the only person who can treat the clearers as his competitor is Wu Yan, whether it's in terms of strength or mentality. Currently, it's been about 2 to 3 days since the 54th floor was cleared and the clearers reached the 55th floor. In these 2 to 3 days, even the clearers couldn't reach the labyrinth area. There are a lot of wild monsters on the way from the town to the labyrinth area. Only Wu Yan can ignore them and go straight to the labyrinth area. This is one of the benefits of being a solo player. He doesn't need to worry about the team's progress. In the labyrinth area, Wu Yan is the only one moving around. In these 2 to 3 days, Wu Yan killed the monsters in the labyrinth area twice or thrice, but he still couldn't find the boss room. It's the same today. He returned empty-handed. If he can find the boss room, then Wu Yan is confident that he can clear the floor. Only Oniai-san can have such confidence. Sachi sent such a sentence in the mail, which made Wu Yan smile proudly. It's true, even the clearers don't dare to boast that they have absolute confidence in clearing the floor. Other than the clearers, there's no one else who can say such a thing. It's a pity that I can't find it. After feeling proud for a while, Wu Yan felt helpless again. Labyrinth area, is it the path or the boss room that got lost? Can't you just let me find it? Every floor's boss room isn't set in the same place, otherwise, Oniai-san, you would be the only one playing the game in SAO. Sachi said in the mail. It's obvious that she trusts Wu Yan a lot. If there's anyone who knows Wu Yan the best, moonlit black cats wouldn't dare to say they're the best. After all, the only people who are close to Wu Yan are the 6 founding members of moonlit black cats. By the way, Oniai-san, do you know about today's event? Today's event? Wu Yan looked at the mail in front of him, his eyes narrowed. Are you talking about the special boss that will only appear tonight? The special boss that can drop resurrection items? Yeah. Sachi was a bit envious when she sent the email. In SAO, players who die once can't be resurrected, and as long as they die once, they will die in the real world as well. However, the special boss that appeared tonight can drop items that can revive players. If we can have it, it's like having an extra life in our hands. Oniai-san, do you think the resurrection items information is real? It's reasonable for Sachi to ask that question. When a player dies, their body in the real world will also die, so can this resurrection item really resurrect them in the real world? Who would believe it if he told them? Wu Yan is familiar with the original work, so of course he believes it. He knows that the resurrection item can only resurrect players who died within 10 seconds. In other words, when a player dies in SAO, there's a 10-second buffer before the helmet will destroy the player's brain. If a player uses the resurrection item to resurrect within 10 seconds, their body in the real world won't be attacked by the helmet. Wu Yan knows this, but he can't explain it to Sachi. He can only vaguely remind her. Since there's such an event, the information shouldn't be fake. Maybe when a player dies, the helmet will destroy the player's brain, and during that time, the resurrection item should be effective. Onyasen, you mean? Ah. Wu Yan smirked. The information about the resurrection item should be real, but there must be conditions for resurrection. For example, the item can only be used within a certain period of time after the player's death, and it won't be effective if it expires. That makes sense. Well, in any case, it's better to believe it than not. It's necessary to take a look. So, Onyasen, are you going to look for the special boss? Wu Yan didn't answer Sachi's question. Instead, he asked a question. Sachi, have you found the location of the special boss? Yes, we have. According to the information, the special boss will appear in the 35th floor of the Forest of Wandering. The guild leader has already set off with his men. The moonlit black cats have set off? Then the other guilds should be there as well, right? Opening his interface, Wu Yan pulled up the skill bar. Looking at one of the skills, a smile appeared on his face. Looks like I'll have to meet the clearers. Chapter 639. Aincrad's 35th floor, Forest of Wandering. It said that the special boss that will only appear tonight will drop a resurrection item. A resurrection item is undoubtedly a very rare item. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's the rarest item in the game. Because after tonight, the special boss won't appear again. So, you can either kill the special boss tonight and get a resurrection item, or you can only get one resurrection item at most. Of course, such an item is extremely rare. What's more, in SAO, the most important thing isn't equipment or money, it's life. Having a resurrection item in hand is equivalent to having a new life. Plus, you can only get one resurrection item at most, so no one wouldn't want such a precious item. Therefore, after the news spread, a large number of players in Aincrad's 35th floor, Forest of Wandering, rushed to this place. Most of these players are members of the clearers. They're the fastest to get information about the special boss. While other players are still waiting for news, they've already arrived at Forest of Wandering. In the original work, Kirito came to the Forest of Wandering to revive Sachi, Furinkazan, and Divine Dragon Alliance, who followed Furinkazan, followed by Furinkazan. But here, the clearers are the only ones who got information about the special boss. In other words, the original plot has changed a little. It's not hard to understand. In the original work, Kirito was the one who deduced the location of the special boss and came here. In order to resurrect Sachi, he had to go all out and fight the special boss alone. He didn't want the resurrection item to fall into the hands of others. But this time, Kirito's relationship with Sachi isn't as close as in the original work. At most, they're just comrades in the front line. They've only met 2 or 3 times and Sachi didn't die, so Kirito didn't care about the resurrection item as much as in the original work. Since Kirito relaxed, the others naturally took the opportunity to chase after him. And so, the entire clearers came to Forest of Wandering to fight for the resurrection item. At the entrance of the Forest of Wandering, the players split up and occupied the 4 corners. The easternmost was Elements, who were all dressed in red armor and had all sorts of weapons. Standing at the front was Klein. There were more than 10 Elements members here. Although there weren't many of them, their aura was strong and they should be able to deal with this situation. To the west of Furinkazan was the Divine Dragon Alliance. They didn't have a leader and they had all sorts of equipment. They were the only guild with uneven equipment. Moreover, every member had a sinister smile on their face. It was obvious that they weren't good people. The first impression they gave was definitely negative. Next to the Divine Dragon Alliance was the Moonlit Black Cats. Their leader was Suda. Aside from the 3 male elders, the rest were unfamiliar faces. Sachi and Cheyenne didn't come. As players, they weren't that strong. At the very least, they couldn't stand on the front lines. Sachi usually handled the affairs of the Moonlit Black Cats. Cheyenne, on the other hand, became a professional potioneer. The two didn't participate in battles, but they were relatively safe. Unlike Furin Kazan, the members of Moonlit Black Cats didn't wear the same equipment as Furin Kazan. However, their equipment isn't ordinary. Suda and company used their relationship with Wu Yan to buy the latest equipment from him at a low price. Since Wu Yan always stood at the top of the players, he always went to the labyrinth to level up. The equipment he got was also the best. He didn't need that much equipment, so it was normal for Suda and the others to help him get rid of it. It's just that the buyer was the Moonlit Black Cats themselves. As for the people standing at the westernmost part of the Forest of Wandering, they were all members of the Knights of Blood Oath. They were all wearing white uniforms with red edges, outer armor, and a cape on both shoulders. They didn't have that many people, only a dozen or so. It was about the same as Furin Kazan and Moonlit Black Cats. Other than the Divine Dragon Alliance, the other three guilds didn't send that many people. A special boss was still a boss. It was much stronger than a wild boss. Even if it was on the 35th floor, no one would believe that it only had the strength of a 35th floor boss. At the very least, this special boss was at least as strong as a floor boss on the 40th floor. If too many people came, it would only be a hindrance. Only the Divine Dragon Alliance would send so many people. At the front of the Knights of the Blood Oath, the one who led them was the only female player present, and a very beautiful one at that. He wore the same white uniform with red edges as the other members of the Knights of the Blood Oath, but he was wearing a woman's short skirt. There was a cape on both sides of his thighs, and his smooth shoulders were exposed to the air. A pair of long white socks covered his thighs, and his chest was covered by a decorative shirt that looked like armor. On his waist, a weapon that looked like a western sword swayed with the wind. Among the tall and mighty Knights of the Blood Oath, he was the shortest, but he had the most imposing aura. Her long chestnut-colored hair hung down behind her back. Both sides of her hair were tied in braids that covered the entire back of her head. Her long bangs were slanted, and two strands of hair fell parallel to her eyebrows, covering her waist. Her pupils, which were the same color as her hair, did not fluctuate at all. She looked cold yet full of heroic spirit. Flash. Asuna. The vice leader of the Knights of the Blood Oath. Asuna, who was only willing to hide under a cape, finally showed her charming face to the outside world. She became the vice leader of the strongest guild in SAO, Knights of the Blood Oath. She's also the strongest female player in SAO. She's talented and beautiful. Asuna deserves to be praised like this. However, the coldness on her face made Asuna look sacred. She's one of the top 5 beauties in SAO, yet she's somehow pitiful. She's a beauty that can be ranked in the top 5 of SAO's female population. She's pitiful. She's a beauty that can only be admired from afar. Asuna frowned slightly and looked at Moonlit Black Cats, Furin Kazan, and Divine Dragon Alliance. Although Asuna had expected that there would be a bloody battle in the Forest of Wandering before she came here, she didn't expect it to end up in a deadlock. The 4 guilds are the clearest, they know each other the best. No one knows the strength of their opponents better than them, so no one wants to be the first to step out. That's how the stalemate came to be. At a certain moment, at the entrance of the Forest of Wandering behind them, a series of ripples spread out like water ripples. Not long after, a team of about 20 people wearing military armor rushed in and forcefully inserted themselves in the middle of the 4 opposing guilds. It was a very barbaric scene. Many people frowned when they saw this. Asuna glanced at the sudden appearance of the team. I didn't expect the army to be here as well. Well, it's a resurrection item, who wouldn't want it? Asuna only glanced at the people from the army for a second before turning her attention away. To her, the army and the Divine Dragon Alliance were nothing to be afraid of. They don't have a soul, they lack top-tier players, they're just relying on their numbers. At the same time, another ripple appeared at the entrance of the Forest of Wandering, attracting everyone's attention. Then, a figure wearing a dark blue coat with a long sword on his back appeared. Many people were stunned when they saw this person. Klein shouted in surprise. Kirito. It's Kirito. Chapter 640. Kirito didn't expect there to be so many people here. He was startled as soon as he came in. It wasn't until he heard Klein's voice that he came back to his senses. Kirito, you bastard. Klein abandoned his men and ran to Kirito without hesitation. If I knew you were coming, I would have told you to come with me. Kirito was the first person he met when he first entered SAO. Klein treated him as his best friend even though Kirito didn't choose to stay in the town of beginnings with him. I didn't expect this either. Kirito looked at everyone strangely. I didn't expect this to happen. I thought I was the only one who found information about the special boss. Kirito didn't know where the special boss was in the closed beta. It was only available on Christmas Eve, so Kirito didn't know where the special boss was. Plus, he didn't care about the special boss as much as he did in the original novel, and he didn't want to risk his life in a one-on-one fight. Naturally, he was much later than the others. So the clearers are all here. Kirito glanced at Knights of the Blood, Moonlit Black Cats, Fearing Kazan, Divine Dragon Alliance, and finally stopped at the army. Even they are here. It seems like the revival item fight is going to be difficult. It won't be that easy to get involved. Kirito didn't sound worried or anxious at all. Instead, he sounded very relaxed. It was as if he didn't care about the 5 top guilds at all. Hey Kirito. Klein chuckled. Since you're here, why don't you form a party with us? The revival item will belong to whoever gets it. Sure. Kirito agreed without hesitation. Kirito didn't experience the rejection from the original work, so he became the so-called cheater. He didn't have a deep relationship with the Moonlit Black Cats, which led to their demise. Compared to the original work, Kirito was much happier here. Without those nightmarish experiences, Kirito didn't need to form a party even though he was usually alone. He wouldn't refuse. The current situation. Even a fool would know that it was impossible for him to compete with 5 top-tier guilds by himself. The chances were slim, so it was better to team up with Klein. That way, the chances of getting resurrection items would be much higher. Add to that the difficulty of the special boss, even Kirito would have a 90% chance of dying if he were to fight it alone. Since he didn't have to respawn every time he died, of course Kirito wouldn't risk his life to fight it alone. Kirito joining Fearing Kazan was undoubtedly a good thing. But for the other 4 guilds it wasn't a good thing. Asuna was the only one who was still expressionless. Her expression was terrifying. Of course Asuna knew Kirito. Not only did they team up on the first floor, but they also often met each other in the clearers. Both of them were top clearers and their strength was close to each other. They often quarreled over strategies, so over time they became familiar with each other. But it's only limited to being familiar with each other. If there's a conflict of interest, Asuna wouldn't worry too much. For example, right now, Kirito followed Klein to Fearing Kazan's position and saw that everyone was in a stalemate, so he couldn't help but ask. Don't tell me we're going to keep going like this? There's still some time until midnight, but it'll take a long time to deal with the special boss. Hearing this, the members of the 5 guilds looked at each other and fell silent. They had to admit that Kirito's words made sense. Indeed, we can't let this stalemate continue. Asuna stepped forward and said loudly, "Everyone, let's fight together. We'll follow the clearest rules and whoever gets the resurrection item will get it. What do you think?" "What do you think?" Suda, Klein, and Suda pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. The Divine Dragon Alliance and the army also had no objections. They have more people, so the chances of getting the resurrection item will be higher. At least that's what the 2 guilds thought. After everyone agreed, the heavy atmosphere in the air disappeared. Asuna nodded. Then, just as Asuna was about to announce her departure, a ripple appeared at the entrance of the Forest of Wandering, blocking Asuna's words. Everyone's expression froze as they turned to look at the source of the ripple. Now that all the clearers are here, even the solo player Kirito is here, who else is going to come? Could it be Agile? That's what everyone thought. They didn't even consider the possibility that it's a small guild or team. Even if they came, they're destined to return empty-handed compared to the 5 guilds here. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, the water rippled and spread out in all directions. The snowflakes floating in the dark night were also swept away by the water ripples. Then a figure slowly emerged from the water ripples and walked towards them. When the figure's full appearance appeared in the air, the eyes of nearly 100 players on the scene bulged out and they sucked in a mouthful of cold air. However, they didn't realize it at all. Instead, they rubbed their eyes as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. When they finally realized that what they saw wasn't wrong, their mouths gradually widened. In front of them, a figure wearing a black overcoat and carrying a long black greatsword slowly walked over from the ripples of the water. On the overcoat, there were ribbons tied to both arms and waist that whistled along with the snowy wind in the dark night, making this black figure appear free and easy. It made the eyes of those who looked at him a little more intoxicated. On his shoulder, a small fairy was sitting on it. The white light emitting from its body seemed to add a trace of warmth to its master, who was black all over. The 2 figures of different sizes, one black and one white, complemented each other perfectly. It was as if they were born to be like this, as if they were made by nature. Wearing a black coat, carrying a black greatsword, and a fairy sitting on his shoulder, is there anyone in Sao who wouldn't recognize a person with this appearance? Fey Swordsman. Wuyan. It was unknown who shouted this, but the members of the 5 top guilds, Knights of the Blood, Moonlit Black Cats, Elements, Divine Dragon Alliance and the army reacted one after another. Fey Swordsman. It's Fey Swordsman. The strongest player. Fey Swordsman Wuyan. He's here too. I saw him in person. I saw the Fey Swordsman in person. Asuna, Kirito, Suda, and Klein finally snapped out of their daze when they heard the shouts from the members of the 5 guilds. Their faces immediately changed. It's him. Kirito was shocked. Is he that legendary man? Klein's face was full of excitement. He's here too. Suda smiled. It's him. Asuna couldn't believe her eyes. Fey Swordsman, the strongest player, the legendary man who single-handedly cleared 20 floors of Aincrad. He's the mysterious man who hasn't been seen more than 10 times in the past year. And now he's in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, no matter which guild they're from, they're no different from normal people. All that's left is their commotion. It's really him? The coldness on Asuna's face has completely disappeared. Looking at the figure that left a deep impression on her, Asuna's eyes began to flicker with emotion. Wondrous Brush Pavilion 5200, no pop-up window, quick update, remember? Chapter 641. It's him? Wuyan couldn't help but be surprised by the number of people he saw. He paused for a split second before he continued walking as if nothing had happened. Wuyan left footprints in the snow behind him. They disappeared as soon as they appeared, as if no one had ever set foot on this place. However, no one could ignore the person walking towards them because he is a legend. Ta, 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 ta. Rhythmic footsteps entered everyone's ears and it's getting closer and closer. Originally, the entrance to the Forest of Wandering was surrounded by the players of the 5 guilds. However, as Wuyan got closer, the players who were closest to him subconsciously opened up a path for him to pass through. All of this was done subconsciously until they realized that they were the ones who made way for Wuyan. The title of the strongest player in the Forest of Wandering is very powerful. Looking at the figure who ignored everyone present and walked in, none of the 100 or so players who were usually proud and arrogant dared to scold him. Perhaps they had such thoughts in their hearts. After all, they were players from top guilds. However, their bodies did not listen to their commands at all, until a certain moment, a slightly excited voice broke the deathly silence. Yeah. Suda's voice was loud and clear, he attracted a lot of attention. Suda straightened his back and walked towards Wuyan under everyone's watchful eyes. Wuyan stopped when he saw Suda walking towards him. He turned around to look at him. Although I heard that you've brought people here, I didn't expect you to be at the entrance. Glancing at the players from Blood Oath Cavalry, Moonlit Black Cats, Fearing Kazan, Divine Dragon Alliance, and the army, the corner of his lips curled up. What? Are you going to welcome me? Suda scratched his head awkwardly when he heard Wuyan's words. The other members of the Moonlit Black Cats were dumbfounded. Their guild leader was usually very kind, but he wouldn't show such an expression. It was as if he was facing an elder brother or an idol. Only the 3 elders who had accompanied Keita all this time knew how much this man had changed their guild. It could be said that without him, the Moonlit Black Cats wouldn't have been able to reach where they were today. In a way, Wuyan is the benefactor of Suda and the others. But very quickly, the stupidity on the faces of the members of the Moonlit Black Cats disappeared, and was replaced by a strong sense of excitement. His president was actually acquainted with that legendary powerhouse. What a glorious thing this was. Almost every player in Sao knows that the Fey Swordsman Wuyan is a super strong player who rarely shows his face. It's hard to even catch a glimpse of him. Even if they can't recruit him into their guild, they can at least get acquainted with him. It was easy to imagine how the members of the Moonlit Black Cats felt when they found out that their guild leader was friends with this person. As the top players of this world, they actually felt proud of themselves. As for the Blood Oath Cavalry Regiment, Fearing Kazan, Sacred Dragon Alliance, and the army, their faces turned cold. They had a bad feeling about this. If that legendary figure were to join the Moonlit Black Cats, then the battle for this special boss would be. Thinking of this, the respect they had for Wuyan disappeared. All that was left was vigilance. With the precious resurrection item in front of them, No matter how legendary this person is, he's destined to be their enemy. Of course, Suda doesn't think so. He knows this person in front of him won't be on the same side as him. It's been like this for the past year. That's why Suda didn't invite Wu Yan to join the party. Instead he said helplessly, "Since you're here, then our chances of getting the resurrection item aren't very high." "Don't say that." Wu Yan patted Suda's shoulder as he teased him. "Maybe you'll get the last hit in the end?" Suda shook his head in annoyance. "Anyway, I don't have much hope." Wu Yan didn't say anything else. He looked up and scanned the faces of the players. Those who made eye contact with Wu Yan subconsciously felt awkward. Wu Yan didn't mind and continued to scan the players one by one. Finally he stopped at 2 people. Kirito, Suda. Kirito wasn't surprised to see these 2 people he hadn't seen in a while. However, Asuna's words caught Wu Yan's attention. Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh in amazement. He had never seen Asuna's real face before, he only saw her on TV or in the newspapers. Now that he's seeing her in person, Wu Yan had to admit that Asuna is very beautiful. She's so beautiful that even his other wives can't compare to her in terms of beauty. She's definitely one of the top beauties in the world. Wu Yan calmly looked at Kirito with a smile. "Long time no see." "Yeah, it's been a long time." Kirito sighed as he looked at the only player in this game that he respected. "It's been about a year." Kirito replied. "It's been a long time, but I've heard a lot about you." Wu Yan said. "The Black Swordsman, you're very famous." "Are you making fun of me?" Kirito was speechless. Who can beat Wu Yan when it comes to lively performances? Wu Yan's reputation? Hey, Kirito. At this time, Klein grabbed Kirito's head, pulled him closer and said sternly, "Do you know him?" "Yeah, sort of." Kirito said casually. "We fought together when we were fighting the first floor's boss." "Damn it. You didn't even tell me you knew someone like him. You're such a bad brother." Klein glared at Kirito with jealousy. His tone was sour, as if Kirito had stolen his wife, which made Kirito feel disgusted. Wu Yan was annoyed when he saw Klein and Kirito whispering to each other. He stopped talking and turned to Suda. "I'll be going first." With that, Wu Yan left everyone behind and walked into the depths of the Forest of Wandering. Nearly 100 players watched Wu Yan walk into the forest. When Wu Yan's figure disappeared into the water, they started whispering to each other. "Vice Commander." A member of Knights of the Blood walked up to Asuna, who was looking at Wu Yan's disappearing figure. "What should we do?" Everyone in the 5 guilds had the same question. Although the resurrection item is precious, none of them thought that a legendary figure would be attracted to it. Originally, with the other guilds as their opponents, they could have used the clearest rules to win, or they could have used their trump cards to compete with the other guilds. Wu Yan's arrival caught them off guard. Competing with the strongest player in the game, the Fey Swordsman, who could fight against the clearest alone. On the surface, it looked like they had the absolute advantage and victory was within their grasp. However, they have a feeling that they won't be able to win against the other party. Asuna pursed her lips and calmed down. She waved her hand and said, "Follow him. Act according to the situation." "Yes." At the same time, the other 4 guilds made the same decision. Chapter 642. According to the intel, the Christmas Eve special boss will appear under a fir tree. If the information that the special boss was located in the Forest of Wandering was obtained only after painstaking investigation and deduction, then the information that the boss was located under a fir tree was the best piece of information to deduce. After all, it was Christmas Eve and the special boss was an event on Christmas Eve. As a Christmas event, it wasn't too hard to guess that the special boss would appear at the fir tree. It was easy to guess what was related to Christmas. In fact, most people had already guessed that the special boss this time would be similar to Santa Claus's appearance. In the Forest of Wandering there were many fir trees. However, there was only one tree that could accommodate a boss and be used as a Christmas event venue. That was the tallest and largest fir tree in the deepest part of the Forest of Wandering. Wu Yan followed the map and arrived at the location of the fir tree. After passing through a teleportation point in the Forest of Wandering, the tree entered his sight. Wu Yan looked up at the tree. It's a rare sight even in the behemoth forest of the Spalier world. He walked towards the tree with a relaxed expression. It's like he's here for an outing and not to fight a boss. When Wu Yan walked towards the tree, a series of water ripples appeared behind him. The Knights of the Blood, Moonlit Black Cats, Fearing Kazan, Divine Dragon Alliance, and the army all appeared under the leadership of Asuna, Kirito, Suda, and Klein. They stopped in their tracks as if by prior agreement, and surrounded the place as they had done at the entrance of the forest, raising their eyes to look at the figure walking towards the fir tree. One-on-one? It's a one-on-one duel, right? Klein grinned and laughed. I can finally witness the power of the legendary Fey swordsman. Kirito nodded and stared at the figure in front of him. He muttered, "Let's see the difference between us." He's alone again? Asuna went silent. She didn't know what to feel about this. Wu Yen left a deep impression on her, so she's been paying attention to Wu Yen for the past year. In the past year she had learned of his strength, his achievements, and his current situation. However, all of these pieces of information had the same message. From the beginning to the end, he had always been alone. Maybe there's no one in this world who can team up with me? Asuna clenched her fists when she remembered what he said. She doesn't know why, but she really cares about that sentence. After all, Asuna was alone in SAO for the first month of her stay in SAO. Maybe it's because of her experience, or maybe it's because she's curious, but Asuna cares about Wu Yen a lot. She already cared about him since a year ago, and it's only gotten stronger after a year. Wu Yen didn't know about this yet. If he did, he would have been shocked. Back then he only exchanged a few words with Asuna, that's all they did. The tall fir tree in front of him does look a bit like a Christmas tree. If he hung some decorations on it, it would be a perfect Christmas tree. However, Wu Yen didn't see any signs of the boss. Until, in the sky, the sound of a Christmas bell suddenly rang in the snowy sky. Along with the sound of the bell, it resounded loudly and attracted everyone's attention. Raising their heads to look at the snowflakes floating in the night sky, everyone saw two lines of clouds that looked like planes flying through the clouds. They flew quickly into the distance and disappeared into the night in an instant. Then a huge figure fell from the sky without any warning. With an incomparably swift whistling sound, it smashed into the ground with a loud bang. The snowflakes on the ground were swept away by the force, shrouding the huge figure. In the blink of an eye, it dissipated in a gust of wind. A monster that looks like Santa Claus appeared in the middle of the snowflakes. Its skin is greenish-black, and its face is distorted. It looks like an adult version of Santa Claus. Its eyes are protruding and there's a red glow in them. It's the boss. Behind them, Knights of the Blood, Moonlit Black Cats, Fearing Kazan, Divine Dragon Alliance, and the army all grabbed their weapons and got ready to charge. After Asuna, Suda, and Klein stopped them, Knights of the Blood, Moonlit Black Cats, and Fearing Kazan relaxed and stared at the boss. Only Divine Dragon Alliance and the army were still eager to charge at the boss. Looking at the 4 to 5 meter tall boss, Wu Yen narrowed his eyes. His wine-red pupils didn't contain any emotion as he looked at the boss. It's as if he's looking at a monkey brandishing a sword or a gun. He didn't even look at the boss in the eye. Maybe the boss noticed the contempt of the little guy in front of her. Her malevolent face started shaking like a puppet. She started making clacking noises as her bloodshot eyes started moving around randomly. She stared at Wu Yen for a second before fixing her gaze on Wu Yen. Boom. A loud thud could be heard. That's the sound of the boss stomping on the ground. He pulled out an axe and with a stomp, he charged at Wu Yen with the force of a mountain. Looking at the charging boss, Wu Yen raised his hand and lightly placed it on the hilt of Heaven Gazer on his back. His coat fluttered in the wind caused by the boss's charge, but Wu Yen didn't do anything. Only when the boss got close to him did he pull out Heaven Gazer. Clang, a strong gust of wind blew from where the two collided. Along with the sound of weapons clashing, the wind whistled and blew in all directions. It was like an avalanche and the clearers were hit by a blizzard. The players all raised their hands to shield their faces, their eyes squinting from the snowflakes and strong winds. However, none of them were willing to close their eyes for a moment of comfort. They knew that if they missed today's battle, they might not be able to see the elven swordsman fight again. Of course, Wu Yen didn't disappoint them. They could only see the outline of the figure buried in the snow, but they could see the other figure clearly. That's why they saw the 5-meter-tall body of the boss flying in the air from the center of the battle. It spun around and flew out from the center of the battle. Klein's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle, and a drop of sweat dripped down his forehead. What a powerful force. Asuna, Kirito, and Suda didn't say anything. They just stared at the scene in front of them. They didn't want to miss anything. Bang! The flying boss was smashed into the ground by this attack, causing countless snowflakes to fly up. The 4 long HP bars on the boss were visibly reduced by more than half. In other words, this attack had directly shaved off 1/8 of the boss's HP. So powerful. Chapter 643. Since the special boss on Christmas Eve could drop precious resurrection items, its strength was naturally unparalleled. Otherwise, any random player could kill this boss. Then the 5 guilds wouldn't need to send so many elites. Moonlit Black Cats, Elements, and even the guild leaders came personally. Knights of the Blood sent out their vice leader. Divine Dragon Alliance and the army used their numbers to suppress the situation. All of this told others how strong the boss was. Perhaps it was because of the resurrection item, but more importantly, it was because of the strength of the boss itself. According to preliminary estimates, the strength of a special boss was at least as strong as a level 40 boss and above. There was no upper limit. Even if Kirito and Asuna went up against a boss monster like this, their chances of victory would be slim. They would need to team up and take some unnecessary risks. However, in Wu Yan's hands, the boss monster was like a child facing off against a giant. In less than 5 seconds, the boss's HP bar dropped by January 8th. What does this mean? This meant that the boss in front of them would be destroyed in just 7 more 5 seconds and 7 more attacks like this. It's as weak as a wild monster. The players looked at each other. They were stunned when they saw the boss's HP bar drop by January 8th. Too strong. Too strong. Klein gulped. No wonder he could clear 20 floors of Aincrad by himself. He's not even on the same level as us. How did he train? Is there a bug in SAO? That's impossible. Kirito shook his head with a bitter smile. I don't want to admit it, but SAO is surprisingly fair and stable. If there's a bug that can be exploited, there's more than one player who can do it. There's no shortage of players with sharp eyes in this game. Klein fell silent and turned to look at Keita. How do you know him? You guys seem to be close. We've known each other for a long time. Suda stared straight ahead. He's the calmest one out of everyone here after seeing Wu Yan's performance. We met on the second day of the game. We've known each other for a long time. He helped me a lot to get to where I am today. Asuna, Kirito, and Klein finally understood why the Moonlit Black Cats kept up with the times and why they were always among the best in terms of equipment. If it's because of Wu Yan, then it's a lot easier to explain. Indeed, without these advanced equipment, the strength of the Moonlit Black Cats would drop by at least a level. Not to mention the strongest guild, the Knights of the Blood Oath, they would be even weaker than Furin Kazan and Divine Dragon Alliance. They would only be able to compare to the army that had suffered heavy casualties a while ago. Asuna suddenly asked. You've known him for so long, have you ever teamed up with him? Suda paused and sighed. No, not even once. We don't even have the qualifications to team up with him even now. Asuna bit her lip. Could it be that he didn't form a team from the beginning to the end? Keita nodded his head heavily. As far as I know, yes. Asuna didn't know what to say anymore. Are you serious? Klein looked at Kirito. Looks like he's even more of a loner than you. At least you've teamed up with him a few times. Kirito crossed his arms in front of his chest. If I was as strong as him, I wouldn't have teamed up with him. Kirito was a loner by nature. He had always been alone. The few times he had formed a party was because he was forced to fight a boss or a boss. If Kirito had the strength to fight a boss alone, he wouldn't have formed a party with his personality. Asuna, Kirito, Suda, and Klein didn't notice that Divine Dragon Alliance and army's members were sneaking up on them from both sides. Bam! Another crushing blow sent the boss flying, taking away 1/8 of its HP. Wu Yan dodged and pulled some distance away from the boss. At this time, the boss's HP bar had already been emptied by 2 bars, dropping down to the yellow state of half HP. Wielding Heaven Gazer, Wu Yan was about to charge forward again when his body froze. His relaxed expression disappeared in an instant and his eyes flashed with a sharp glint. He retracted his leg that was about to exert force and came to a stop. Asuna, Kirito, Suda, and Klein were confused when they saw Wu Yan stop attacking. The boss only had half of its HP left. Wu Yan could easily deal with it. Why did he stop? Kirito looked at Wu Yan in confusion and then at the boss. He was shocked. What are they doing? Asuna, Suda, and Klein froze for a moment and followed Kirito's gaze. When they saw what was going on, they were shocked. The Divine Dragon Alliance and the army crept up to the boss from the side and started to charge at the boss. They were obviously planning to snatch the boss for themselves. These bastards. Suda was the first to get angry. He clenched his fists. How dare they try to steal the boss? Don't they feel ashamed? Huh? These bastards have done a lot of shameful things. Klein said with a face full of disgust. The Divine Dragon Alliance is famous for being willing to do anything for rare items. The same goes for the army. In the name of saving the people, they have done a lot of things like plundering items. Asuna and Kirito didn't say anything. They didn't have any expression on their faces, but their eyes were filled with disgust. They hated this kind of behavior. Hey Suda. Klein joked. Aren't you going to help him? Don't you guys have a good relationship? Even though he doesn't agree with the Divine Dragon Alliance and the army's actions, he can't just step in and cause a misunderstanding. It's not worth it. Klein also wants the resurrection item, but he doesn't want to offend that legendary figure. He's someone who can solo the boss in the labyrinth. They can't afford to offend him. The Shenglong Alliance and the army were blinded by greed. Suda is the only one here who has a reason to step in. As for Asuna, who knows what she's thinking? Suda shook his head with a smile and turned around. He's not that weak to the point where he needs help. Weak? Kirito and Klein had a strange expression on their faces. The Divine Dragon Alliance and the army aren't that lucky, but they're still two of the top 5 guilds in the game. They have the advantage in numbers. No matter how strong the boss is, it's still losing HP under the constant attacks of the two guilds. The leaders of the Divine Dragon Alliance and the army immediately shouted and increased the intensity of their attacks. They did not seem to realize that they had killed other monsters. It was as if they were the ones who had been fighting the boss all along. They also ordered the members who had low HP to go down and drink recovery potions. Not long after, the boss's HP finally dropped to red. The two guilds were excited. Just as they were about to attack the boss, a shadow flashed by and appeared in front of the boss at an unimaginable speed. Bang! The glowing heavenly gazer slashed down on the boss. The boss's HP was reduced to nothing. Its huge body shattered into pieces and fell on the shadow that appeared out of nowhere. The members of the Divine Dragon Alliance and the army were stunned. Chapter 644. The sound of the final blow was still echoing in the snowy night. The entire forest of wandering reverberated with the sound of the final blow. The members of Divine Dragon Alliance and army were dumbfounded. The boss was about to die in their hands, but someone else managed to steal the final blow. The eyes of the members of Divine Dragon Alliance and army turned crimson red. Their faces contorted in anger. They had completely forgotten that they were the ones who stole the boss from the other guilds. Under the fir tree, Wu Yin carried the Heaven Gazer on his back. He did not even look at the members of Divine Dragon Alliance and army. He opened up his personal interface and tapped on his inventory. A diamond-shaped golden pedestal appeared in his hand. At the center of the golden rhombus-shaped pedestal was a blue circular crystal. Weighing the item in his hand, Wu Yin tapped on it and the item's information popped up in front of him. Let me see. Saint Crystal of Soul Return. Resurrection item. Can be used within 10 seconds of the target player's death. After using it, the target player will be given a chance to resurrect. What the hell? There's a time limit. The sound of someone reading aloud echoed in the silent snowy night. It was heard by every player in the area. The players who were still in a daze looked at the Saint Crystal of Soul Return in Wu Yan's hand. Their eyes were burning with desire. The news that the special boss that would only appear tonight would drop resurrection items was doubtful in the eyes of the players who knew about it. The reason was that once they died in the game, their bodies in the real world would die at the same time. Could it be that items in the game could resurrect the dead in the real world? Of course that was impossible. However, since the news was spread, it would not be without reason. It might actually be possible. That was why all the major guilds sent their people to meet this so-called special boss. Now that the special boss was finally dead, the resurrection item dropped. Although there was a time limit to the resurrection target's death, the resurrection item was real. A resurrection item. Everyone stared at the Saint Crystal of Soul Return in Wu Yan's hand. Asuna, Suda, and Klein were the same. Only Kirito looked away after a glance. It was as if he did not care about it at all. Wu Yin, who was in the center of everyone's attention, put the Saint Crystal of Soul Return in his inventory and walked towards the exit. The members of Divine Dragon Alliance and army looked at each other. They could not resist the greed in their hearts and surrounded Wu Yin. Asuna, Kirito, Suda, and Klein's expression changed. So they're going to rob it? Suda's voice. Idiot. Hey, shouldn't we help him? Klein elbowed Suda. We can't let him kill the Divine Dragon Alliance and the army, can we? It'll cause a lot of trouble. Asuna and Kirito were reminded of Wu Yan's declaration during the first floor boss strategy meeting a year ago. Their expression turned heavy. If Divine Dragon Alliance and army got slaughtered by Wu Yan, it'll cause a huge uproar in SAO. The speed of clearing Aincrad will drop by a few notches. Those guys are annoying, but they're not at the point where they need to pay with their lives. They can't let that happen. Enough is enough. Asuna led the members of Knights of the Blood forward. She broke through the encirclement of Divine Dragon Alliance and army and stood between Wu Yan and the two guilds. The boss battle is over and the resurrection item has been dropped. There's no point in fighting anymore. Asuna said loudly, "Do you really want to sacrifice your life for something other than the boss battle?" Vice Leader. The leader of the Divine Dragon Alliance stepped forward and he pointed at Wu Yan, who looked like he didn't notice anything amiss. He's not part of the clearers. The rules don't apply to him, right? That's right. Army's leader also stepped forward and glanced at Wu Yan. He's not part of the clearers, Vice Leader. The rules don't apply to him, otherwise we won't accept it. You won't accept it? Asuna leaned to the side. Her voice was filled with disgust. Then who should we accept it? You're the one who stole their boss, right? You can't say that, Vice Leader. Army's leader said with a righteous tone. In order to free the players trapped in SAO, the resurrection item should be used to help the clearers. Isn't that the most helpful? Asuna was speechless. She stared at the leader of the army, with her chestnut-colored eyes. The leader of the army actually puffed out his chest shamelessly and put on a righteous expression as if the truth was on his side. Yo, that's some big talk. Suda, Klein and Moonlit Black Cats and Furin Kazan walked over and stood next to Asuna. So you're saying that we have to make sacrifices to save the players? Klein curled his lips. Then why did the army choose to rest after the casualties? Shouldn't you be at the front line even if you have to sacrifice the last man in your army to save the players? You. Army's leader choked. Divine Dragon Alliance's leader saw that Army's leader was shocked and decided to be rude. In short, we won't retreat until he hands over the resurrection item. Then I'll make it clear. Suda waved his hand and announced loudly. We Moonlit Black Cats will stand on your side. Asuna and Klein didn't say anything, but they didn't step aside either. They stood in front of Wu Yan. It's obvious that they want to support him. Kirito, who was standing on the side, saw this scene and frowned deeply. This is going to be troublesome. Knights of the Blood, Moonlit Black Cats, Furin Kazan, Divine Dragon Alliance, and the army. These 5 guilds were not only the top guilds in SAO, but also the main force of the clearers. Without them, clearing Aincrad would become a never-ending dream. If these 5 guilds were to cause a ruckus here, the clearers wouldn't be disbanded, but it would definitely affect the clearers. At least, it would greatly slow down the progress of the clearers. Wu Yan, who has been watching from the sidelines, suddenly smiled. It's a very evil smile. You want to rob us? His words silenced all the players in the room. Wu Yan walked past Asuna, Suda, and Klein. He stopped in front of the Divine Dragon Alliance and the army. He glanced at them and he said in a lazy tone. If you want to rob us, you can just say it. You don't have to flatter yourselves. Wu Yan shook his head and smiled. I hate it when people say one thing but think another. Disgusting. Asuna and the others were slightly shocked and there was a hint of anxiety in their eyes. Based on the situation just now, there are 3 guilds here and 2 guilds on the other side. In the end, they will part on bad terms, but at the same time, nothing will happen. But with Wu Yan's words, doesn't that mean he's not going to let this matter rest? Wu Yan didn't care at all. He took out the Saint Crystal of Soul Rebirth from his inventory and raised it in front of everyone. His lips curled into a cold smirk. Didn't you want it? Come and take it. Chapter 645. Silence. Everyone's gaze shifted to the Saint Crystal of Soul Return. Everyone, including Knights of the Blood, Moonlit Black Cats, and Furin Kazan, couldn't hide the desire in their eyes, let alone Divine Dragon Alliance and army. Their faces were filled with greed. However, when they saw the Saint Crystal of Soul return right in front of them, no one dared to take it, not even the 2 guilds that were making things difficult for them. The Fey swordsman Wu Yan, his name is a miracle in SAO. He managed to keep up with the clearer's progress by himself. His feats have reached a peak in the past year, to the point that anyone who hears about him can't help but be in awe of him. Moreover, he had fully displayed his strength in the previous boss battle. No matter how many people the Divine Dragon Alliance and the army had, they could not rely on their numbers to offset the terrifying battle power of the man before them. Perhaps they could rely on their words and situation to suppress this famous Lone Ranger. They could also rely on some righteous reasons to blatantly demand what they want. However, if they were to actually fight this legendary Fey swordsman in front of them, there was not a single one of them who wouldn't be trembling in fear. The two leaders of the Sacred Dragon Alliance and the army stared at the Saint Crystal of Soul Return. They raised and lowered their hands, but they didn't dare to touch the crystal. They didn't know if the super powerhouse in front of them would attack them the moment they raised their hands. They also didn't know if the super powerhouse in front of them would show them any mercy. They were yelling for the Saint Crystal of Soul Return just a moment ago, but now they don't dare to take it. This strange scene made the atmosphere filled with mockery. Asuna, Kirito, Suda, and Klein on the other hand were relieved. At least this proved that the Divine Dragon Alliance and the army weren't completely blinded by greed. Asuna walked to Wu Yan's side and whispered in his ear. "Alright, don't push too hard or they might actually attack." Wu Yan curled his lips. He wanted to tell Asuna that he doesn't care if they attack or not, but he saw Asuna's serious expression and her eyes were a bit erratic. He smiled and rolled his eyes. He wanted to tease her. "That." Wu Yan tilted his head and pretended to be confused. "Who are you?" Asuna's expression stiffened, her erratic eyes turned into anger. She looked up at Wu Yan, only to see Wu Yan's confused expression. Asuna suddenly remembered that she didn't reveal her true face to him. She pursed her lips and turned her head away. "I'm Asuna." "Asuna?" Wu Yan held back his laughter and asked again. "Who is Asuna?" This time not only Asuna, but Kirito, Suda, Klein, and the other two guild leaders also had a weird expression. Asuna, the Flash, the vice leader of Knights of the Blood, one of the top 5 most beautiful women in SAO, he doesn't even know who she is? Asuna was furious. She leaned in front of Wu Yan and pointed at his chest. "I say, even if you don't know my name, you should at least know my voice. Am I not enough for you to remember me for a year?" "Calm down. Calm down." Wu Yan took a step back and he awkwardly pushed his hand away. I remember now. Asuna snorted coldly. She finally calmed down. He was the one who left the deepest impression on her in SAO, but he didn't remember her at all. It would be strange if he didn't remember her. Wu Yan smirked when he saw Asuna's angry expression. He said something that almost made Asuna explode. "You're that cloaked girl, right?" "Cloaked girl?" Asuna clenched her fists, her body trembled with anger. She took 2 deep breaths to calm herself down. "Ah, that's right, I'm that cloaked woman." Asuna gritted her teeth and said, "Thank you for remembering me." "Well, you're welcome." Asuna turned around and stared at Wu Yan's face. If looks could kill, Wu Yan would have died a few times already. Hey, are you kidding me?" Klein said to Kirito. "We're in the middle of a war, what are they doing? Flirting? Ha! Who knows?" Kirito's mouth twitched. "Maybe all powerful people are weird like that." Suda glanced at Kirito. It's obvious that he's one of those weird and powerful people. Kirito couldn't help but look away. Wu Yan put the Saint Crystal of Soul Return back into his inventory. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Wu Yan appeared behind the 2 leaders of Divine Dragon Alliance and army. The 2 leaders broke out in cold sweat as they felt the pressure coming from behind them. Their faces paled. The members of Divine Dragon Alliance and army retreated in horror. They didn't know when Wu Yan appeared next to them, but they couldn't even hold their weapons properly. If he attacked just now, gulp? The sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard, followed by a series of gasps. They now know that no one on their side can match Wu Yan's speed. Wu Yan turned his back to the 2 leaders and sighed. "If you have time to waste on fighting, why don't you think about how to improve your own strength?" Wu Yan started walking towards the exit. After all, strength is the only thing that can guarantee one's safety in this world. The Divine Dragon Alliance and army didn't try to stop Wu Yan because they didn't have the confidence to do so. Suda shook his head. "He's still as shocking as ever," Kirito said helplessly. "He also left on his own." "Well, that's good." Klein giggled. "He looks like a strong person, super cool." Asuna's jaw dropped as she watched Klein leave. Her heart tightened as she watched him leave. Once again she left by herself. Asuna really wanted to stop Wu Yan and make him stay. She didn't know why, but she didn't want him to leave alone. Every time she looked at his back, she had a strong urge to chase after him. Maybe it's because of the regret from before, or maybe it's because of something else, but she didn't want to lose contact with him again, but she couldn't find a reason to stop him. Just like that time, Asuna clenched her teeth tightly and clenched her fists until they turned white. When a box appeared in front of her, Asuna's eyes lit up and she hurriedly chased after it. Wait! Asuna ran in front of Wu Yan and opened her arms as if she was afraid that Wu Yan would run away. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fine, I'll wait. Do you really need to do this? Asuna's face turned red. She coughed and pretended to be serious. Can you come with me for a second? Wu Yan's expression turned into one of excitement. This plot, could it be? Don't get the wrong idea. Asuna's face turned red again. It's our leader who wants to meet you. Commander? Wu Yan flinched and he lifted his head. Heathcliff, is it? Asuna nodded. That's right, Heathcliff just sent her an email and asked her to bring Wu Yan to his place. Heathcliff. Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a strange light. He smiled and looked at Asuna. Lead the way. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.